Addie pulled open the door, revealing Ty standing on the front porch next to a round, white pony that looked like a sausage overstuffed into a casing of hide. Pink ribbons dangled from the pony's mane and tail, and a huge purple bow circled its neck. "Happy birthday." Ty gave Addie the same breath-stealing smile that had captured Celia's 14-year-old heart. A live animal? He purchased a pony without asking my permission? Addie's lips formed an astonished oval. "Want to come say hello to her?" Ty asked, looking as pleased as if he'd just been handed a winning lottery ticket. Addie broke from her bliss daze and went to the pony. "Oh, my gosh," she kept whispering as she wrapped her thin arms around the animal's neck. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you so much." At this rate, her daughter was going to become irredeemably spoiled. "Is that an overgrown dog?" Bo asked. "I think so," Jake answered. Now, boys," John put in. "It might be a cat." "A sheep?" Nancy chortled. "A hamster?" Bo proposed. "Don't mind them, Celia." Meg squeezed Celia's forearm. "They're all horse people, but I happen to love ponies. I convinced Bo to get a few for Whispering Creek, and they're wonderful." "Wonderful? What if Addie fell off?" "She wouldn't fall as far off a pony as she would a full-sizer, but still, she could break her neck trying to ride a pony." "She's mine?" Addie asked Ty, as if she didn't dare believe her good fortune. "Really?" "All yours. What are you going to name her?" "I don't know yet." "You want to go for a ride?" "Yes!" "No," Celia thought. Ty caught the end of the pony's rope beneath the right-hand grip on his crutches and set off across the lawn in the direction of the stable. Addie took hold of Danny's hand on one side and Meg's on the other, then followed. Celia slid on her sunglasses and rushed past everyone to catch up with Ty. Ty shot her a look across his shoulder, challenge in his expression. "Go ahead and start lecturing." "Don't you think you should have asked me before buying my daughter a pony?" "Our daughter? And no. Why would I want to ask you when I knew you'd say no?" "Because I'm her mother." "Uh-huh. "And because riding is dangerous."
"Does this pony here look dangerous to you?"
Mostly, the pony looked chubby and woefully hungry.
"I promise you," Ty said, "I'll keep Addie safe. You're going to have to trust me, Celia."
This wasn't exactly the time or place to tell him that asking her to trust him was asking her to do the one thing most impossible. "You're giving lavish gifts again, even though you know how I feel about—"
"I'm a father, and for the first time in my life, I have a chance to give my daughter a birthday present. You better believe I'm going to give her something good."
They crossed over the driveway, the pony's hooves clanging against the hard surface. The stable, a building that had been constructed in the same general style of the house, drew nearer. Fenced pasture dropped downhill from its front-facing side. 2 brown horses watched their approach. Ty glanced at her.
"You're cute when you're angry."
"Shh! Someone will hear you."
"Really cute."
"You're not allowed to tell me I'm cute. We're parents with separate lives, trying to get along respectfully for the sake of our daughter. That's all."
"Does that have to be all?"
Celia caught herself staring at the tiny, sexy scar beneath his lip. "I do not understand you, Ty."
"I don't understand myself half the time. For instance, I keep trying to talk myself out of wanting to kiss you, but it's only making me want to do it more."
The blunt honesty in his gaze made her breath jam in her throat. They'd managed to go days without mentioning the kiss. It was only after they'd reached the stable and Ty had put a white blanket and a pink, yes, pink, child-sized saddle on the pony that Celia realized how expertly he diverted her tirade. one intense look from him, and her mind had flown off in a tizzy to fret about their relationship. He distracted her completely from worrying about Addie thundering off on an untried animal. Ty, Addie, Bo, and Ty's dad, John, entered the pasture. The rest of them took up positions along the fence line, Danny and Nancy on either side of Celia. Ty placed a black English-style riding hat on Addie's head and clicked the strap beneath her chin. The Porter siblings had likely raced around naked on bareback as kids. Even so, the family took in the sight of the hat with nothing louder than the click of their smartphone cameras. Celia began to fidget anxiously with her cuticles. Once John had lifted Addie into the saddle, he took the rope and drew the horse forward at a very slow pace. Bo walked next to Addie on one side. Ty flanked the other side, managing to maneuver the crutches well over the uneven ground. Celia could hear him talking to Addie, telling her how well she was doing. "Good job, Addie," Meg called. "Looks like we've got ourselves a cowgirl, see?" Danny said. "How cute is that?" "Very cute." "Sweet as can be." Addie sat straight and smiling in the saddle. The pony's ribbons danced and sparkled in the sunlight, rippling over Addie's boots. Despite her concerns, the scene before Celia appeared safer than safe. Safer even than biking with Danny. She could fault nothing. Deliberately, she quit fussing with her fingernails. Perhaps the pony hadn't been the very worst idea in the world. "Don't tell the others," Nancy said softly to Celia, "but Ty's always been my favorite." Ty took in her mother-in-law's dark hair with a shock of white, the hoop earrings, the healthy glow. Even Nancy had fallen victim to Ty's power. She, who was technically supposed to be impartial. Don't get me wrong, he was a handful when he was young. Every time I turned around, that boy was jumping off something, or riding something, or shooting something. He was too brave for his own good, and not much of a rule follower. But... She shook her head and whistled a low hoo-wee. He was charming. After he'd done some orneriness or other, he'd look at me with those eyes and smile. Well, never could stay mad at him. I can imagine. Celia understood. Boy, did she. At the same time, she had every intention of succeeding at the very thing every other woman in Ty's life had failed at, staying mad. At 5 o'clock the next afternoon, Celia finished watering the flower bed she'd just weeded and stepped back to admire her gingerbread house. Since arriving in Texas, she'd painted every room, arranged furniture and rugs, unpacked all the boxes, and decorated every cranny and corner. She'd made a home. As she drove to Ty's to pick up Addie, her rubbery muscles complained that she'd used them too hard. Before they'd consider forgiving her, they required a steamy shower, dinner, and perhaps 1 or 3 or 8 slices of the chocolate chip cake she'd made that morning. An unfamiliar BMW sat in Ty's driveway in the exact place where Celia always parked. Odd. She slid in beside it and made her way along the path to his house. A beautiful brunette let herself out his front door. Celia's steps cut to a halt. The woman saw her, lifted a hand in greeting, and continued toward Celia. A bad taste, like copper, gathered in Celia's throat. "Hi." The woman stopped a few feet from Celia. "I'm Tawny." Celia's heartbeat thudded abnormally loud. Somehow, from reserves deep down inside, she managed to smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Celia." The misery and jealousy and rejection of that long-ago morning in Vegas came back to Celia physically, like a punch. All of it, back. Everything she'd worked so hard to leave behind. "I met Addie inside," Tawny said. "She's adorable." "Thank you. I just stopped by to bring Ty dinner. I feel bad for him with the knee and all." "Yeah. Poor guy." Her face held a level of gravity only appropriate for natural disasters. Mm-hmm. Ty loved Tawny. This was the woman he loved. This was the woman he wanted to marry. And wretchedly, Celia could see why. Tawny was tall and slender and obviously perfect for him in her high-heeled espadrilles and her breezy yellow and white trellis-patterned dress. Celia had on red shorts, a white T-shirt, and flip-flops. She'd been gardening in the Texas heat. Of all the times, all the moments, she was meeting Tawny after she'd been gardening. Here in Holly we bring food when someone has a baby, Tawny was explaining, or is struggling through the loss of a loved one, or has an entry like Ty, you know. We do our best to take care of our own. That's really kind of you. I'm sure Ty appreciates the food. Have you settled into your new house okay? I have. Well, that's good to hear. Don't hesitate to call me if you need anything at all. I'd love to help. Tawny appeared to be as sweet on the outside as a Linzer cookie, but underneath, in the depths of her eyes, Celia read calculation. Tawny wanted Ty for herself. More, she didn't like Celia. How could she? Celia had once married and slept with Tawny's boyfriend. I'll see you around, Tawny called as they moved in opposite directions. Celia glanced back to see Tawny, flowing hair and long legs, stepping into the BMW. She experienced such a stunning surge of envy that she tucked herself, unseen, into a corner of Ty's porch to recover. Celia couldn't claim Ty as her own, but boy, oh boy, she did not want Tawny to claim him either. Just the thought of the two of them together caused her stomach to turn into a lead ball. She'd do well to remember that Tawny didn't deserve her animosity. It wasn't Tawny's fault that Ty liked her better. Also, Tawny had refused to take Ty back after Vegas, and had then given him the silent treatment for years. Admirable. But when Celia pictured Tawny and Ty's wedding, the two of them standing at the front of a church, both equally stunning, with their cute names that both started with T, she had a hard time finding kindness within her for either of them. The prospect of Tawny becoming Addie's stepmother, of having to see and speak with Tawny at Porter family occasions for the rest of her life, sent utter misery straight through her. She pressed her hands against her face and tried to tell herself that if Tawny wanted to shackle herself to the devastation on a stick known as Ty Porter, then she could have him. Celia didn't believe that any woman would be able to keep a grip on Ty Porter's love and devotion for an entire lifetime. One could speculate that Celia had come closer than any woman, since she had a marriage certificate, but he'd only been hers for a single reckless night. That's as long as she'd held him. When she knocked on Ty's door, she was still furious, even though she knew her fury was unreasonable. Ty answered, leaning on one crutch. What are you all knotted up about? Nothing. Is one of your paint colors too normal-looking? Is Addie ready? Latest batch of cookies too salty? She edged past him into the foyer, catching a whiff of his pine-scented cologne. Had Tawny caught it too? Addie, come on, Punky. We need to head home. Ty watched her with an amused half-smile. Addie? Celia called. You coming? Yes, Mommy. Addie's voice sailed in from the back of the house. Will you stay for dinner tonight, please? Ty asked. I'll order pizza. No, thank you. He lifted and resettled the ball cap he had on. You're not going to tell me why you're mad? I'm not mad. She wanted to order him to shut up and strip off his T-shirt. No, she wanted to slap him for making her want to see him shirtless. She was losing her mind. Maybe the paint fumes this past week had done it. Oh, he murmured under his breath. You ran into Tawny out there, didn't you? She set her jaw. You're upset because you like me. Thoroughly masculine pleasure stamped his expression. You want me for yourself. Absurd. What did you think of Tawny? She was nice. She's nice, all right, And dating a pediatrician, as I recall.
For the moment. Sure you won't stay for dinner? Pretty please?
We need to get home. If she didn't know better, she'd think the flare she saw in his eyes was hurt. The patter of kid feet approached, then Addie burst into sight. Bye, Daddy. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
He propped a shoulder against the door's frame.
Tomorrow's the big day, Addie. The first day of school.
Addie nodded.
Your mom wants to take you there in the morning, but we'll both come to pick you up when school is finished.
'Kay.
You'll do awesome.
Addie regarded Ty with a face full of trust. Yep, she said. I will.
Good night.
Good night. He seemed a little lost, the big, beautiful cowboy, as they walked away and left him behind. All the way back to the gingerbread house, Celia's emotions heaved. Anger. Why had she let herself get tangled up with Ty again? Despair. How could she bear to send Addie to school tomorrow? Possessiveness. Was Ty eating Tawny's dinner? When Addie wasn't looking, she stripped the give peace a chance charm from her keyring and threw it, hard, into the trash. Chapter 16. Late that night, Ty hit replay. The YouTube video filling the computer screen in his office began again. He'd come to know every second of every video. When he was alone, he could watch the ride from several different angles in his own memory. The bull's motion, his counter-motion. He could see the years of experience in his form just as clearly as he could see the bull's faults and strengths. Meteor was a 21-point bull. Nothing special about him. Ty had covered bulls just like him hundreds of times before. He dug his elbows into the surface of his desk and rested his forehead on the flat of his hands. He missed Celia. He'd brought her to Holly, and she still wasn't near enough to satisfy him. Every night he missed her. She'd hardly been at his house all week. Nothing more than a few minutes in the mornings or afternoons. When she was with him, she amused him, insulted him, and made him laugh. Everything was fine. When she left, his knee killed him, and bitterness fought for control of his thoughts. He lifted his head and stared at the video. He remembered how his instincts had been warning him not to ride that night in Boise. If he'd had a lick of sense, he wouldn't have. Bull riders were superstitious for a reason. His gaze followed the blur of color and motion on the screen. After all this time, he still couldn't understand why he'd come off Meteor. It bothered him, the question of why. He watched the videos and tried to find the answer in them. Other times, he went back over everything that had been printed about the accident. He always hunted for the one clue that would make him understand. If it existed, the piece of evidence that would explain why his career had ended. He couldn't find it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of Vicodin. He popped the top and saw that just 3 pills remained. The dose he'd taken earlier hadn't done the job, so he took a slug from his bottled water and threw down another pill. Tomorrow he'd have to refill the prescription again. He leaned back in his leather chair and closed his eyes. He'd worked hard in his life, and in return, he'd achieved what he'd wanted to achieve in the world of bull riding. He'd faced injuries and setbacks and long odds before. He'd overcome them, but he couldn't overcome this. He was a bull rider with a broken-down career, a wild side that couldn't be trusted, and a heart that seethed for something it couldn't have. Who was he now? How was he supposed to measure his worth without his job? He didn't know, and he sure didn't like living with this ruined leg every day and every night. He'd spent years getting his finances in order. He could retire right now, never earn another paycheck, and still be set for life. The thought of retiring, though, filled him with emptiness. How would he spend his days? Golfing? No way. He needed work to give him purpose. Just yesterday, his neighbor Jim had called him to tell him that he and his wife
were thinking about selling their acres. If Ty combined his acreage with Jim's, he'd have a big enough spread to begin raising rodeo stock, just like he'd always planned to do when bull riding ended. Buying Jim's land would offer Ty a future, but what? It was as if he needed to put away the bull riding and his old life first, before he'd have room in him for anything else. Maybe that's why he'd become obsessed with that final ride. The old bull rider in him didn't understand what had happened on Meteor that day in Idaho. And until he could understand it, he couldn't get past it. Okay, well, bye. Celia and Addie had arrived at Addie's kindergarten classroom a full 10 minutes before school started. Celia had hung Addie's backpack on its hook, helped her select a cat Beanie Baby as her friend for the morning, and taken numerous pictures of Addie, both with and without her teacher. Bye, Mom. Addie sat at her assigned seat, very still, her hands mounded on the table. She looked like a portrait whose artist had captured politeness, nervousness, and bravery all at the same time. Addie had chosen to wear the new outfit that Meg and Bo had given her for her birthday, a red polo and a navy skirt dotted with tiny apples. A plastic box of school supplies, labeled with her name, waited near her elbow. Her kindergarten classroom was as impeccably organized and cheerful as Celia had hoped for. Time for Celia to leave. Except maybe she should stay a little longer and keep Addie company until her teacher started class. Another picture? See you later, Addie said. All right. I'll be here when school ends, waiting right outside the school doors for you, like we discussed. 'Kay, Mom. Her daughter, her only child. Where had her baby gone? Do you need anything else? No, I'm good. Bye. Bye. Are you positively sure you're okay? I'm sure. Your lunch is in your backpack. I know. Addie? Yeah? I love you. I love you too, Mommy. Her heart cracking clean in two, Celia smiled at her little girl. Then she walked to her car without looking left or right, without thinking. The school PTA would be hosting a boo-hoo breakfast for parents of kindergartners once the bell rang. Celia wasn't going. She didn't want to cry in front of strangers, nor did she want to risk coming in contact with any parent who might have the gall to feel happy about the start of kindergarten and all the child-free hours it ensured. The moment she closed herself into her Prius, grief washed through her. She felt herself beginning to slip. Crying quietly at first, and then with racking breaths, she clutched the steering wheel and drove toward the gingerbread house. For 5 years, Addie's unswerving dependence on her had given Celia's life meaning. As of today, however, her daughter had become an elementary student. From here on out, she'd grow more and more autonomous. Addie had Ty now, and all the other Porters. She didn't need Celia the way she once had. Celia pulled into her driveway and dashed across the yard, sobbing the whole way. Inside, she tossed her purse and keys, then went to sit on the edge of her bed. Her upper body curled forward, heels hooked on the bed frame, arms crossed defensively over her midsection. She cried because Addie's baby and toddler years were gone, and because she loved those years. She didn't expect to ever have another child. She'd always viewed Addie as her one and only. Time had played a dirty trick on her, and taken away years that she could never get back and never experience again with another child. Her lungs gulped air, releasing it in stutters. You're overreacting, Celia. This is ridiculous. She wished she'd been able to be a stay-at-home mom for Addie. Wished she'd had more money to buy her things and take her fabulous places. Instead, she'd done the best she could, and now wished her best had been better. She'd blink one time and Addie would be driving off to college and leaving her alone forever. Knock, knock, knock. Celia jerked upright. Terror at being discovered in her current condition sent her scurrying to the mirror above her dresser.
She looked a fright, her curls standing on end, her face wet and red, her eyes puffy. Using the backs of her hands, she smoothed the tears from her cheeks. Knock, knock. Celia peeked out the window overlooking the front yard. A white Mercedes convertible from the '80s was parked at the curb. Meg's car. She would have pretended not to be home for anyone else on the planet. But emphatic, comforting Meg? Celia sniffed repeatedly to clear some of her congestion and opened her front door. Hey! Meg took Celia in, her expression filling instantly with compassion. Oh, no! Are you okay? You caught me in the middle of a crying fit. Sad about Addie's first day of school? Celia nodded. That's why I came. Here. Meg held 2 tall cups and handed one to Celia. Iced lattes. Now give me a hug. They hugged for half a minute straight. Meg patted her back. Let's go sit down so you can tell me about it. Celia followed Meg into the living room, taking a long drag through her latte straw. Gratitude over Meg's kindness tempted her to burst into tears again. Breathe, she told herself. Celia Park Porter, like many women who've come before, you too are going to survive your child's first day of kindergarten. They sat on chairs nestled before Celia's big front window. So, Meg tilted her head. She had on a sage-green wraparound top that tied in a bow at the side, crisp shorts, and silver sandals. Hard morning? Celia described getting Addie ready at home, escorting her to her class. And then she took her place at the table, and you should have seen her, sitting there like a model student. Really, she was ready. She was fine. Celia slid her fingertips beneath her eyes to clear new tears. I was the one who came undone after I left. Meg's own eyes had turned shiny with moisture. If Beau were here, he'd have tissues. Just a minute. She hurried into the bathroom and returned with toilet paper. She passed some over and resumed her seat. Celia dabbed at her eyes, then clutched the toilet paper ball in her lap. I think I depend on Addie too much, Meg. It's not fair to her. Listen, I have the same challenge. Growing up, I didn't have a close-knit family, but now I have Beau, and he's wonderful. Her face softened at the mention of her husband. I love him so much that it's tempting for me to make him my everything, you know? It'd be easy for me to hang my happiness and my mood, my confidence, all of it, on him. So what do you do? I read my Bible and pray every morning. It centers me. It reminds me that God's the most important thing in my life. Celia didn't really want to discuss God. Guilt wasn't an emotion she cared to heap on top of all her other current emotions. Of course, Meg continued, your situation is different because Addie's your daughter. I don't know what that's like because I don't have a child. She paused. I wish I did. Celia had let Meg see her all splotchy and hysterical. Based on the girlfriend's code of ethics, Celia thought that might qualify her to ask a follow-up question. Have you guys been trying for a baby? We haven't done anything to prevent a baby for about a year. Nothing's happened yet. Celia nodded and refrained from mentioning that it had only taken her and Ty one night to conceive Addie. So not helpful. Beau and I have time. I don't want to stress about it. It's just that I'd really love to have a baby with that man. I'm sure it'll happen for you. I hope so. God's already given me a lot. Beau, the Porters, my father's inheritance. Sometimes I worry that it's greedy of me to have all that and ask for a baby, too. I think it's completely normal for you to ask for a child. Of course you want one with Beau. Celia sipped her icy coffee, savoring its bittersweet, milky flavor. Ty seems great with Addie, Meg said. He is. Do you think there's any chance that you and Ty... Meg shrugged, sheepish.
That Ty and I will end up together?
Yes.
It would require a miracle.
Well,
Meg regarded her thoughtfully for several seconds. Sometimes miracles happen. Not to me. Everyone in Holly is fascinated to see what happens between you two. The whole town for an audience? Not a comforting thought. Meg tucked her feet up under her. Everybody's known Ty since he was a kid, and they've been following his bull riding since the beginning. They're all really proud of him. He was an amazing bull rider. Since you and Addie arrived, Ty's become the most popular subject there is. More popular than football, even, which is impressive. What are people saying about him? They're wondering why he kept Addie a secret. Let's see, whether you and Ty have been faithful to each other all these years, whether Tawny still has a shot at marrying Ty. Pain skewered Celia at the mention of Tawny. As far as I can tell, Tawny has a good shot at marrying him. She brought him dinner last night. Meg swirled her latte. The ice cubes made a swishing sound, and beads of condensation on the cup shimmered in the light. According to local legend, Tawny Bettenfield has wanted to marry Ty since they were in the first grade together. Then why didn't she marry him when she had the chance? Meg lifted her shoulders. She was young, wanted to wait a year or two more. You can go to any bar in town and place a bet on whether or not she and Ty will eventually tie the knot. No. Yes. Apparently Tawny's odds have gone way down since you moved here. Perhaps Celia could come to appreciate Holly, Texas, after all. Even without a farmer's market, an organic grocery store, or a hairstylist who understood curls. Tawny's beautiful. But Ty doesn't love her. I think he does. And maybe he even thinks he does, but he doesn't. Meg, Celia said, skeptical. Bo thinks that Ty's been faithful to you since the day you married. The statement took Celia by such complete surprise that she gawked for a few moments. Is this Ty Porter we're talking about? Meg raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on her lips. We were married almost 6 years ago. He adores women, and they adore him. I'm certain that he's had dates and girlfriends in every city he's traveled to. That's a lot of cities. Bo knows him pretty well. That's all I'm saying. Since Vegas, Ty hadn't had any girlfriend long enough or public enough to register on his Wikipedia profile, true. But Celia had never imagined, never expected, that he'd remained faithful to her. That just flat out could not be right. Bo didn't know his brother as well as he thought he did. Meg glanced at her watch. I hate to leave, but I have an appointment back at Whispering Creek. She met Celia's gaze squarely. Will you be all right? I'll be fine. Meg gathered up her purse, and they made their way to the door. Thank you for the latte and for coming, Meg. Caffeine and a friend have always done wonders for me. It was like you had ESP or something. You came at the exact moment I needed you. Meg had walked onto the porch. At Celia's words, she turned. What is it? Celia asked. God has often used other people to help me through difficult patches. It means a lot to me to think that he might have used me just now to do the same for you. Oh. Will you come to church with Bo and me on Sunday? Celia hadn't attended church in more than a decade. She'd likely be smitten by lightning the second she set foot in the building. However, she was feeling so mushy and appreciative toward Meg that if Meg had asked her to scale Everest, she'd have rushed out to buy hiking gear. Sure. Perfect. I'll text you the details. Celia stood on the porch, waving as Meg drove away. So far this morning, she'd delivered a child to kindergarten, had a breakdown, and been rescued from her breakdown by a girlfriend. Now the time had come, for better or for worse, to find herself a job.
Chapter 17. Celia spent the rest of the week job hunting, and also trying to avoid Ty, a man disinclined to be avoided. Hard to say which pursuit she enjoyed less. She continued to rise at dawn and pour her concerns into baking. During Addie's kindergarten hours, she combed the newspapers and internet in search of companies in need of employees with her credentials and experience. She sent out resumes electronically and by mail, answered listings with phone calls, communicated with headhunters. The job openings she'd come across so far either paid too little or were offered by restaurants that expected her to work nights and weekends. Addie went to school during the day. If she worked all night and all weekend, when would she see her child? Mid-morning on Friday, Celia bowed to a self-destructive urge and visited her online checking account. She stared at the numbers on the screen with desolation and no small amount of panic. Eventually, her eyes unfocused and the digits went blurry. Her remaining balance had whittled to an amount that terrified her. Maybe she'd been stupidly prideful to refuse the credit cards Ty had offered her. If it came down to it, and she needed money in order to put food in Addie's mouth, Ty would help her, she knew. But the thought of taking anything more from him caused her whole body to cringe. She'd managed to provide for Addie and herself all this time. Needing air, she shoved her chair away from the dining room table she'd commandeered as a makeshift office. Pushing her keys into the pocket of her shorts, she struck off toward Holly's Old Town Square on foot. No need to drive. The heat could hardly do any more damage to her mood or her curls. Since moving to Holly, she'd been consumed first with house renovation and then with her job search. She'd yet to visit the historic heart of the town. She followed the slightly uneven sidewalks past one stately Victorian after another, until she found herself standing at one of the square's four corners. The scene reminded her of a set from a Western movie. A beige stone courthouse, dreamt up by an architect who'd possessed both flair and an affection for clock towers, dominated the center. A street paved with bricks framed the courthouse, and storefronts framed the street. Some of the old buildings were tall, some narrow, some flat-fronted, some decorated with scrollwork, some painted gray or green. A wide sidewalk, almost a boardwalk, ran in front of the collection of shops, businesses, and eateries. The people strolling on it were shaded by overhangs, awnings, and porches as varied as the buildings they protruded from. Baskets of flowers hung from each of the light posts, trailing vines of English ivy. Celia browsed through Carrie's Corner first, a gift shop that smelled like the apple pie candle flickering near the register. Next, she window-shopped at a country and western home furnishing store. Long family-style tables covered with red and white checked tablecloths filled the interior of a barbecue restaurant called Taste of Texas. In no establishment did she spend a single penny, of course. She hadn't even brought her wallet. Celia skipped over a law office. She walked through Mrs. Tiggywinkle's, a lunch spot doubling as an antique store. She lingered inside the cool of the bookery, which contained not only shelves lined with books, but also leather chairs cozied up next to decorative lamps spilling light. Next came a place where kids could paint pottery. Then Celia came to a sudden stop. A large picture window had been set into an off-white storefront and painted with the words "cream" or "sugar" in gold cursive. Through the glass, Celia could make out what looked like a bakery display case. Like the rest of her generation, Celia had a healthy fondness for coffee shops. Unlike the rest, she didn't often go inside them. For one thing, she couldn't afford the expensive drinks and pastries they served. But there was another, more subtle reason. It hurt her to go inside. Somewhere during her middle school years, she'd hit on the idea of owning and running her own bakery one day. It had become her dearest dream. She'd gotten a degree in nutrition and food service systems, then nabbed a job as a sous chef after graduation. Her plan had been to work just long enough to save the money she needed in order to cover her bakery's startup costs. While she'd been putting money aside, she'd researched the industry, tested recipes, spoken to men and women who owned their own shops. She'd done all that anyway, right up until the day of her positive pregnancy test. She'd set aside her imaginary coffee shop and turned her attention to the realities of life, knowing that nothing about her future would ever be what she envisioned. A deeply buried piece of her hadn't forgotten it, though. Whenever she saw a coffee shop, or more rarely ventured inside one, her heart would ache. Old pain, familiar and bearable. She had Addie, after all, and Addie was worth 100 of her own dreams. But she still carried around a sore spot for the coffee shop her younger, more naive self had once longed for. Someone had taped a piece of paper to the bottom corner of Cream or Sugar's window. It read, "Help Wanted." Cars trundled by on the street. People walked past. Celia remained motionless, hope battling against her common sense. The owners might just need a floor sweeper. And even if they didn't, the job likely wouldn't pay enough to support Addie. She glanced down at herself anyway. Did she look presentable enough to inquire about the position? Yes, but just. She had on her airy white peasant top with a blue stitching around the neck, tangerine shorts fitted to above the knee, her trusty T-strap leather sandals that she preferred to think of as character-filled rather than just old. She scooted out of sight and removed her headband, her anklet, and all of her bracelets except one. After stashing everything in her pockets, she finger-fluffed her hair. She let herself into Cream or Sugar's interior, a long, narrow space brimming with the smell of fried dough and coffee. An old-fashioned bar, like the kind a 1950s soda shop might have had, protruded from the wall on the left, ran in front of 4 swiveling round stools bolted to the floor, then turned and became a display case that continued to the back. The wood floors were fabulous, but the walls were dingy white and decorated with cheaply framed prints of glazed donuts. A woman who looked to be about 60 stood behind the counter making change for a ruddy-faced man holding a white paper sack. A mother and her 2 young daughters chatted at a table halfway back. The girls' mouths were mustached with chocolate. Celia moved deeper into the shop. The display case held 4 varieties of donuts, glazed with chocolate and sprinkles, jelly, and cinnamon sugar cake. Beyond that, just some Texas sheet cake and a tray containing chocolate chip and M&M cookies. 2 glass pots of coffee, one with a brown handle and one with an orange, sat side by side on a simple hot plate behind the counter. No espresso machine. Cream or Sugar appeared to be more of a run-in and run-out donut shop than the kind of bakery Celia had first supposed. For one thing, there were no scones. The woman behind the counter and her male customer launched into a conversation about mosquitoes. Celia laced her hands in front of her and waited, self-conscious. More talk of mosquitoes. Speculation that last winter had not been cold enough to kill them all off. Celia couldn't imagine the weather here becoming chilly enough to merit a sweater, much less cold enough to kill mosquitoes. "Can I help you, honey?" the woman asked, raising her voice. Both she and her customer turned toward Celia. "Yes, I saw the Help Wanted sign out front. I came in to ask about the position." They studied her for a long and awkward moment. The man gave Celia a pleasant smile, then murmured something about getting back to work, and left with his paper sack. The woman continued to size Celia up, in no hurry, apparently, to fill the air with speech. Celia approached the stretch of the counter near the register. "I'm Celia Porter." The woman's brows rose. "Ty's wife?" Wow, this town really was small, and Ty really was famous here. "Yes." "And you're looking for work?" "I am. I'm Donetta Clark. My husband and I own the place." Nice to meet you. Come and sit down. Donetta gestured to the built-in stools. Donetta had dressed her pear-shaped body in beige clam-diggers and a white t-shirt that had a red capital T outlined by blue on its front. Tiny baseballs hung from her ears, also decorated with the T. White pom-pom socks peeked out of the heels of her navy keds. Celia balanced her rear on one of the round padded seats and tried for good upper body posture. "Do you have any experience working in a shop like this?" Donetta asked. Celia detailed her college degree, her stint as a sous chef, her years in cafeteria administration at the university. Donetta listened, hazel eyes shrewd. She sported shoulder-length brown hair and bangs with an array of frosted blonde strands feathered about her face. The blonde streaks brought to mind store-bought coloring kits, the kind that came complete with a cap punctured with holes. "Oregon State University, did you say?" "Yes," Celia answered. "I attended there, and then—" "My cousin's son went to college in that part of the country. He turned into a real tree hugger. Lives with his wife and kids now in one of those houses that's powered by the sun. They nearly froze to death last January." "Oh." Donetta leaned a generous hip against the display case. "Honey, I think you're overqualified for the job here." "What kind of help are you looking for?" "Someone to work from around 9 in the morning until closing at 4. We had a young man working here, but he up and quit a week ago." "That's too bad." "He ran off to Lampasas after some woman who sells hair extensions. He will, mark my words, spend the rest of his life sitting at one of those kiosks in the mall, trying to interest shoppers in fake ponytails and the like." Celia nodded, commiserating. "Anyhow, Jerry and I get here at 4 every morning to make doughnuts. We open at 6, and we like to pull out by 10. We have season tickets to the Rangers, and some of the home games start at 1. You better believe we like to be sitting in our seats 15 minutes before game time with our Ranger dogs, our sodas, and our nachos." "Sure, I understand." Celia was not a baseball fan, or really a fan of any sport at all, except, mayhap, bull riding. "We've been running this place for 20 years, and we're getting real close to retirement. I might not look it, but I'm 62 years old." Celia widened her eyes with faux surprise. "It's true. Jerry and I have 10 grandkids. At this point in our lives, we don't want our work interfering with our baseball." 2 more customers entered, and Celia waited while Donetta served them doughnuts and styrofoam cups of coffee. "Y'all come back now." The door wheezed shut behind them. "So, like I said," Donetta said, straightening the handles of the coffee pitchers until they were in line, "we need someone we can trust to mind the shop for us till closing at 4. We're open Monday through Friday, plus a half-day on Saturdays." The mother and her 2 daughters rose from their table and stopped to exchange pleasantries with Donetta. Celia did the math in her head, adding the hours the job amounted to. Close to 40 per week, in day shifts that lined up well with Addie's school schedule. She didn't particularly want to work on Saturdays, but nothing came without compromise. If she could bring Addie along on Saturdays, then she could roll with it. Her gaze traveled over the shop, seeing not so much what it was, but what it could be with her influence. She already itched to buy paint and donate a Sunday to covering the walls with a new color. She could bake pastries at home and bring them in for customers to sample. If she hunted online, she might be able to find an espresso machine. Everything hinged on the pay. Below the level of the counter, Celia crossed her fingers. She'd worked out a bare-bones budget this past week. Taxes, food, utilities, phone, internet, gas, insurance, credit card payments, clothing for Addie. She knew exactly how much she needed to earn to cover the basics. To have any hope of paying off her debts, she'd need additional income. She'd been toying with the idea of baking and selling custom cakes in her free time. "Y'all come back now," Donetta called as the mother shepherded the girls out the door. "How's the job sound?" Donetta asked Celia. So far, so good. Here's why I said you're overqualified. I paid the hair extension salesman minimum wage. Seeing as how you're Ty's wife and experienced and all, I could up that a little. Donetta named an hourly salary that was just over half of what Celia needed. Sorry, hun. That's the best I can do. Celia kept her face impassive. Inside, though, her hopes crashed. Could she possibly work out a way to support Addie on that amount? Fruitless. She already knew she couldn't do it. Her common sense had warned her that the pay would be too little. People who worked behind counters at cash registers did not make a lucrative hourly wage. Hope, though, was a funny thing. She had a practical personality. But sometimes, like years ago in Vegas with Ty, when she wanted something enough, her hope dared to reach too high. Occasionally it still managed to convince her logic that there might be a chance when there was no chance. I'd really like to work here, Celia said quietly. Truly I would. But I'm afraid that you were right, that maybe I am overqualified. Yes. She swallowed against a foolish wad of emotion. I figured. Donetta scooted a notepad and pen in her direction. Write down your number, and I'll let you know if I hear about any jobs around here that would be right for you. Thank you. You have a little girl, don't you? I do. Take some cookies to her. On me. Donetta placed 2 M&M and 2 chocolate chip cookies in a bag. Celia accepted the gift and climbed off the stool. Thank you again. It was nice meeting you. You come back now. Celia walked into the heat. She moved away from cream or sugar, keeping her head up and her face genial, so that Donetta wouldn't think her heart broken. 2 storefronts later, a tingling sensation of awareness slid down the base of her neck. That particular tingle meant that Ty was nearby. She combed the faces of the people milling on the square's sidewalk and spotted him 15 yards away, walking in her direction with the help of his crutches, looking right at her and grinning. Of all the people she might have run into at this low and depressing moment, he was the worst. Ty, king of confidence, sir of wealth, and duke of carefree fame. Confidence had likely gilded him in the womb. His wealth and fame had come to him because he'd been good at sitting on top of bulls. He had no way of relating to mere mortals who had to do actual work in order to survive. His brown t-shirt had either faded perfectly or been bought to look as though it had. The dimple that caused her heart to catch made an appearance. I've been looking for you. I can't imagine why. I went to your house. Your car was there, but you weren't, so I figured you'd come to the square. Your mental powers rival Einstein's. He laughed. You're rude as ever. I prefer to think of myself as charmingly feisty. Why were you looking for me? I missed you, sweet one. Horrible fellow. Whenever he said these sorts of things, he reminded her of the man she'd fallen in love with. Twice. You've been avoiding me all week, and I can't take it any more. I'm sick of seeing you for 5 minutes when Addie comes over to ride. I'm greedy. I want more. Just so you know, I don't believe one word that you just said. Then I'm going to have to do a better job of convincing you. They stared at each other, the air between them sizzling. The memory of the kiss they'd shared came back to her in excruciating detail. Can I buy you a snow cone? He asked. No, I'm buying you a snow cone, and you're going with me even if I have to toss you over my shoulder. He didn't wait for a response, just used a hand to turn her in the direction she'd come and give her a nudge. Are you going to make a scene in the middle of Holly's downtown, or are you going to come along nicely? Bully. In truth, a snow cone didn't strike her as a terrible idea. I'm going to come along, but probably not nicely. They moved toward one of the square's corner outlets. As they walked, women either smiled at Ty, greeted him, or peeked at him surreptitiously. None remained immune to him. Moving with athletic grace on his crutches, he led Celia to a lot just behind the square. A horseshoe-shaped driveway surrounded a building the size of an outhouse. Its owner had painted the tiny structure like a candy cane in red and white stripes. A rainbow-hued sign read Sally's Snow Cones and listed the available flavors beneath. Windows opened out from both sides, one serving drive-through customers, one walk-ups. "What'll it be?" Ty asked. "Might as well go for gold." "The Supreme," which promised watermelon, grape, lemonade, and coconut flavors. Ty's lips quirked at her choice. If nothing else could be said about Ty's feelings for her, at least it could be said that he found her amusing. Tawny he probably found lovable, sexy, and particularly skilled with casseroles, which would of course trump amusing. Ty went old school and ordered strawberry. They took their snow cones to one of 2 wooden picnic tables situated under a tree. Celia sat, settling her bag of cookies next to her. As Ty lowered himself onto the bench across the table, she heard a soft rattle, like the click of pebbles in a jar. "What's that sound?" "Nothing." Quite possible the noise had been faint. When she sampled her snow cone, blessedly cold and tart lemonade syrup ran down her tongue. Ty pulled off his sunglasses, revealing the impossible sheer blue of his gaze. Celia knew exactly what Ty's woman-attracting superpower was. It was his eye contact. He could look into your eyes and, without saying a word, assure you that you were the most fascinating woman in the world, and call you beautiful in 6 languages. She fidgeted in her seat, 30 years old and experiencing a hot flash beneath the power of his eye contact. "What brought you to the square today?" he asked. "I just came to look around." "Well, let me know when you're ready to find a job. I'll help you." A car pulled up to the drive-through window. "Not that I want you to be in any hurry about that. Take a break for as long as you want." She dipped her head and concentrated on her snow cone, wondering how much longer she'd be able to afford the pride that kept her silent. "Weren't you going to see your doctor this morning?" "Yep." "And?" "The knee's healing fine. He doesn't want me to drive for another 3 weeks, though." "That's too bad." "I ignored his advice. As soon as Jake brought me home from the appointment, I got in my truck and came to find you." "Ty," she said, disapproving. "I'm not very good at following rules. And the no-driving rule is just stupid." He ate a spoonful of snow cone. "I made it over here fine." "Did the doctor say anything about your bull riding?" "Bull riding is over for me." She studied him, looking for clues that would tell her how devastating the news had been for him. "Without a doubt?" "Without a doubt." "I'm sorry." With 3 world championship titles, he was one of the greatest bull riders of all time. Though he hit it well, the end of his storied career had to be difficult for him to accept. "What are you going to do now?" "The BRPC has asked me to commentate some of their broadcasts." "They want to put that face," Celia pointed at him, "on TV?" "Believe it or not, some women, just a few, and not you, clearly, actually like my face." Wonders never cease. Her lips tilted into a smile. "The other thing I'm thinking about doing is raising rodeo stock. Bulls, sheep, horses. Did I tell you that's what my dad does?" "You mentioned it." "My neighbor and his wife have decided to sell. If I buy their property, I'll have enough land to get started." "Are you going to do it?" "I might try to." His strong fingers toyed with his sunglasses.
Jim's land runs in between my property and a plot that belongs to an old guy named Howard Sanders. I already know Howard's going to want Jim's land, too. It used to be in Howard's family back in his granddad's time. He's been waiting for years to get a shot at it.
Will Jim sell it to you over Howard?
Probably. I've got deeper pockets.
And let me guess, Jim's wife likes your face. He smiled crookedly. Something like fate pulled between them. It made her want to throw away reason, place herself in his lap, and hug him with every ounce of strength she had. I talked with Meg a few days ago.
Yeah?
She told me that Beau thinks that you've been faithful to me ever since our wedding.
He hesitated for a split second. Then his face turned chiding. Do I look like the faithful type to you?
No, I told Meg that I thought Beau's theory was ridiculous.
I'm not to be trusted, Celia.
I know. She got lost in him for a moment, dumbly wishing he was trustworthy, wishing he'd loved her then, wishing he loved her now. Whoa. As usual, his nearness was muddling her brain. She pushed to her feet in a hurry. I better go. Thanks for the snow cone. Ty watched Celia drop her trash in the can, then walk quickly away from him, carrying her white paper sack. He scowled. He and Beau hardly ever talked about Ty's dating life, yet Beau had guessed the truth. His older brother had always been full of intuition about people and horses that proved right. It sure would be nice, though, if Beau would keep his genius-level intuition to himself. With a flick of his wrist, Ty tossed what was left of his snow cone into the garbage. He'd needed to see Celia today. It hadn't been optional for him. He'd been unable to sit in his house for another minute without her. Physical desire, he understood. But what drew him to Celia with such power was a lot more complicated. Celia was made up of 1,000 traits, like any person. Some of her traits he liked, and some he didn't. But the way her traits stacked up, plus the way his traits stacked up, somehow made her into someone that he'd needed to find just now. Thanks to chemistry or stupidity, or maybe even God, an invisible bond existed between the two of them. He told her the truth just now, when he said he couldn't be trusted. More than he wanted Celia, he wanted what was best for her and Addie. He was trying to protect them from himself. He wasn't very good at it. Honorable people resisted temptation, and resisting the temptation of Celia had never been his strong suit. With effort, he pushed to standing. He made his way back to the square on his crutches, then turned in the direction of the donut shop. When he'd first spotted Celia, she'd been coming out of the donut shop looking like someone had stolen her puppy. If he had to guess, he'd say her white sack had been filled with cookies. The Celia he knew was too cheap to buy somebody else's cookies. Why would she, when she could make the best cookies in the world inside her own home? As his hand wrapped around the donut shop's door handle, he spotted a Help Wanted sign taped to the front window. Ah. The forest fairy had been in here about the job. It hadn't worked out, and she'd left with cookies as a consolation prize. Hadn't he told her over and over that he'd get her a job? Instead, she'd ignored him and gone job-searching on her own. As usual, her stubborn independence chapped his hide. He let himself in. Well, who do we have here? Dawnetta Clark, who had a daughter about his age, straightened tall behind the counter. Trouble, that's who? She slapped her hands together and laughed. Ty Porter, you rascal. Dawnetta, you look gorgeous. Still giving Jerry heart palpitations? Every day. Did you hear about Willie Mickle and the heart attack he had? All that muesli he's been eating split his heart right down the middle. Ended up face down dead on top of his cereal back in June. Proves that a body can't take that much health food. Ty chuckled and spent a few minutes shooting the breeze with her about her family and the Rangers. He eyed the food she had for sale, lined up behind glass. He knew from experience that it didn't taste half as good as the stuff Celia made. I've been dreaming about your sheet cake for weeks, Dawnetta. Will you be mad at me if I buy all the sheet cake you have left? I won't be too mad. Her eyes twinkled as she pulled out the tray holding the thin chocolate cake, covered with chocolate frosting. You gonna eat all this yourself? I have a big family. In truth, he knew that buying her sheet cake would sweeten her toward him. Speaking of family, she began moving the squares of cake into a flat box. Did you know that your wife was in here earlier? Cute little thing with those curls and all. I noticed the sign out front. Did she come in for the job? Yes, but I couldn't pay her enough. It's a shame, too, because she'd have been good. I agree. He rested a forearm on the top of the display case and considered his best strategy. You're a woman who appreciates some pride in a person, aren't you, Dawnetta? Oh, you better believe it. I appreciate pride, too, but between you and me, I've got my work cut out for me with Celia. She doesn't want anyone doing for her what she can do for herself, not even me. Sure, Dawnetta soothed, sure. If she could have craned her ears forward to catch more juicy pieces of gossip, he believed she would have. I want to help Celia, he said. Course you do. Personally, I think this is a perfect place for her to work. It's close to her house. You and Jerry are great people to work for. Plus, she loves to bake. She's certainly the kind of employee I'd want to have. In that case, I have an idea. Dawnetta shut the lid on the cake box and met his gaze directly. I'm listening. He and Dawnetta, he sensed, were fairly equal in street smarts. They'd both been around the block a few times. Whatever you can pay Celia, I'll match. He didn't want to make Celia's pay so high that she'd be suspicious, just high enough so that she could afford to work here. Don't you want to know how much I offered to pay her before you go off making that kind of promise? He smiled. He'd been raised by parents who knew how to pinch a penny, and he respected people like them. Dawnetta was frugal. But when it came to Celia, he was not. Whatever this venture cost him, he'd willingly pay. Sure, if you want to tell me. She told him. How was anyone supposed to survive on that? Even twice the amount seemed pitifully small. No wonder Celia had turned down the job. I'll match it. Dawnetta took his measure. And if I agree, then what? You want me to call Celia and offer her double what I did earlier? Maybe wait until Monday. Again, he had to be careful, or Celia would be on to him. And then, yes, I'd like you to call her and offer her double. I could tell her that Jerry and I had a long conversation about hiring her, and that we took another look at our budget. Dawnetta, no dummy, caught on fast. I'll say that Jerry convinced me that we could pay her more after all. Ty nodded. Without mentioning your involvement. Without mentioning my involvement to Celia or anyone. Except Jerry. Except Jerry, he agreed. Otherwise, it's our secret. So, at the end of every week, when I write Celia a check, you're going to write me a check for half the amount? Dawnetta's head angled in question. Every week. You have my word. She rolled her tongue around in her mouth, thinking it over. He'd left Las Vegas after their wedding and gone on to achieve far more than his rightful share of his dreams. Celia had gone on to achieve none of hers. The time had come to make that right. Celia had always wanted to own a coffee shop. Cream or sugar didn't belong to Celia, and was probably in worse shape than the bakery she'd imagined, but it gave him a place to start. "Ty?" Dawnetta extended her hand, and Ty shook it. "You have yourself a deal." Chapter 18. Celia froze as a sudden epiphany struck. She shook the bottle of multivitamins she'd been in the process of lifting from her kitchen drawer, then shook them again for good measure, listening. All at once she knew exactly what sound had come from Ty's pocket yesterday when they'd been sitting down together at Sally's snow cones. It had been the rattle of pills in a medicine bottle. It had not been nothing. It could be he was carrying around something benign, of course. Maybe Tylenol, or a container of gum or mints. If she'd heard that telltale rattle coming from anyone else's pocket, she wouldn't have given it a second thought. But knowing Ty's personality and the circumstances of his injured leg and lost career, her instincts warned her that she needed to give it a long second thought. She glanced out the windows. It was fully dark. She'd tucked Addie into bed more than an hour ago. Were the pills pain meds? If so, was Ty's pain so urgent he needed to keep them in his pocket? Worry twined through her thoughts. Could he be using the pills to medicate more than physical hurt? She grabbed her phone and dialed. "Uncle Danny?" "What's up, C?" "Would you mind coming over to my place for a little bit? Addie's asleep, and I need to run an errand." "Happy to." He did not ask what kind of errand she needed to run at 9 o'clock at night. Yet another reason why she loved him. "Be there in 5. At some point before Celia had arrived in Texas, Ty had added the gingerbread house key and also his house key to her keyring. She hadn't had occasion to use his house key until now. She slotted it into the lock on his front door and turned it smoothly. If she barged in and found him wrapped in a set of foolishly trusting feminine arms, then so be it. She closed the door behind her and strode purposefully across his foyer in the direction of his bedroom. "Well, this is a nice surprise." His voice brought her to a halt. Slowly she turned. He was sitting in a suede chair in his dark living room, the TV flickering with an image of 2 men beating each other up inside a ring. He'd propped his bad leg on an ottoman. An investment-type magazine lay on the side table next to him, with his reading glasses on top, as if he'd set both aside when he'd switched off the lights. All in all, a pretty lonely-looking Saturday night for Holly's best-loved celebrity. "If you were on your way to my bedroom, don't let me stop you." His sardonic smile reminded her of a hunter observing prey. "I'll follow you there." As if. "You didn't come by for a slumber party?" "Of course not." "When you pulled me into your bedroom back in Corvallis, things seemed a little premature. Believe me, I'm more than ready to shut myself into a bedroom with you now." Her knees went limp like jello at the dangerous timbre of his voice. It struck her how alone they were, the 2 of them, in the dark and private interior of his house. "Once again, I'll remind you that we both agree to be respectful friends. I remember you doing a lot of talking after our kiss. My memory is sketchier on what I agreed to." She pulled the cord on a nearby lamp. In response, honeyed light fell from it, burnishing one side of his face. Crossing halfway to him, she hitched up her yellow dolman top, which kept wanting to slide off her shoulder, then set her hands on her hips. "Stand up." His gaze bored into her with piercing force as he stood, gripping his chair's back to compensate for his ruined leg. He had on a black t-shirt, gray basketball shorts, and an invisible sign across his chest flashing "Irresistible" in neon letters. "Empty your pockets." His brows formed a V. "My pockets?" "Empty them." "No." Remember when I asked you, "What's that sound?" yesterday? I think I know. Pills? His face lost its humor. They're for my leg. Let me see them. My prescriptions are none of your business. We're respectful friends, remember? I leave Addie in your care all the time, Ty. In order for me to trust you with our daughter, I need to know what you're taking. She presented her hand, palm up. He ignored it. I'll get the bottle myself if I have to, she threatened. I'd enjoy it if you tried. Hand it over. He pushed a hand into a pocket, then flipped a bottle through the air to her. She caught it and angled it to the light. Vicodin. Frowning, she considered him. This is a narcotic, and also habit-forming. Take it up with my doctor if you don't like it. He has something called an MD. Whenever she spent time with him during the day, he was entirely too quick-witted and sharp-eyed to make her think him anything other than fully lucid. Even so, she sensed danger in the bottle she held in her hand. She could almost feel it against her palm, the peril these small pills represented for Ty. His career had been ripped from him by injury, and goodness knows, he could be too daring. Disappointment plus pain plus a careless nature? Not a good combination, especially because Ty had no one to keep close tabs on him. Are you careful to take exactly the dose prescribed? Careful enough. Wrong answer. She whirled and stalked to his bedroom. It made her mad, the chances he took with himself. The stupid stunts, the bull riding, and all the rest of it. What's the matter with him? His bedroom carpeting muffled her footsteps as she sailed past the bed and into a master bathroom that glistened with polished travertine. She could hear the thud of Ty's crutches moving fast behind her, following. If this prescription had been given to anyone a shade less self-destructive than Ty, she wouldn't have felt it necessary to take drastic action. She unscrewed the child-proof lid and held the bottle above the toilet. Ty rushed to a stop in the bathroom's doorway. What the? She dumped all the pills in. They made quiet splashing sounds. Why did you do that? He demanded. The empty bottle had his doctor's contact information on it, so she tucked it into her shorts. Because Addie loves you. And you? How do you feel about me? I care about you. He jerked his chin toward the toilet. I need those to sleep. Then allow me to recommend warm milk. I'd like to see you try to sleep with a shattered knee. Warm milk and Advil, then. Do you have any more bottles of Vicodin anywhere else? He set his lips in such a way that she knew he did. She slid one bathroom drawer after another open. In the third one, she found a second bottle. Unscrew, dump, splashy sounds. This time she flushed the toilet and threw the bottle in the trash for good measure. Ty glared at her, eyes fiery. I'm going to call your doctor on Monday and give him a piece of my mind. You injured yourself over a month ago, Ty. You don't know anything about recovering from this type of injury. That's true. However, I do know something about you. You're a great pretender, but I want you to tell me how you're really doing. Since the accident. Look into my face and tell me the honest truth. I'm doing fine. She searched his features, carefully weighing. You're struggling. I will be tonight since you've thrown away my medicine. He pushed a hand through his hair, leaving tracks. You do realize I can get a refill tomorrow. I need you to promise me that you won't do that. He only stared at her. Time ticked by, and her throat turned dry. She wished she could hug him and apologize and assure him that she was only doing this because someone needed to. Someone, anyone, her even, needed to watch over him and protect him from himself. Silence pulled for so long that she grew certain he had no intention of promising her anything. She'd go home, regroup, and prepare to fight this battle with him again tomorrow. He was mostly blocking the doorway and didn't move to let her pass. She turned to the side to edge by. As she did, his arms extended so that they trapped her, one on each side, his palms planted against the wall near her head. The crutches fell with a clatter. Celia looked into his face, so close she could see the darker blue icicles cutting into the pale blue of his irises. Need coursed through her, mixing with nervousness and determination. She collected her courage. "Promise me you won't take any more Vicodin." Their profiles hovered just inches apart. Her breath entangled with his. Still, he didn't speak. She licked her lips. His gaze followed the motion. Heat and strength radiated from his body. "Addie," she whispered. "And you?" "Addie and I need you to find a healthy way to come to terms with everything that's happened to you. For what it's worth, I have faith in you, Ty." Quaking inside, she looked straight into his eyes. "This is hard, what you're going through, but I believe that you can come through it without Vicodin and without going off the deep end. I need you to believe that, too." She could tell by the hardening of his jaw that she'd struck a nerve. Her ability to read him had not failed her. "Now, please promise me you won't take any more Vicodin." "Tell me something first." "Okay." "You said you cared about me. I want to know how much." She never let herself think about the depth of her feelings for him. No way could she tell him what she didn't know herself, at least not without ending her ramblings by taking hold of his face and kissing him until she had no breath left. He smelled like heaven. She ducked below his arm, dodging away from the hand that made a grab for her. "I care about you the way respectful friends care about each other," she called over her shoulder as she dashed from the room. "Celia!" he yelled. She ran and ran, perhaps even leaving his front door gaping. Ty didn't scare her, but the dark temptation he made her feel terrified her right down to the center of who she was. 2 a.m. came and went. Then 3 a.m. Ty couldn't sleep. He read about trading and walked aimlessly through his deserted house. He watched the YouTube clips of his ride on Meteor. Finally, he dug through a dusty stack of old CDs until he found one with a peeling sticker on its case that read, "Ty and Celia got hitched at the Love Shack," above their wedding date. He hadn't viewed the pictures in years. He fed the disc to his computer and very slowly clicked through the 8 photographs. He and Celia looked like kids, dumb kids, especially him. They also looked so over-the-top happy together, and Celia looked so painfully pretty that after he'd spent long minutes poring over them, he couldn't bear to look at them anymore, to remember. He ejected the CD and returned it to the bottom of the pile. He'd wrecked everything that morning in Vegas. When he'd woken up and found himself in the middle of the wreckage, his decision to try to salvage his relationship with Tawny had been the best choice left to him. Or at least, he'd thought so then, and for almost 6 years. Now he wasn't so sure. He went back to pacing his dark house. To his surprise, Advil mostly took care of the ache in his leg. If only it worked as well on the emotional junk that wouldn't go away. He found himself in his big, modern kitchen, an empty place, no unbaked banana muffins in. He opened his pantry and looked at the food on his shelves. He could stick a bag of popcorn in the microwave. But why? It was 3 a.m. His stomach felt like a stone. His vision had gone blurry with tiredness, He didn't want food. He wanted a small, curly-haired woman and his little girl to live here with him. Since he couldn't have that, he wanted his old life back. But he couldn't have that either. He ended up planting his forearms on the granite island, interlocking his fingers, and lying his forehead on his wrists. His chest expanded and contracted. How had Celia looked into him and seen what she'd seen tonight? She'd stripped him bare with her words, held a mirror up to him, and left him no place to hide. Nobody said things like that to him. Nobody had reason to. His friends and family all thought he was doing well, or well enough, considering. He didn't understand how she'd known about the things going on inside of him. He didn't remember giving her any clues. He must have, though, because she'd come tonight, and she'd known. I have faith in you, Ty. Stupid him, because his eyes glazed with wetness at the memory of her saying those words, looking right at him, into him even. It had undone him. He'd never imagined how much he'd needed to hear her say that. He'd given Celia no reason to have faith in him. He found it hard to find enough faith in himself to get through the day most of the time. But he didn't doubt Celia's honesty. She'd meant what she'd said. She had faith in him. He began to move his lips in almost silent speech. It took a while for him to understand that he was talking to God. He'd doubted and sinned. He'd put himself first. When it had suited him, he'd left his relationship with God by the side of the road. As usual, when he prayed, his past mistakes crippled him with regret. His injury had kicked him down so much, though, that his choices were pretty much pray or check himself into a psych ward. So he kept on praying. He asked God for help and healing, for rescue, for sleep, for Celia to love him even though she shouldn't love him, and he shouldn't ask God for something so ridiculous. At the end, the prayer brought him around to one final request. God, he asked in words that were below hearing except in his mind, I don't know who I am anymore. Show me who you are, and show me who I am. Chapter 19. Church had changed since back in the day. It was Sunday, the day after her pill-dumping session at Ty's house, and Celia had followed through on her promise to Meg to attend church. Meg and Bo stood next to her on one side, and Addie stood on the other. Pounding, thumping, frankly rocking praise music flowed over them. Printed lyrics scrolled down a screen to the right of the stage, but the voices around Celia were singing with such enthusiasm and confidence that it made her think they hardly needed the lyrics. Leading them was a band that included 3 guitarists, a keyboardist, a drummer, and 2 singers. Where was the choir? The hymnals? The organ? For that matter, where were the pews? The churches of Celia's childhood had looked like churches, with steeples, stained glass, and boring white hallways holding Sunday school classrooms. When Meg and Bo had fetched her and Addie this morning, that's the kind of place she'd been expecting. Instead, they'd driven to a Christian school in a nearby town, explaining that their church rented out the school's auditorium on Sundays. The song ended and another immediately began, equally powerful and modern. Celia glanced at Addie, who stood motionless, eyes wide. Celia could only imagine what might be going through her mind. At 5, Addie wasn't exactly a veteran of the concert scene, and this worship service, thanks to the darkness bathing the congregation and the illuminated musicians on stage, reminded Celia of a concert. Plus, the people around them were dressed more like concert-goers than church-goers. She and Addie had on dresses and their fanciest pairs of shoes, which put them in a more formal category than anyone else in the place. When the music finished, the audience lowered into the rows of auditorium seats. The band exited, and a man wearing jeans, chukka boots, and a plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled up walked onto the stage. He looked to Celia like a technical assistant, so she expected him to grab a microphone and duck off stage. No. He set his Bible on one of those black music stands, then made a joke about the pro football game scheduled for later in the afternoon. This was Meg and Beau's pastor? He couldn't have been much past 27, or a pound over 145. Again, Celia had the disorienting feeling of having expected one thing and being served something entirely different, like ordering oatmeal and receiving an omelet. Pastors wore dark suits. They had politician-type haircuts and slick edges to them. They spoke in dramatic fashion about sin. Didn't they? This pastor had a hip and spiky haircut and probably played Xbox with his buddies on the weekends. Addie tapped her arm. "Crayons," she whispered. Celia doled out the crayons and paper she'd brought along to entertain Addie. Then she folded her hands in her lap on top of the church bulletin she'd been given and listened. Meg and Beau's pastor was not a particularly skilled orator. He had no holy aura about him, no grand hand gestures or great charisma. But as his sermon sank in, discomfort began to gather in Celia's breast. Mild at first, then exerting more pressure with every minute that passed, because God was here. In this auditorium that had no stained glass, speaking to her through the words of this Doogie Howser preacher. He was here, and Celia, who had not sensed him in years, not since that day when she'd knelt and begged him for a negative result on her pregnancy test, sensed him now. In a way that was so real and close that it felt as if she'd been pursued into an alley that ended in a brick wall. No way out. Her heart rate kicked into a higher gear. The pastor did not speak about how Christians should strive to be better than they were. He didn't try to persuade them into having a quiet time every morning, or praying more, or signing up to be missionaries in Africa. In fact, he talked nothing at all about what the congregation could do for God, and talked endlessly about what God had done for the congregation through the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. He preached grace. And then he preached God's love. And then he preached grace some more. To the praise of his glorious grace, he read from the Bible, which has freely given us the one he loves. Celia found it increasingly difficult not to squirm. With her thumbnail, she began to push at her cuticles. She thought, sarcastically, that she might be struck by lightning for walking through a church's door after so many years as a heathen. Well, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, just not in the way she'd supposed. She felt stricken by the possibility that God might actually love her as much as this pastor seemed to believe he did. She thought back on the emptiness she'd long grappled with. When had it begun, this dissatisfying feeling of seeking and hungering after something she could never quite grasp? She could remember it as far back as her childhood, when she'd been forced to move every few years. It had been with her in high school, when she'd hoped that Ty Porter would like her back and make her feel whole. She'd sought to find her anchor in her college degree, and after that in her goal of owning her own coffee shop. She'd looked to fill it with family, but she hardly saw her brother, and her parents were nothing but occasional house guests. Even Addie, her dearest treasure, the person she'd poured every drop of her love into, had been unable to fill her up. The more the pastor spoke, the more her emptiness stirred. It reached out, seeking a love that was unconditional and eternal and big enough to satisfy. Her version of Christianity had been about avoiding drinking, lying, curse words, and sex before marriage. Sure, there'd been stories of the cross and the song Jesus Loves Me, but what had been the result? Her belief that religion meant trying to do, or not do, stuff in order to please God.
After that pregnancy test had come back positive, she'd been certain that God had turned his back on her because she hadn't been good enough. She'd let go of her faith in him because she'd understood with dull certainty that she'd never be good enough. And she'd grown weary of trying and failing. This pastor was agreeing with her, in a way, freely acknowledging that no one in the room would ever be good enough. But he claimed that was all right because Jesus had already been good enough for them all. Unshed tears burned her eyes. She told herself, somewhat frantically, to think about something else, her job search or Addie's kindergarten or anything. It was as if God's hands held her cheeks, keeping her attention on that long-ago day when she'd hit her knees and prayed not to be pregnant. Think back, he seemed to say. It wasn't hard to remember her terrified desperation. She'd been a young and heartsick working girl back then. The possibility of becoming pregnant had panicked her. At the time, it had been almost impossible to imagine how she'd cope with a baby. What would you have had me change? Her mind went blank. Her thoughts spiraled. If God had answered her prayer the way she'd wanted him to back then, if her pregnancy had never been, she wouldn't have Addie. Addie's blonde head bent in concentration over her coloring. Celia watched as her glasses began to slip down her nose. Addie pushed them back with her index finger and continued to work on a scene depicting a plump white horse with a big bow on top of its head. Addie was the greatest joy of Celia's life. Not a burden, not a tragedy. A gift. A gift that God had perhaps insisted on giving her, even when, in fear, she'd asked for the opposite. Mercifully, the sermon concluded. Having been granted a reprieve, Celia stood on shaky legs for more songs, then sat for the offering and announcements, then stood again for the final song. The whole time her brain listed like a ship trying to right itself. She needed time and space to think about all this, to process. Meg, Bo, Celia, and Addie filed into the foyer at the end of the service. People walked past them, talking, greeting friends. "So," Meg asked, "what did you think?" "The music was loud," Addie answered. Meg smiled and affectionately rolled a lock of Addie's hair around her finger. Meg and Bo moved their gazes to Celia. They struck Celia as two people assured with God, with themselves, and with each other. So much so that they had kindness enough to share with their surprised sister-in-law and niece. "It was good," Celia said. A mere figment of nothing to describe the earthquake that had just happened inside of her. Meg gave Celia a hug. "Thank you for coming." With an embrace that smelled like blooming roses, Celia could almost feel God's arms around her, his voice whispering, "I love you, Celia. I've always loved you." Through methods known only to him, Uncle Danny had managed to find what might be the only mid-century modern house in all of Holly, Texas. Danny stepped onto his porch as Celia and Addie made their way up his front walk, Celia carrying a cake. "My favorite girls." He had on a Ty Porter t-shirt? The man who never wore new clothing had on a black t-shirt so new that it still bore fold marks. Addie ran to hug him, and the two of them went through their usual fist-bumping routine. "What are you wearing, Uncle Danny?" Celia asked. "My new shirt. Sweet, isn't it?" He stuck out his arms and turned slowly. Heinous, more like. A cheesy image of Ty riding a bull plastered the shirt's front. The back read, "Ty, the Terminator Porter," in a flaming red and yellow font, and listed the years he'd won his world championships. "Want me to order you one, see?" A surprised laugh bubbled from Celia. "No, but thank you." "I want one." "Course you do," he said to Addie. "If I can get one in your size, I will. Won't we look sharp riding our bike around town in our matching shirts?"
"You haven't been riding in this heat, have you?" Celia asked. The forecasted high for this third day of September, 97.
"Course I am. I've taken to this weather like a seal to water. Every time I'm out in it, I just soak in the vitamin D. Can't get enough."
"Really?" Celia wrinkled her nose. "It doesn't feel like the inside of a furnace to you?" "Mom," Addie protested, "it's perfect here."
"I agree with Patati. It's perfect here." Danny looked at her cake. "What'd you bring me?"
"Lemon poppy seed." After the monumental things that had occurred during the church service earlier, Celia had been feeling like a stroke patient struggling to recover normalcy. She'd gone straight to the kitchen when they'd arrived home and started in on her therapy. Neil had brought his boys over, and he and Celia had talked while the cake had baked and the kids had played. Baking hadn't helped her organize her thoughts much today, but it had produced one pretty cake. Danny lifted the cake from her hands and led them inside. More mid-century modernness everywhere Celia looked. Within minutes, they'd settled around his kitchen table with slices of cake and glasses of coconut water over ice.
"I know I've said this before." Danny took a moment to close his eyes and chew with a blissed-out expression. "But this is insanely good."
"Thank you."
"You have got to let me sell this online."
"Lemon poppy seed cake alongside wetsuits?"
"It'd be awesome."
Celia took a sip of coconut water and tried not to wince. As health-conscious as she was, she'd never been able to bring herself to like coconut water. It might be more hydrating than plain water, but it also tasted yuckier than the original. For Addie's sake, she'd pretend to drink it, then dump it in the sink.
"These Texans sure are mannerly, aren't they, Celia? Everywhere I go, they greet me, shake my hand, and offer to help me out. Ty's mom, for one, Nancy, she and I have been talking and scoping out my next dating move."
Another example of the Porter family help squad in action.
"She's a great lady," Danny continued. "If she wasn't taken, I'd snap her up in a minute."
"But she is taken."
"Which is a shame."
He forked off another bite of cake.
"Now that I'm in a new part of the country, I've decided to revisit the online dating thing. I've found a couple of ladies who live within driving distance of here."
"I don't know, Danny. Online dating hasn't been that productive for you in the past."
"Nah, but hope springs eternal. Waiting on the right wave takes patience. It's the same with this. If I keep trying, keep waiting, then the right woman will eventually come my way."
"Like a bump on the surface of the ocean."
"You and me, we're here."
He moved 2 fingers back and forth through the air between her forehead and his.
"There's this one lady that I met online through a site called Flirty and Over 50. She lives in Hugo, Oklahoma, which is just 2 hours from here. I can't really tell from the picture what she's got to offer in the looks department. I know she has diabetes, loss of vision in one eye, and a recurring case of the hiccups, but hey, she might have some real potential."
"What's her name?"
"Betty."
"No potential. Unless she was born and raised in the Czech Republic, then changed her name to Betty upon her arrival on American shores." When they'd finished their cake, Danny, true to his insistence that he enjoyed the heat, took Addie out on a bike ride. Celia went to work assessing his fridge and attending to Danny's other housekeeping needs. She'd swept half his living room when her phone buzzed to signal an incoming text. The tingling sensation that cascaded through her in response meant only one thing. She pulled her phone from her purse.
"Are you ever going to wear the boots I gave you?"
"Nope," she answered. "Are you ready to return them and get your money back?"
"Never."
Then 10 seconds later,
Will you be coming over tonight to flush any more medications down my toilet?
Not unless provoked.
I'm thinking the plumbing pipes beneath my house are feeling pretty painless and relaxed right about now.
She caught herself smiling. He didn't seem to bear her any ill will. Of course, that may be because she'd fled, in fear of her chastity, before securing his sworn promise not to take more Vicodin.
Bring Addie over this afternoon? Ty asked. Whitey's lonely.
Out of all the girly and fanciful names Addie could have chosen for her pony, she tossed up an airball by choosing Whitey. Whitey doesn't care about anything except her next meal, she typed back.
Okay, I admit it. Whitey's fine. I'm lonely.
Her fingertips hovered over the phone. She wanted to write, "Why don't you call Tawny?" But Ty would be even more insufferable to deal with if she confirmed the envy he already suspected she harbored toward Tawny. "We're spending the day with Uncle Danny," she typed instead. "He's lonely, too." The fact was, a part of her wanted to drive to Ty's house. She did, in a way, sort of, miss him. Ludicrous. Also worrisome, because she'd definitely not given herself permission to miss Ty. Danny and Addie, sweaty and red-faced, bustled into the house with a bike and third-wheel attachment. Ty sent her another text.
Come over after you leave Danny's.
"No," she answered. "Don't you have any cowboy things to do, like spit tobacco, rope stuff with your lasso, chew cud?"
It's cows that chew cud, sweet one.
She burst out laughing, only to swallow the sound when she looked up and saw that Addie and Danny were watching her. "Who's that?" Addie asked. "No one." Celia slipped the phone back into her purse and returned her attention to sweeping. "Was it Daddy? You like him, don't you?" "Hmm?" Ever the rotten actress. "You like him." It didn't look like Addie was going to drop the subject, so Celia faced her and took up her mommy face and tone of voice. "Of course I like him. He's your father, and he's a good man." Danny snickered. Addie regarded Celia with the heaping and withering scorn that only a 5-year-old can muster. "What?" Celia asked defensively, her spirits starting to slump because she knew what. "You like Daddy the way that the princesses like the princes in the movies, and in the end, the princesses and the princes always kiss each other, Mommy. Everybody knows that." Chapter 20. Monday mornings. A day and time of the week not known for bringing joy. But as Celia stood in her dining room with her phone clasped to her ear, listening to Dawnetta offer her double the pay to work at Cream or Sugar, she realized that this particular Monday morning brought with it bucket loads of joy.
So what do you think? Dawnetta asked. Do you want the job?
Yes, I definitely want the job. Celia pressed a cool hand to her hot cheek. Thank you so much. You won't be sorry, Dawnetta. I'll work really hard for you. Wow, thank you.
You're welcome, honey.
Can you start tomorrow? Yes, I can.
See you at 9.
Dawnetta clicked off. Celia lowered the phone. For a minute straight she stood unmoving in the silence, grinning from ear to ear. She was going to get to work at a bakery, many years after she'd put that dream away. A bakery. Oh, my goodness. It felt like a gift beyond price. Too sweet to be true, and yet it was. She, Celia Park Porter, baker. She'd no longer have to stress over her job search. She could support her daughter, and she'd done it herself, without Ty's help. But with, she suspected, God's. The timing couldn't be a coincidence, surely. Yesterday she'd been to church and heard God tell her he loved her. Today Dawnetta had called, and miraculously offered her twice as much per hour as she had last week. Astonishing, humbling, thrilling. With a squeal, Celia broke into a dance. Her bare feet thrummed against the floor. Her hips swayed. Her hands jabbed skyward. It was vaguely tribal and wholly uncoordinated. I have a job. Celia wasn't the only person finding a foothold on their career aspirations that morning. Across town, Ty climbed a hill alongside his neighbor. Jim had been eager to show Ty the land he had for sale, and Ty hadn't asked to tour the property on ATVs like he should have because he hadn't wanted to sound like a wuss. So here he was, hiking up a hill on his crutches. His shoulders and his good leg were in agony, and all the movement had caused his bad leg to hurt like a... He cursed inwardly, keeping his face turned from the older man so Jim wouldn't see his pain. At last they reached the hilltop, and Jim stopped. "Here we are." Jim tilted his straw Stetson to blot sweat from his forehead, then tugged the brim back into position. A 360-degree view spread out from where they stood. Mostly grassy, with some bunches of trees here and there. A typical North Texas landscape, more familiar to Ty than the back of his own hand. He'd grown up on land just like this. He'd built his home on the property next door because this type of acreage made him comfortable. "What do you think?" Jim asked. "Well, like I told you, I have a mind to raise rodeo stock. Looks perfect for that." "It is. See just there?" Jim pointed to a stream that wound across a section of the property below them. Greenery had grown up around the water source, which formed a natural pond at one point before continuing out of sight. "That's Whispering Creek." In salesman fashion, Jim went on to describe the features of the land and the improvements he'd made to it. Ty had built his house 4 years ago. Since then, he'd had reason to come over to Jim's occasionally. Neighbors helped neighbors, and there'd been times when the two men had worked together to clear downed tree limbs after thunderstorms, when Ty had loaned his generator to Jim, when Jim had let him borrow a power tool. This was the first time, though, that Ty had viewed this land with the option of owning it. As it happened, the idea of owning it felt exactly right. He filled his lungs with air, smelling warm earth and sun-baked grass. For the first time since his fall off Meteor, interest for something beyond bull riding began to awaken inside of him. He could do this. He could raise stock and spend his energy and time doing something that had meaning. He hadn't left all his worth behind him on the dirt floor of an arena in Boise, Idaho. Jim finished talking. "I want to buy it," Ty stated. A smile dawned across Jim's face. "I'm glad to hear that. Would you like cash or a check?" Jim chuckled. "You know that Howard Sanders wants it, too." "I do." "Howard's been calling Marjorie and me for years, reminding us of his interest in buying the place. I can't say he's been the easiest neighbor. He's opinionated about everything under the sun, and we've had our run-ins." "I can imagine." "I'd rather sell the land to you." It didn't hurt that Ty could outspend Howard many times over, and that Jim knew it. "I told Howard, though, that I'd give you both an equal shot at the property." "Understood. How about you work up a price that's fair and pass it along to us both? If Howard is willing to pay above your asking price, I'd appreciate the chance to make a counter-offer." "Fair enough. Will you agree to sell the land to the man who's willing to pay the most?" "I will." "That's all I ask." Ty's determination rose. In no time at all, he would own this property. The next morning, Celia drove her Prius to Cream and Sugar so that she wouldn't appear for her first day of work looking heat-rumpled. She'd chosen a scoop-neck green top and a lighter-than-air knee-length patterned skirt. Even though neither piece required ironing, she'd ironed them both twice in hopes of making a good impression. She let herself into the bakery and found Donetta making change for a customer. Donetta tipped her head toward the door at the rear of the space. "You can go on back, hon. Jerry's there." The bakery case ended with a slab of wood that could function as a counter, but hinged at the wall so that workers could lift it and walk past. Celia did so, then made her way into a square room. A large commercial oven loomed in one corner. Double refrigerators. The appliances appeared old, but not awfully so. Clinton era, not Reagan. Metal counters, sinks, fixtures. The short hallway that proceeded out of the space looked to hold a stairway, a rear exit door, and likely a bathroom. Numerous open shelves ran horizontally around the kitchen. Some held bowls, pans, trays. Others contained industrial-size bags of supplies, like flour and sugar. Everything appeared rigorously clean. A man stood with his back to her, stirring what looked to be cookie dough. As she approached, he turned. "Jerry?" Celia asked. "That's me." He spoke with a quiet, unhurried voice. "I'm Celia. Nice to meet you." "You too." He gave her a gentle smile. Apparently this was Celia's champion, the one who talked Donetta into paying her extra. He reminded her of Hulk Hogan, except ginger-haired and without the muscle definition. "Thank you for hiring me." "You're welcome." She'd have liked to hug him or babble with gratitude. "What can I do to help you?" "In a minute you can help me get these cookies on the sheet." "I'd be glad to." He told her where to find an apron and a box of hairnets. She donned the apron in 2 seconds. The hairnet, less familiar. In her sous chef days, she'd simply worn her hair pulled into a ponytail. Either Donetta and Jerry were old school, or Donetta had been motivated by the sight of Celia's flyaway curls to make a trip to the nearest culinary supply store. Celia pulled on the white mesh net and glanced at the mirror that hung in the wall near the back door. She resembled a Los Angeles gang member. After washing her hands, she arrived at Jerry's side. He handed her a tool that looked like a mini ice cream scooper, and the two of them began to place balls of cookie dough on trays. "Do you like to bake?" he asked. "Very much." And with that, Jerry's conversational needs seemed satisfied. He'd brought Hulk Hogan to mind because he sported the kind of mustache that went up one side of his mouth, crossed over the top, and went down the other side. When they finished, they slid the cookies into the oven. "Now we'll move on to sheet cake." Jerry rifled through a small rectangular recipe holder and handed Celia a weathered recipe for Texas sheet cake. She spread it carefully on the counter to study it. Jerry began collecting the ingredients they'd need. "What kind of baking schedule do you usually follow?" Celia asked. "We always make the donuts first thing in the morning before we open. During rush hour, Donetta works out front. I help her when she needs me, and when she doesn't, I clean up back here. After that, I take a break for breakfast at McDonald's. Then I come back and make cookies. Every other day, I also make sheet cake." "Got it." Celia started measuring out flour, trying to convince herself of the amazing fact that she worked here now, in Cream or Sugar's peaceful kitchen on Holly's Old Town Square. They're paying me to do this, to bake, something she'd do, and regularly did do, for free. Celia was happily scooping cocoa powder into the bowl when she heard female laughter from the front of the shop, followed by the deep rumble of a man's voice. Her turncoat heart picked up speed as Ty entered the kitchen on his crutches, Donetta following close behind.
"Good to see you, Jerry." Ty nodded at the older man. "Hi there, Ty."
Ty's attention settled on her, the teasing in his eyes making them an even brighter shade of blue.
"Nice hairnet."
He wore a weathered navy baseball hat and carried a huge bouquet of amber-colored tulips. Celia would have said, "Scram," or "No civilians allowed," or "I'll shove this hairnet where the sun don't shine," if Jerry and Donetta hadn't been in the room. "Hello." She tried for a smile that hopefully looked wifely.
"Congratulations on your first day of work."
"Thank you." She told him about her new job because she'd needed him to pick Addie up from kindergarten each weekday afternoon, then take care of her at the gingerbread house until she got off work. He moved to her, then bent to kiss her cheek. Celia froze. He was taking advantage of their eyewitnesses to do things she wouldn't let him do in private. "No touching," she whispered.
"Hmm?"
He breathed near her ear.
"I can't hear you."
He kissed the sensitive spot where her jaw met her neck, then straightened. He should be embarrassed to put on a show like this in front of Jerry and Donetta, who were doing a shabby job of pretending not to be fascinated. Instead of embarrassment, Ty seemed highly entertained. Confident as ever. He may not have the DNA for embarrassment.
"These are for you."
She accepted the flowers. "They're beautiful." His impossible sixth sense had once again led him to exactly what she liked best. Jerry removed a vase from a cupboard and filled it with water for her.
"Here you are."
She thanked him and arranged her tulips. It seemed more absurd than ever that this larger-than-life man should be her husband. No wonder Donetta, Jerry, and the rest of Ty's groupies were curious about the oddity of his wife and child. She was too normal for Ty. She'd shown up with Addie out of the blue, and the two of them lived separately from Ty. If she hadn't lived through it, their situation would perplex even her.
"You can put me to work while I'm here if you want to, Donetta," Ty said to the older woman. "I come cheap."
"You're not lifting a finger in my kitchen," Donetta replied. "No, sir. Are you hungry, though, Ty? I got a cinnamon cake donut with your name on it." Celia hid an eye roll. "Care to sit down, Ty? Pillow for the small of your back? Footstool? How about we all wave palm fronds at you to keep you cool?"
"You know me," Ty answered. "I've never said no to a donut."
Celia arrived home from work that afternoon to find Addie sitting on the edge of her bed and Ty lounging on the rug, his back against her bookcase. Addie was brushing Aurora's hair while rhapsodizing about Grace, her new kindergarten friend. Snow White sat on Ty's leg brace. The rest of the princesses lined the edge of Addie's dresser, like a studio audience. "Hello, everyone." "Hi, Mom." Celia crossed to Addie and hugged her.
"Where's the hairnet?"
Ty regarded her with lazy humor. He still wore his baseball cap. "I left it at work, thank you very much."
"Well, that's no fun."
"May I speak to you for a minute?"
"'Course."
He began to lever himself up. Addie looked back and forth between them with interest. This time, Celia knew better than to lead Ty into the dangerous territory of her bedroom. She took him to the back stoop and closed the door behind them. Heat thumped the top of her head like a drumstick might a snare drum.
"Have you taken a look at that Snow White Barbie?" Ty asked. "She's stacked."
Celia didn't let herself smile.
"Can't imagine you approve of Addie playing with dolls that look like that."
No, she didn't. Objectified female body image and all that. Surprisingly, that's not why I asked to speak to you.
"No?" Did you want to speak to me about hiring a painting team to redo your house? 'Cause I'll pay for that in a heartbeat. Whenever I'm in there, I feel like I'm standing inside a box of crayons." It bothered her that in some strange way Ty's ribbing made her delight in her paint choices much more complete. She drew herself up. "First, thank you for picking Addie up and bringing her home today." "Did you just say thank you? To me?" Despite herself, she did smile then. Raising a hand to shield her eyes from the glare, she squinted up at him. "I guess I did. Believe me, it didn't come naturally." "I'll just bet it didn't." They held eye contact across a drawn-out pause. Her attention dropped unbidden to his dimple, then his lips. So it went okay? Picking Addie up? She didn't miss me or feel anxious or anything?" Guilt and second-guessing were constant companions to motherhood. "Nope, it went fine." "Good." He hooked his thumbs into the handholds on his crutches. "You can start in on me now about visiting Cream or Sugar today. That's why you asked me out here, right?" Freaky mind reader. "Well," she conceded, "yes." "You might want to start with how the bakery is your place of business. Then you can tell me that you need to concentrate while you're there, and my presence distracts you because of your crush on me. I hotly debate that. And then you can go on to say that I'm part of your personal life, and you don't want your personal life overlapping with your professional life. It's true. You do belong in my personal life and not my professional." Which sounds sort of promising. He tilted his face a fraction, which sent the shade from his brim cutting across his features at a different angle. She could see the faint scar on his cheekbone. "I want to be a bigger part of your personal life." His features turned serious while he stared at her. "I'm crazy about you." No stammering or apology. Her mouth went dry. "I think about you all the time," he said. "I know why I shouldn't want more, but I do." A terrible and treacherous longing softened her heart. The emotion reminded her just how much she'd loved him once. If she hadn't loved him quite so much, he wouldn't have been able to hurt her as deeply as he had. She cleared her throat. "Like I was saying, since Cream or Sugar is my place of employment, I'd appreciate it if you'd keep your distance." "Whatever you say, sweet one." "Really?" "I live to please." Ty left 15 minutes later. An hour after that, Celia and Addie readied themselves for a trip to Brookshire's for groceries. When Celia lifted her keys from her purse, a familiar weight clunked against her palm. With disbelief, she peered down at a peace sign key ring, an identical sibling to its predecessors. Give peace a chance. 3. On Celia's first day of work, Dawnetta and Jerry had stayed with her the entire shift. Jerry had explained the kitchen's routines. Dawnetta had taught her how to operate the cash register and rattled off a string of do's and don'ts. On Celia's second day of work, the Rangers were playing a 1 o'clock game at the ballpark in Arlington. Thus Jerry and Dawnetta, dressed in matching Rangers t-shirts, pulled out at 10 sharp. Except for the chewing of the trucker, putting away jelly donuts at the corner table, quiet settled around Celia. For a few moments, she simply absorbed the details of the bakery. She was now in charge of Cream or Sugar. As customers drifted in, she waited on them with perhaps a little more perkiness and appreciation than necessary. Everyone asked if she was new in town and introduced themselves. She brewed fresh coffee because the old tasted like swill. She cleaned the shop's front window. She wiped the counter and tabletops. She fantasized about all the things she wanted to bake in the kitchen and all the updates she wanted to make to the front room.
About an hour after she'd taken command of her new domain, Ty sauntered through the door. No crutches. Noticeable limp. He ignored Celia completely, wasting the perfectly good glare she was trying to give him. Two female friends sat together, sharing a square of sheet cake. "How are you doing?" he asked them as he passed by. They both startled to attention at the sight of him. "Doing well." Big smiles. "You're Ty Porter, right?" "Yep." They gushed over him for 5 minutes straight. Celia knew because she timed it. "Let us know if we can get you anything else," Ty said, finally moving away from the pair. "Let us know?" "How about you, ma'am?" he asked the little old lady drinking decaf. "Can I do anything for you?" Poor thing. She was too frail to handle his lady-killer smile. She tittered, blushed, and thanked him profusely, even though he hadn't done anything. He walked to the end of the display case, raised the wooden slab, and continued around it like he owned the place. He stopped in front of Celia, tall and lean in a gray NASCAR t-shirt, jeans, and his alligator boots. The lack of crutches and the jeans meant he'd been to the doctor that morning, and his bulky brace had been exchanged for something slimmer. She pitched her voice low. "Do you remember our discussion yesterday?" "Perfectly." "Then what happened to staying away from here like you said you would?" "I didn't say I'd stay away from here. I said, whatever you say. Which isn't the same thing at all." He was going to send her to an early grave. She drew in air to let him have it. "Shh." He motioned with his head. "We have customers." "We don't have anything. You don't work here." "I'm going to help you. I like this place." He shrugged. "There's donuts." "No." "Course there's donuts." Laugh lines feathered out from his eyes. "No, you're not going to help me." "Yes, I am." He smiled like someone who knew they held the winning card. His arms crossed over his broad chest, which pulled the soft cotton tight over his muscled shoulders. "If you have a problem with it, then take it up with Donetta." Celia ground her teeth. "Donetta loves me," he said. If she could have bested him physically, she'd have pushed him out of the shop like a tractor pushing garbage. "Think for a minute," he continued. "If I'm working out here, then you'll be free to go in the kitchen and bake things." "I'm not leaving you out here alone. I'm responsible for this place when Donetta and Jerry are gone. I'm going to stay out front and do the job I was hired to do." "Don't trust me?" "Nope." "I'll prove to you that you can." And with that, he stayed, and stayed, despite her protests. He chatted with everyone who came in Cream or Sugar's door. He served up donuts and coffee with his trademark easygoing humor. He went out and brought back lunch for Celia, then insisted she take a break to sit and eat. 15 minutes before kindergarten was scheduled to release, he left to go pick up Addie. Shoot, she thought, as she watched him walk away. He exasperated her, but illogically, that did not make her immune to him. Quite the opposite. The bull rider was sexy, even with the limp. Maybe made sexier by the limp. "You can't fall for him," she murmured. She refused to put herself through that heartbreak again, and doubly refused to put Addie through it. Their daughter watched their every move like a teal glasses-wearing hawk. Besides, as far as Celia knew, Ty was just biding time with her until Tawny became available. Tawny was far more desirable than she was. Any fool could see that. And Ty, despite the good old boyish stick he sometimes aimed at people, was no fool. Chapter 21. The next day Ty showed up again at Cream or Sugar, and the next. The number of female customers who frequented the bakery between the hours of 11 a.m. and 2:45 p.m. began to skyrocket. Tawny, who'd acquired a sudden love for chocolate chip cookies, was among them. Without Celia's blessing or permission, a pattern established itself. Ty arrived at Cream or Sugar 2 or 3 hours after Celia did, depending on his physical therapy schedule. He left in time to collect Addie from school. During their time together at the shop, he made Celia laugh. He made her want to throw herself into his arms. He made her want to pull her hair out. Every rare once in a while she'd glance at Ty and catch him staring at her with such hungry intensity that her body would flare with heat. Then she'd blink, and he'd turn away to answer a customer's question, and she'd convince herself, or almost convince herself, that she'd imagined it. He even came to Cream or Sugar on Saturday. Celia had regretted her need to work on Saturdays for Addie's sake. As it happened, though, Addie had a ball at the shop. Ty pulled a stool in front of the cash register for her to stand on, then taught her how to ring up customers. Addie peered at everyone in her solemn way, bloomed under their praise, and somberly smoothed the dollar bills before placing them carefully in their slots in the cash register's drawer. Celia sank into an auditorium seat for her second Sunday worship at Meg and Bo's church, feeling oddly worried and hopeful at the same time. All week long, bits and pieces of last week's sermon had stitched through her memory, reminding her of the grace that waited, that refused to go away. This time around, she half expected Doogie Howser to preach a sermon that would make her feel terrible and unworthy. It would almost come as a relief, in a way, if that happened. She could write off last week's message as an anomaly and go about her life, content that she'd come to the right conclusion about Christianity the first time. But no. Meg and Bo's pastor spoke again of God's love. He talked about his Savior with such simply spoken passion and gratitude that a lump of emotion formed in Celia's chest. Princess Jasmine is, as we know, very benevolent. Mother and daughter were curled up in Addie's bed. Sunday night dimness enfolded them, softened by the pink glow of the princess nightlight. After her marriage to Aladdin, she decided not to sit around on her royal rump. Predictably, Addie giggled. 5-year-olds could be counted on to laugh at silly words for body parts. There's not much career satisfaction in sitting around. A woman can only eat bonbons and shine her jewels so much, right? Right, Addie replied loyally. You see, Jasmine had noticed that there wasn't as much access to clean water out in the desert as she would have liked. This bothered the princess because she wasn't only about beauty and wearing skimpy I Dream of Jeannie clothes. Huh? Sorry, over-your-head reference. Jasmine was independent and didn't have to wait around for a man to come and fix the situation with the water. No, indeed. She gathered together a group of like-minded volunteers, and they dug wells so that everyone could stay hydrated. After digging wells, did Jasmine go to a ball? Addie looked at Celia hopefully. After she'd completed 100 wells, a sultan from a neighboring province threw a ball in her honor. As Celia detailed the dresses, the tiaras, and the ladies' pointed slippers, Addie's eyelids grew weightier. At length, Celia's words drifted to silence. Ordinarily, she tiptoed out at this point and went to work straightening the house or catching up on email or folding laundry. Tonight, though, she carefully rested her head next to Addie's. The two of them were safe here in their little house. She still had debts to get out from under, and her relationship, or non-relationship, with Ty constantly unsettled her. So much so that insomnia continued to wake her 1 or 2 mornings a week. Neil and her other neighbors had the baked goods to prove it. Even so, She'd managed to achieve a secure environment for her child. The chamomile tea bags sat on their pantry shelf, unneeded, because Addie's acid reflux hadn't flared up once since arriving in Texas. Celia had assumed the reflux had to do with Addie's physical body. Now it looked as if it might have had more to do with Addie's mental health and the worries she'd lived with back in Corvallis. A shaming thought. Celia had tried so hard to protect Addie from the pressures and financial concerns she'd faced. But kids were smart. They picked up on what went unsaid. Here in Holly they had Uncle Danny, the entire Porter family, and Ty behind them. She had a job. Every good and perfect gift, the pastor had read at church today, is from above. It boggled Celia's mind to think about that kind of love, a love so personal that it had given her all the surprising new blessings she'd just counted. Celia unstuck a strand of hair from Addie's temple and swept it behind her ear. She couldn't seem to rationalize that kind of love away. Couldn't find fault with it, couldn't stop longing for it. The girl who'd moved every few years during her childhood wanted a place to belong within the heart of God. Should we give it one more try, God? You and me? Padding silently from Addie's room on bare feet, Celia went to her bedroom and rummaged through her book collection until she found her old Bible. She'd had it since she was a kid and had refused to part with it, despite the fact she hadn't opened it in ages. She sat cross-legged on her periwinkle blue rug, wearing her sleep cami and cotton shorts. The curtains blocked out the world beyond. The quiet of her aloneness hovered like a heavy fog. Gently she opened the book and paged through. She occasionally stopped to read passages she'd highlighted during her teenage years. Some verses spoke of perseverance, some hope. All spoke of a faithful God. After a time she closed the Bible and simply held it clasped between her hands. She bent her head over it. She had everything she'd thought she wanted. A healthy, happy daughter, a home, a job at a bakery, the ability to pay her bills. And still, the yawning hole within her remained. The void within her was larger than any mortal person could satisfy. I think I misunderstood everything about you all those years ago. I was wrong, and I'm to blame. I've been completely full of mistakes. I'm so sorry. Tears matted her eyelashes and slid slowly down her cheeks. Thank you for giving me Addie, even when I asked you not to. I didn't know how much I'd love and treasure her. Raggedly, she begged God for his forgiveness. The more she basked in the presence of the kind of love that would exchange Jesus' perfect life for the disarray she'd made of her own life, the more the hole within her began to fill. God loved her. It made no sense that he should, but he did. He loved her with a pursuing love that she could scarcely comprehend. Her mistakes had been paid for. Miracle of miracles, they'd been paid for. And now she needed only to have faith in him and accept the waterfall of his grace. Ty sat in his home office the next morning. He'd pulled down the shades because the room's dimness suited his state of mind. He knew very well he couldn't have Celia. He didn't deserve her, and it wouldn't be good for her or for Addie. So, no, he could not have her. The truth of it was like a stew he simmered in all day and all night long. The person he couldn't charm, kiss, touch, or call cute was the person he was married to, for pity's sake. He wasn't such a dumb jock that he didn't know about irony. His situation was ironic, but not the least bit funny. It put him in a bad mood whenever he was alone, and this morning it had given him a headache, too. Howard Sanders wasn't helping. Ty frowned at his ringing phone, which showed Howard as the incoming caller. Irritated, he silenced his phone and returned his attention to the computer. For 1 week straight, since he and Jim had walked Jim's land together, Howard had been calling him. Twice, Howard had come by Ty's house to complain in person. Ty clicked to a new website screen and tried to focus. He'd been working on his stocks all morning, killing time before a session of swimming, weightlifting, and physical therapy. It was downright humiliating that he'd been reduced to swimming. Everybody knew that cowboys didn't swim, except what was needed for skinny dipping or to get from your boat to your water skis. However, his choices were either swim or sit on his butt. And he just couldn't handle any more sitting, especially in the mornings when he itched to get to the only part of the day he cared about, the hours with Celia at Cream or Sugar and the time with Addie afterward. From the corner of his eye, he saw his phone screen go dark, then immediately relight. Another incoming call from Howard. So far, Howard had made 5 bids for Jim's land. Each time, Ty had counteroffered for more. They'd gone back and forth like this, driving up the price of Jim's property. When Jim had contacted Ty an hour ago to say that Howard had raised his offer yet again, Ty had lost patience. He'd offered Jim $100 grand above the current asking price. He was pretty certain that amount had shut Howard's wallet for good. Apparently, though, it hadn't shut Howard's mouth. Ty wasn't sure anything could. Jim's land had belonged to the Sanders family since the annexation of Texas, right up until Howard's father had been forced to sell it off during the Depression. Ty understood Howard's drive to reclaim the property. Ties to land and family ran deep for Texans. At the same time, Ty wanted to start some of his own history on Jim's acres. Howard didn't have to like it. Jim was honor-bound to sell the land to the man with the most money, and in this bidding war, that was him. 30 minutes later, Ty's phone illuminated again. This time, Jim's name filled its screen. "Hi, Jim." "Well, Ty." Pleasure was evident in the man's voice. "It looks like you finally hit on an amount above Howard's budget." Ty leaned back in his leather desk chair, gazing at the ceiling. "It took some doing. Howard is angry." "I'll just bet. But Marjorie and I are very pleased. We'd like to accept your offer." Ty smiled, satisfaction rising. "Excellent." Celia arrived at Cream or Sugar bearing gifts, namely a platter of pumpkin muffins with streusel topping. She found Jerry in the kitchen, calmly mixing as usual. "Good morning." His brown eyes warmed, and his reddish Hulk mustache pulled up on one side. "Morning, Celia." "Muffin?" He rubbed his palms on his apron, selected a muffin, and tried a bite. "Delicious," he pronounced. "Thank you." "If you want to serve this sort of thing here in the shop, though, I'm not the one you have to convince." He tipped his head toward the front of the building, sympathy in his expression. She nodded and straightened her shoulders. "Wish me luck." "You're going to need it." She carried the platter to where Donetta sat on her customary stool near the register, reading the sports pages of the Dallas Morning News. Donetta's face lifted at Celia's approach. "Morning. Would you care for a—" "Muffin?" Donetta finished. The older woman was the worst interrupter Celia had ever met. Eyeing the muffins critically, Donetta took one and bit into it. Celia held her breath. "It's good," Donetta allowed, more chewing than an arched look. "What's your recipe?" Celia rattled it off. "And once I have the streusel together, I—" "Sprinkle it on top and bake, sure, sure." Donetta ran her fingers through one side of her hair, flipping back the feathered layers. "Were you wanting to serve these here at Cream or Sugar?"
Only if you like the idea. This shop was Donnetta's ruse to rule. As much as Celia loved baking, she'd only been working in an actual brick-and-mortar bakery for a week. We've had the same menu here for 20 years. Our customers know what to expect, so change makes me nervous. She gestured toward the square with a frown. There used to be an ice cream shop just there, see? On the opposite corner. Some new owners came in and changed the ice cream from Bluebell, which everybody likes around here, to gelato. After that, you could have heard crickets inside that place. 2 months later, the new owners left town. Once they'd paid all their debts, you better believe they could fit everything they had into a Winnebago. Drove off in the thing. Celia had discovered that it was best to nod soberly in response to one of Donnetta's cautionary tales. Donnetta finished her muffin and tossed the paper wrapper in the trash. I wouldn't want, Celia said, to change your menu by taking anything away. Your menu is perfect. This location is perfect. You're perfect. Have I told you lately how much I love working here? She'd learned from Ty that Donnetta did not require subtlety. Overt sucking up was preferred. Celia smiled sweetly. Taking a page out of Ty's book, are you? Enjoyment creased Donnetta's face. Trying to charm me? Is it working? It's helping. Like I said, I wouldn't dare take anything off the menu. I just thought it might be fun to add a few new things. Maybe offer some seasonal items for fall. Assuming fall ever reached North Texas. The problem's financial, honey. Brackets formed on either side of Donnetta's lips. Right now I know just what ingredients I need and how much. I know what I'll sell. I can't afford to spend a penny more on anything new or different. Much like a pie, Donnetta's personality had both sweetness and crustiness to it. Celia nodded and tried not to let her shoulders slump. I understand. Let's go ahead and put these out, though. Donnetta lifted the plate from Celia and set it where customers could reach it. We can cut these up and offer them as samples like they do at those city Starbucks. Folks might get a kick out of that. As Celia returned to the kitchen and the sanctuary of Jerry's company, she narrowed her eyes with determination. Donnetta had won the battle, but Celia had her sights set on the war. What if Ty had crashed his truck? That would explain his lateness. It was Thursday, 3 days after Celia's doomed attempt to ply Donnetta with muffins. Ty always arrived at Cream or Sugar between 11 and 12. It was 12:20. No Ty. She waited on customers while chewing the edge of her lip. Ty did not technically work here. He just volunteered. Maybe he was playing golf or taking a nap or having a romantic lunch with Tawny. Hadn't Celia tried to convince him that she didn't want him coming to Cream or Sugar at all? So why did his lateness worry her? It worried her because he told her he'd proved to her that she could trust him. Every day since, he'd shown up and worked beside her here at the counter. He might have crashed his truck. A chill dove through her at the thought. It was possible that he'd crashed it. He wasn't supposed to be driving around with his injured leg, but of course he was so stubborn that he was doing it anyway. 12:25, 12:30. She began to pray. Since Sunday night, when she'd excavated her Bible and spent time renewing her relationship with God, she had not felt like a brand new person. She felt like the same person, yet changed in important ways. Her nagging emptiness had been filled with a sense of God's nearness. It took practice to discard all of her old ideas about religion. She'd been working to accept and re-accept His grace, to turn to Him for hope. After depending on no one but herself for so long, it didn't yet come naturally. Her gaze returned to the window, searching. She did not see Ty. 12:35.
Celia picked up her cell phone, then hesitated. What if something had gone wrong, and he needed her? What if nothing had gone wrong, and he'd think her love struck for calling? She peered out the window and, at last, spotted him. He pulled up in front of the shop on a Harley. He wasn't wearing a helmet. Oi. As she watched, he killed the motorcycle's engine and arched his leg over the seat. Within moments, he filled the bakery's doorway. The metal watch he sometimes wore flashed as he raised his hand to slide off his sunglasses. He grinned at her. Hi, beautiful. A hitch of deep affection caught at Celia's heart. She might be the dumbest girl alive. She knew for sure she was the most relieved. Hey, she answered, casual. He made his way around the counter, his hair mussed. Sorry I'm late. I hadn't noticed. He approached, his gaze too perceptive. Yes, you had. Not everyone's life revolves around you, showboat. I hate that nickname. A sense of rightness filled her. Ty was safe. Her world had not come undone. I was late because I drove over to Lucas to watch an 18-year-old kid bull ride this morning. He'd called and asked if I could look over his form and give him some tips. He pulled a bottled water from the drawer near the register where Donetta kept a supply. After twisting off the top, he drained a third. The kid's dad has built him a nice setup. He even has a chute. Celia drew her brows together suspiciously. You yourself did not climb on top of any bulls, right? He had the sense to look chagrined. You climbed on top of a bull? Just inside the chute, to show the kids something. So far this morning, you've driven back and forth to the town of Lucas without a helmet on a motorcycle. I've never seen before, but I assume you own. He dipped his chin. And you climbed on top of a bull? A bull? It seemed she'd had good reason to worry about him. Even inside the chute, they bang around. You could have wrecked your knee again. His dimple sank into his cheek. But I didn't. It's not safe. If I ever see you on top of a motorcycle without a helmet again, or hear about you riding a bull, I'll... Go on. I'm dying to hear. I'll tell your mother. He laughed. I will, she insisted. I'm terrified, he vowed. He leaned insolently against the counter, measuring her. I thought nagging was something wives did. In case you've forgotten, I am your wife, at least for the moment, so I'm entitled. You can nag me all you want. I like it. It means you don't want to see me get hurt. He reached out to rearrange a curl that kept bobbing close to her right eye. She dodged out of his reach. No touching. In case you've forgotten, I'm your husband. Aren't I entitled? You know you're not. Can I tell you something before you go off on a 35-minute rant about us being respectful friends? She crossed her arms. I suppose. Last night, I signed the papers to buy Jim's property. It took her a moment to adjust to the abrupt subject change. He'd kept her updated on the battle he'd fought to buy his neighbor's land. Now his legendary determination had prevailed. That's great, Ty. Perhaps his new career would keep him off bulls and Harleys. Really, I'm happy for you. Congratulations. Thank you kindly. Once the deal closes, I guess you'll be busy birthing animals or galloping around on your horses or whatever it is rodeo stock people do. You won't have time to come into the shop anymore. Which should make you happy. Very happy, she lied. He looked at her in that knowing way again, like he could see the truths she'd hidden inside. She got snared by those dangerously beautiful eyes. This confounded chemistry between them. It had existed in Vegas, and it persisted now. Her hand ached to grab a handful of his shirt and pull.
How about you go in the kitchen and bake something to celebrate the new land? I can handle it out here."
Humor tugged at her lips. "You can handle an empty shop?"
"Or a full one. My ladies will be coming in soon."
"True."
"I've got this, Celia. Go bake something. Everybody in Holly is talking about those pumpkin muffins you made."
"Dawnetta won't spend money on anything new. I can't use her ingredients."
"Then use your own. We'll put whatever you make in the display case and sell it. Dawnetta can't complain about making money on something that costs her nothing."
"I'm nervous. I don't want to overstep and make Dawnetta angry. Just between you and me, I really like this job."
"I'll protect you from Dawnetta. Go on."
She wavered. Ty had proven himself more than capable of running Cream or Sugar's front room. The customers loved him more than they loved her, and she loved baking more than she loved working behind the counter. Ty, who could do no wrong in Dawnette's eyes, had said he'd protect her. If he trashed every donut they had and started selling whiskey shots instead, Dawnetta would applaud and thank him heartily for his good judgment.
"Go."
He bumped her arm with his. Celia drove to the gingerbread house and loaded her baking supplies into her Prius. Thankfully, flour and sugar cost next to nothing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to afford donating them. When she returned to the shop, she commandeered some empty pantry space, donned a hairnet and apron, and scrubbed her hands. The scent of a cake baking filled the air, making Ty's stomach growl. Good grief! It smelled like edible sin. He'd skipped lunch because he'd been running late, and he'd wanted to see Celia more than he'd wanted food.
"Is it almost finished?"
"Uh-huh," came her reply from the depths of the kitchen. The mayor stopped by for his daily chocolate-glazed donut. Then came a group of 4 female co-workers. Most days, Ty found it hard to believe he worked in a donut shop. Thing was, he'd have done a lot worse to spend time with Celia. This job was easier than shooting fish in a barrel, and he liked talking to people. Plus, coming here gave him a reason to escape his empty house. He hated his empty house. At the sound of footsteps, he turned to see Celia walking toward him holding a yellow 1-layer cake. Thanks to the hairnet she'd probably just removed, her curls were messy and made her look like she'd rolled out of bed after a long night in the sack. He caught a whiff of vanilla. As fierce as Celia was, Ty had learned to read her face. Right now he saw pride and vulnerability both, and the sight caused something within him to burn with tenderness. He cared for Celia way more than he'd planned to care, which was straight-up painful and pointless. He cleared his throat.
"What kind of cake is this?"
"Brown butter cake." He reached for 2 paper plates and plastic forks.
"We get the first 2 servings, right?"
"Right." She set down the cake and carefully sliced it. He never wanted her to discover that he was paying part of her salary. Just the thought made him uneasy, because he knew how much stock she put in her belief that she'd succeeded at Cream or Sugar without his help. "In celebration of your new land." She handed him his plate.
"Our new land."
"Your new land."
"That I'd like to share with you if you'll let me."
"How about we eat?" They stood facing each other, taking their first bites at the same time. Warm cake melted like a river of sweet butter in Ty's mouth, so good it almost blew his head off. He swallowed.
"You're extremely attractive to me in this moment."
"That's the cake talking."
"You're ruthless. You know exactly what you're doing to me, but you don't have any pity."
Even though she shook her head over his nonsense, he could see her delight.
"You're a genius, Celia. Like the Mozart of cake."
"No."
"You are. You're incredible. Can I have your autograph?"
He was trying to decide how to trap her against the bakery display case and make out with her, when an elderly couple entered the shop. They approached the counter, moving slower than pond water. "I'm going to sweet-talk these two," Ty whispered, "into buying this." "Don't oversell it. They might try it and hate it." "Not a chance." It only took him 30 seconds to convince the couple to buy Celia's cake, and that was because he spent the first 25 seconds asking them about their day. In no time, he had them seated at a table with coffee and slices of cake. He found Celia hiding behind the cookie display. He took hold of her hand, his grip strong and secure. These were the first strangers to ever pay for her cooking, and he knew that she desperately wanted them to like it. The old folks finally managed to get cake into their mouths. While they chewed, which seemed to take an hour, nervousness crept over Ty, tightening his muscles. He'd ridden bulls for 8 years, almost lost his life a dozen times, and now he was nervous. "Well," Ty asked them, "what do you think? Was I right?" The husband turned to face them. "You were right. This cake is wonderful. Wonderful. Dear?" His wife nodded, patting her lips with her napkin. "Oh, my, yes. This reminds me of a cake my mother made when I was a girl. I never thought to taste anything like it again." "Glad to hear it." He squeezed Celia's hand to draw her attention. She was so close, he could see the spiky ends of her eyelashes. "Looks like this is a good day for both of us. They love your cake." "Wow," she murmured. "They love my cake." They loved my cake, Celia thought, while cleaning Cream or Sugar's kitchen. She kept replaying the moment when that adorable old couple had called it wonderful. They and all the customers that had eaten it after them had loved it. It seemed too good to be true. She'd crafted the recipe herself, poured every drop of knowledge and instinct she had into it. They loved my cake. The validation sang through her like a cool breeze while she locked up the shop. After all her years of undiverted concentration on Addie, she had something new to call her own. Baking was her thing, her great passion. They loved my cake, she marveled, while driving toward the gingerbread house, filled with gratitude. Before Ty's re-entry into her life, she'd been a cafeteria administration lady. Now she was a house-owning, Prius-driving pastry chef. Chapter 22. Early the next afternoon, Celia's cell phone rang right as she was sliding a batch of apricot muffins into the oven. Same as yesterday. Ty had insisted on watching the front so that she could bake. She bumped the oven door closed with her elbow, wedged her phone against her ear, and went to work wiping down the counter. "Hi, Uncle Danny. How are you?" "Not very well." At the listless tone of his voice, she straightened. "What's happened?"
"Remember Betty?"
"The one you met online?"
Right. The one who lives in Hugo, Oklahoma."
"I remember."
"Well, I drove up to see her. We're not a love connection."
It sounded like he was cupping his hand over the phone.
"But we were having a nice time anyway. We went to the movies last night, and as we were leaving the theater, I slipped on a step and fell."
"What? Are you all right?"
"I fractured my pelvis."
Her heart thudded at the news. "Oh, no!"
"Can you believe it? I was just mountain biking in Moab, and now I've been brought low by a stair-step. A stair-step, see?"
"I'm so sorry."
Surface are birds that are meant to fly free, you know? We're not meant to be grounded."
"Where are you now?"
"I'm at Betty's house. I couldn't go back to the hotel after they released me from the hospital because I can't walk. All I can do is lie in bed. Betty's been a trooper, but this situation is so not cool."
"I'm leaving right now." She folded her towel and stripped off her hairnet. "I'll come and get you and bring you home."
"I'm not sure I'm up for the drive."
"It'll be fine."
"I don't know."
"Can you text me Betty's address?"
"Yes."
"I'm on my way." She peeled off her apron and grabbed her purse. Just as she reached the back door, she remembered that she couldn't leave Creamer Sugar without notifying Ty and asking for his help. She hurried to the front and found him dropping a few quarters into the outstretched hand of Tawny Bettenfield. Tawny looked over at her. "Hi, Celia." "Hi." Tawny wore a pencil skirt, a sleeveless silk top, and a chunky pale blue necklace. Sleek dark hair cascaded down her back. Why, oh why, did Tawny's place of employment have to be located on the square? The proximity made it far too easy for her to visit Ty. "What's with the purse?" Ty regarded Celia with worry. "I'll tell you in a minute." Tawny smiled at Celia, then at Ty. By the looks of it, she purchased her usual chocolate chip cookie. Celia suspected that Tawny had never actually eaten a single cookie. The cookies were simply a cheap and dependable way to gain access to Ty. Tawny tipped a finger back and forth between herself and Ty. "We were just laughing about the time we tried to catch crawfish in 5th grade." Celia nodded stiffly. Tawny detailed the crawfish story, then explained to Celia that many people in Holly held crawfish boils in March. Celia urgently needed to hit the road so that she could rescue Uncle Danny, but she wasn't about to leave Ty alone with this woman. Tawny never treated Celia with anything other than friendliness, yet Celia knew, down low at gut level, that Tawny was not to be trusted and was most definitely not her friend. She waded through the story, fussing with her cuticles. "Well," Tawny aimed a breezy look of camaraderie at Ty, "I'd better head back to work." She lifted her white paper sack a few inches. "Can't wait for my daily treat." The moment the door shut behind Tawny, Celia addressed Ty. "Uncle Danny's in Hugo, Oklahoma, and he just called to tell me that he's fractured his pelvis." His forehead furrowed.
"Is he okay?"
"As okay as he can be, I guess."
"Why is he in Hugo?"
"To meet one of his internet love interests." Ty whistled under his breath. "I'm going to drive there and bring him home."
"I'll take you."
"Thank you for offering, but I can't leave unless you're able to cover for me here, then pick Addie up from school and keep her until I get home. I know it's a lot to ask, but can you do that for me?"
"Sure, but—"
"I'll check in with you once I'm on the road." She started toward the back door, Ty limping behind her. "Oh, and when the timer goes off, will you take the muffins out of the oven?"
"Yeah."
"I don't know if Dawnetta will want us to close the shop early today, or if she'll want to come back in and relieve you so you can get Addie from school on time."
"Don't worry about it. I'll speak with Dawnetta and we'll take care of it."
She pushed through the back door and hurried down the steps. He kept pace, propping his hand on the roof of the Prius as she scooted into the driver's seat.
"Celia, if you'll slow down, I'll work everything out so that I can come with you. I want to come with you. Let me drive you there."
No, it's fine. It's just 2 hours away. If you'll take care of the shop and Addie for me, that's more than enough. Thank you. I appreciate the help." Reluctantly, he stepped back so she could close her door. She reversed from her parking spot. He'd raised a hand to shield his eyes. The motion had caused the hem of his t-shirt to ride up on one side, revealing a glimpse of lean abs. Oh, boy. Even frowning, he was illegally sexy. She put the Prius in drive and pulled onto the road. A plump woman wearing a Hawaiian muumuu and a brown bowl haircut answered Celia's knock. "Betty?" "Yes, and you must be Celia." "I am." "Come on in." Betty, who looked to be the same general age as Danny, issued Celia into a musty foyer. "Your poor uncle took a fall." I heard. He's right over here. Betty led the way into a living room reminiscent of hoarders. Stacks of old magazines lined every wall, some stacks reaching the ceiling, others leaning precariously. 2 long-haired cats covered the dark green sofa, collectible knickknacks filled the side table, and a pile of sweaters had buried one of the 2 chairs. In the middle of it all sat a roll-away twin bed, which had been elevated at the head by more magazines. Uncle Danny lay on it, snoring softly, clothed in nothing more than a sharp-toothed necklace and a pair of plaid boxers. "Here he is," Betty pointed out, in case Celia hadn't noticed. Celia felt her cheeks heat as she took in an eyeful of the nut-brown skin of Danny's chest, arms, and legs. Modesty had never been Uncle Danny's strongest virtue. "Have a seat." Betty spoke softly, in deference to the sleeping patient. She indicated the one open chair, and Celia sat. Betty took to the sofa alongside the cats, which put nearly naked Danny smack in between them. "Your uncle's had a hard time since the accident last night." "He didn't appear to be having too hard a time at the moment." "He fell on a step and crack! He fractured his pelvis like a wishbone." There was only one way to look at Betty, across Danny's bare abdomen. "I'm terribly sorry that this happened." Celia valiantly tried to ignore the abdomen. "Especially while he was here visiting you." "Do you think he's all right? He's been sleeping a lot." "I assume he's fine. They've heavily dosed him with medication, so maybe that's why. I just don't know." She pressed her lips together, her attention combing Danny's form. "I'm worried. I don't want him slipping into a coma or something." "I'm pretty sure he's fine." Celia hadn't anticipated arriving here and finding him asleep. What protocol applied when retrieving an injured uncle from an internet date gone wrong? Did you immediately awake the uncle and usher him to your car? Or did regular rules for napping apply? "Maybe I should wake him, so that the 2 of us can be on our way." "You are hoping to leave today?" Betty shook her head. "I don't think he'll be able to travel so soon." "Did the doctors give you instructions when they released him?" Betty lifted a cat and pulled a few papers from underneath the animal. She handed the stapled sheets across Danny's legs to Celia. While Betty relayed in doomsday tones what the doctors had told her, Celia scanned the information. Danny needed rest and immobility so that the pelvis could knit back together. "Did the doctors say anything about surgery?" "They said it's not necessary. The pelvis will heal itself in time. He's pretty bad off right at the moment, though." "Oh, dear." Betty's spine straightened with a joint pop. "Did he stop breathing?" Alarm spiking, Celia jerked her gaze to Danny. He only gurgled, shifted his face to another angle, and resumed snoring. Both women watched him, Betty with a fretful expression, Celia balancing the hospital papers on her knees. She was afraid to relax any deeper into the chair. It smelled like a mixture of mothball and yogurt. Betty started hiccuping. "Sorry, I have a recurring case." "No problem." They smiled with strained pleasantry at each other. Danny released a honking, shuddering snore. Perhaps we could cover him with a blanket?" Celia suggested. "Oh, believe me," Betty answered with feeling, "I tried." "Well," Celia looked at her watch, "I'd best wake him up so that we can get on the road." Gently she shook his shoulder. "Uncle Danny? Uncle Danny?" It took some doing, but he came around. "Hey," he wheezed. He'd been soaking in so much Texas sun that the whites of his eyes appeared almost neon against his tan skin. "You're here." "I'm here." His hand fumbled for hers, and she grabbed it, squeezing warmly. She hadn't forgotten all the times he'd been there for her when no one else had been.
I don't think I'm going to be able to go on a ride with Addie today.
She smiled. No. The only thing you're going to be doing today is driving back to Holly with me.
He winced. I don't know about that, C. Don't think I can handle the drive today. My pelvis, seriously hurts. Bad.
Celia made sympathetic noises. Inwardly, though, his words concerned her. She could not leave him here, yet the two of them couldn't stay here overnight. If she'd had a dust allergy, she'd be dead already. More important, she had a daughter back in Holly. She'd never left Addie for a whole night with anyone. Not once.
Danny rolled his head toward Betty. Hey there, Betty.
Hello, Danny.
Is it time for another dose of painkillers?
Betty and Celia consulted, checked his prescription, and determined he was due for more pills. Just a sip, Celia said, as she held a glass of water to his mouth so he could drink down the meds. God help them all if he tanked up on water and needed to use the restroom. Betty excused herself and went to click computer keys in a nearby room. Celia spent the next 20 minutes doing her best to cajole Danny into driving home. He was woozy and kind, but he was also terrified of moving. Anywhere. He insisted that he couldn't make the trip. After a time, his eyes grew heavy, and he resumed the snoring, gurgling, and leg-twitching thing. Celia perched on the edge of her chair, watching one TV show after another, while Danny slept, wondering how in the world she was going to get Danny home. Gradually, the sky darkened. Shadows stretched across the living room, elongating with Celia's worries. She turned on a lamp. The cats prowled the house, eyeing Celia with suspicion. In all the years she'd known him, Celia had never had to force Uncle Danny to do anything. Was she really going to have to override his pain and his wishes in order to somehow carry him, wheel him, drag him to her Prius? A quiet rapping came from the window behind her. Startled, Celia turned toward the sound. On the other side of the glass, silhouetted by bands of orange and pink sunset, stood Ty. The slow smile he gave her was just about the most beautiful thing Celia had ever seen. He wore the same white Dallas Mavericks t-shirt and jeans he'd had on earlier, but he might as well have been wearing a superhero's red cape. Celia hurried to the door. Addie?
Is doing great. My mom and dad are with her at your house.
I thought I told you not to come.
With you, I've learned it's best to act first and ask permission second.
In this case, I'll forgive you, because I'm really, really glad to see you.
Come here.
He took her into his arms and hugged her tightly. She placed her cheek against his chest and hugged him back. She was in terrible trouble, because his hug felt to her like what she imagined a real husband's hug would feel like. Reassuring, warm, endlessly strong. More achingly tempting to Celia than even the kiss had been. Chapter 23. In the magical way he had, Ty made everything better. He strode into the living room, took in the situation with one sweeping glance, then gave Celia a look that caused her to laugh so hard that tears overran her eyes.
Rotten luck,
he said when she'd finally gotten herself under control.
Both the men in your life injured in the same summer.
As if you're one of the men in my life, conceited as ever.
I feel sorry for Danny. You're not much of a nurse.
I beg your pardon. I'm a perfectly good nurse.
You flushed my Vicodin down the toilet.
Your Vicodin deserved to be flushed down the toilet. Betty shuffled into the living room, and Ty broke all land and speed records at winning her undying devotion. He made a trip to Danny's hotel to pay the bill and bring back Danny's suitcase. Then, when Betty refused to let him buy takeout dinner for them all, Ty set the table, filled their drinks, and transported Betty's tuna casserole into the dining room as if he were carrying Cleopatra on a litter. Danny didn't feel up to joining them for the meal. Nonetheless, Ty convinced him to don a shirt and settled the older man at the table on a chair they'd padded with a comforter. "How are you doing?" Ty's big hand kept a grip on Danny's shoulder, steadying him. "All right?" "Hanging in there, Ty." "Can I do anything to make your chair more comfortable?" Danny shook his head, face bleak with the discomfort Celia knew he must be suffering. Betty started hiccuping. Ty placed a paper napkin in Danny's lap. "I'd really like to see you eat something, man. Can you do that for me?" "I don't know. Stomach's not too steady at the moment." "Just give it a try." Then the four of them, the marriage-in-name-only couple and the reason why you shouldn't date online couple, started in on the food. As grateful as Celia was for the above-and-beyond generosity Betty had shown them all, she had a hard time getting the tuna casserole down. It was not good, or maybe even edible. Halfway through dinner, Danny began to nod off again, his upper body slumping forward. With his bull rider's fast reflexes, Ty shot a hand out and caught Danny in the chest before he could land face down in his food. Carefully, he propped Danny up. Danny's breath snicked, then fell into a snoring pattern now familiar to them all. Ty resumed his own seat. "So, Betty?" "Yes?" "How are you feeling about your date with Rip Van Winkle here?" He nodded at Danny. "Best date ever?" Celia burst out laughing. Betty giggled into her napkin. "Maybe the most memorable." "Tell it to me straight," Ty said. "You want to marry Danny, don't you?" Celia had to hand it to him. He was irredeemable, but in the best possible way. Another round of giggles from Betty. "No, Ty, I don't want to marry him." Snore, snore, snore. "You sure? Consider the advantages, Betty. He's laid back, not difficult to entertain." Betty shook her head, her ample cheeks pink with amusement. "It seems," Celia said to Ty, "that the old broken pelvis routine has failed to win Betty's heart." "Poor guy, missing out on a lady as pretty as Betty." Betty looked back and forth between them. "How did you two say you know each other?" "We're friends," Celia answered, "from long ago." "You're not dating one another?" "No," Celia answered quickly. Ty said nothing. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Betty asked Celia. She shifted uneasily. "I don't." "What about you, Ty? Do you have a girlfriend?" Blue eyes blazed as he looked across the table at Celia. "I'd like to have one." In the awkward silence, Celia could hear a cat under the table, rhythmically cleaning its fur. Betty angled herself toward Celia. "I happen to know a few nice young men your age." Celia set down her fork and placed her hands in her lap. "You do?" "One's a friend's son. He owns the mechanic shop." Behind Betty, Ty caught Celia's gaze and shook his head with threatening slowness. "And then there's the new high school principal. He's divorced with 7 kids, but all the kids live in Alabama with their mother." "No," Ty mouthed. "He sounds interesting." "No," Ty mouthed. "You're very pretty, and your uncle had nothing but good things to say about you. You'll have no problem finding someone special. If you'd like me to call either of the men I just mentioned, let me know." "I still don't think Danny will agree to leave," Betty said. Celia and Ty had helped clean the kitchen. They'd loaded Danny's stuff in the trunk of the Prius and prepared its passenger seat by reclining it to a hospital bed angle and placing borrowed pillows along its length. "Oh, he'll agree," Ty said.
Celia, do you want to get the car's air conditioner going?
Sure. She and Ty spent some time thanking Betty. Then Celia walked from the house to the car and cranked the cold air. Peering through the front windshield, she waited. After a few minutes, Ty emerged from Betty's house carrying Uncle Danny in his arms. She could tell by Ty's face that he was saying something joking to distract Danny, who had his jaw clenched. Ty had shattered his leg this past summer. He still wore a brace beneath his jeans. There was no way he should be carrying something as heavy as Danny. Yet he wasn't even hurrying. He was moving with utter care to make sure he didn't jolt her uncle. Something inside Celia's chest dropped with a hollow thump as realization expanded within her. Oh, God. Bo had been right about Ty, hadn't he? Ty had never been the villain she'd wanted him to be. He had honor. He was a tarnished knight, yes, but he was a knight. He'd come to Hugo to rescue her. He was carrying her uncle. And she suspected that he had been faithful to her all the years of their marriage. She ran around to open the passenger side door. Ty laid Danny on the seat, and Celia did what she could, repositioning his pillows, buckling his seatbelt for him. She sensed that she ought to say something encouraging to Danny, but her revelation had cleaved her in half. All she managed was a pat on his hand. She and Ty circled to the driver's side. "I'm driving you guys home, sweet one." She paused. "But you have your truck." "We have Danny's car, too. It's parked in the hotel lot." "Oh, right." "I'll get my family to come back with me tomorrow. We'll return Betty's pillows and drive the other cars back to Holly." "That's a lot of trouble." "Nah, we're Texans. We like driving our trucks on two-lane roads with nothing to look at but fields." Since she had no better plan, she climbed into the back seat behind Ty and next to Danny's laid-out upper torso. Man, this car is small. Ty slid the driver's seat back until it touched her kneecaps. "Is this a Hot Wheel?" When he flicked on the car's headlights, they illuminated Betty and her breeze-stirred moo-moo. She stood on the porch waving, and her two cats frowned at them through the living room window as they pulled away. Ty glanced across at Danny. "I'm going to drive really carefully. Just relax, and we'll be there in no time." "'Kay. What kind of music would you like? Got any Beach Boys?" "Yep." Ty pulled a CD case of the Beach Boys' greatest hits from the door pocket. "Where did that come from?" Celia asked. Ty slid the CD into the player. "When I was at the hotel earlier, to get your stuff, Danny, I checked your car. Figured some music might help the drive go by faster." The wistful strains of Surfer Girl filled the interior. "Dude," Danny breathed gratefully, "that's righteous of you, brother." Hugo was so small that before Celia had buckled her seatbelt, they were out of it. 10 minutes after that, and right at the tail end of Kokomo, Danny conked out again. "What are your plans for Danny once we reach Holly?" Ty asked. "We can't take him to his place. He needs care." "I was thinking I'd take him to my house." "And put him where?" "In Addie's room? Addie can move in with me." "But you work. You'll be gone most of the day." Celia swallowed. He had a point. "I told my mom what happened with Danny. She wants him to stay with them while he's recovering. She and Danny are buddies." "Ty, they haven't even known each other a month." "But he's family, and my parents have empty bedrooms at their place. What do you say?" "It's up to Danny." "Danny will want to stay with my folks." He raised his phone and hit speed dial. "My mom's a great caregiver. Perfect mix of tough love and sweetness." Celia tried to protest again, but he was already talking to his mom. His Texas accent filled the car, punctuated by a low laugh at something Nancy had said. When he looked across to check on Danny again, she could see the masculine lines of his profile, and the definition in the forearm that held his cell phone. He clicked off. "It's all set." "Ty, are you sure? That seems like a lot to ask of your mom."
"I'm sure."
"Okay. Thank you." Celia sat in the dark of the back seat, watching Oklahoma give way to Texas, her mind whirling. A night, indeed. Things that had always mystified her about Ty began to slide into place. "You're quiet." Ty met her gaze in the rearview mirror. "I'm thinking."
"About?"
"You?" As his attention returned to the road, she considered him. "I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to be completely honest with me." He waited, his head angled slightly in question. "You haven't been with any other woman since Las Vegas, have you?" He said nothing. The heavy quiet said a million things. "You don't have to confirm it," Celia said. "I can see now that it's true. Which makes me ask myself, why? Why would you remain faithful to me after a relationship that lasted less than a week and a spur-of-the-moment wedding? I never expected you to be faithful. In fact, I assumed you hadn't been."
"Marriage means something to me, Celia. I made a promise to you in front of God. My parents have been married a long time. My grandparents all stayed married until their deaths."
"All right, but that doesn't fully explain why you were faithful, does it? There's more." The car's engine hummed. Cars going the opposite direction whizzed by, their headlights sending flashes of illumination through the interior of the Prius, there and gone.
"Look," he said, "as much as I love spilling my guts, can we have this conversation another time? Your uncle's lying right beside me."
Celia raised her voice a notch.
"Danny?"
No response. "He's out, Ty. He can't hear us." Ty grunted with frustration. "I never understood why you didn't divorce me. Year after year went by, and you never contacted me."
"I finally did."
"But why so long? You'd decided to steer clear of other women. So why didn't you suffer through, I don't know, just a year of abstinence? Then you could have divorced me and gone back to living your life. A year would have been long enough to give a respectful nod to the institution of marriage. Instead, you waited 5.5. He exhaled roughly.
"I'd rather talk about anything else."
He pushed a hand between the back of his head and his seat. His fingers curled into his hair near the cords of his neck. It was like that game people played. When you drew close to the thing you were searching for and the leader said, "Hotter, you're getting hotter." Well, Celia believed she was getting very hot. Closer to the truth than she'd ever been. "I think you waited so long because you were punishing yourself. It took you that long to feel that you'd punished yourself enough." Silence. "Come on, Ty. Blunt honesty. It's just you, me, and the Beach Boys." A long pause.
"You're not 100% wrong,"
he said. No, she was 100% right. All this time, the guy who'd seemed like a quintessential devil-may-care ladies' man had been punishing himself for what he'd done to Tawny and to her in Las Vegas. She angled herself so she could glimpse more of his face in the mirror. He was scowling out the front windshield with features that may as well have been carved from stone. Shadows pooled beneath his cheekbones. "What happened in Vegas rocked you, didn't it? Because you were, and are, good-hearted."
"No," he said flatly, "I'm not."
"Yes, you are."
"I'm no good,"
she remembered him saying to her the day she'd arrived in Texas. And the day they had snow cones.
"I'm not to be trusted."
At this point, it royally offended her. The girl who'd been trying to assure herself of his mean-heartedness for years, that he'd try to confess mean-heartedness to her now. The gifts are all part of it, too, aren't they? She thought back, cataloging them in her brain. You brought me my bracelet when I dropped it. Then you jumped at the chance to buy this Prius. You purchased us a house and added us to your insurance. You even tried to convince me to accept credit cards. You felt guilty, and the gifts were all part of your penance.
Good grief, he growled. You're making me sound like a wuss.
You're not a wuss, and you're not a criminal. On the other hand, you're not a saint.
No.
You did break my heart in Vegas. At least a mile went by before he spoke.
I know.
But until now, I didn't fully understand that you were sorry.
I told you I was sorry at lunch that day in Corvallis.
I didn't realize then how sorry.
Can we talk about something else? Anything? My funeral plans? Cancer?
He gestured toward Danny. Your uncle is literally lying right here. Okay. She took a breath. But first, I want you to know that I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you about Addie when I found out that I was pregnant. Her words swirled and sank around them. At length he nodded.
So it's agreed. We're both sorry?
Yes.
Can you ever trust me again?
Oh, my. That was like asking her to jump across a river. A leap too far to dare. I don't know. It's going to take time. His steely gaze flicked to the rearview mirror. She read physical desire there, as well as unflinching determination.
I've got time.
Chapter 24. The next morning, Saturday, Celia fiddled with Cream o' Sugar's display until she'd positioned each donut and cookie to its best advantage. I think I might go into the kitchen and make something, she said to Addie as she slid shut the door to the case. It was near 11, and they'd hit a lull in business. Plus, Celia had been craving walnut tea bread. Will you be fine out here? Yes. Addie stood tall on her stool and settled her palms on either side of her beloved cash register. Call me when someone comes in, okay? I'll help you. Sure, Mom. Celia made her way into the kitchen and turned her concentration to achieving just the right blend of flour, baking powder, baking soda, and cream of tartar. Twice customers arrived. Celia went to assist Addie, then washed her hands and got back to baking. She stilled when she heard the shop's door open a third time. You don't have to come out, Addie called back to her. It's Daddy.
Sure enough.
She recognized both the bass rumble of Ty's voice and the telltale cascade of tingles that started at the top of her neck and swirled like firework sparks all the way down to her pinky toes. When they'd arrived at Ty's parents' house last night, Nancy had been waiting to greet them. After transferring Danny to a guest bedroom, they'd gone on to Celia's, where John had been babysitting a sleeping Addie. Celia had said goodbye to Ty with his dad standing there, watching. It had been brief and impersonal, and part of her had been glad. She'd needed space from him so she could digest all the things she hadn't known about him before. And now did. She combined her dry and wet ingredients while listening to the muted tones of Addie and Ty's conversation and laughter. Initially, the idea of having to share her child had filled her with selfish worry. Lately, though, the help of Ty and the other porters had begun to feel like a blessing. Eventually, Ty strode into Cream o' Sugar's kitchen wearing a black t-shirt and weathered jeans.
Good morning, my darling angel.
I've no idea who you're referring to. Celia didn't pause in her walnut chopping, though his handsomeness affected her like champagne that had gone straight to her head.
Addie said something about painting the shop tomorrow.
Yes, I sucked up to Donetta so much this morning that she finally agreed to let me paint. I need to get it done before she changes her mind.
I'll call my family and see who can help.
He slowed, his attention on her feet.
Wait, just a minute. What do you have on?
She set down her knife and modeled by lifting one heel to the side and then the other. "The boots you gave me." It was still hotter than the Sahara, so she'd paired the cowgirl boots with her tangerine shorts and a white V-neck t-shirt. He lifted his gaze to hers. She watched his eyes darken. "You in those boots?" "Yes." "Is the sexiest thing I've ever seen." He vowed it to her with such seriousness that her heart began to knock against her ribs. "It's about time you started wearing those boots." She groped for and couldn't find a comeback. "Huh," she began. Where had her voice gone? Why such a coward? "How'd it go with the cars this morning?" "It went fine. I sacrificed my pride and drove Danny's surfer car all the way back from Hugo." "Thank you." "You're welcome." He moved toward her. Too nervous to keep looking at him for fear that she or he would do something foolish, she pointed to the small wrapped gift and homemade construction paper card sitting on the metal counter. "For you." "Really?" Carefully, he picked up the card that Addie had made for him. Among the many things Celia had realized last night, that she and Addie had been remiss in thanking Ty for all he'd done for them. She'd set Addie down with art supplies after breakfast, then the two of them had gone shopping at Carrie's Corner on their way to the bakery. For long moments Ty stood with his head bent over the card, unmoving. Addie had drawn herself and Ty standing on a hill that looked like an upside-down U. They were holding hands, and Addie was wearing pink boots and a ball gown. Inside she'd wanted to write, "To the world's best daddy," so Celia had helped her string the letters together. Celia could sense something gathering in him. It almost looked as if moisture sheened his eyes. Her heart really began to pound. Without glancing at her, he set down the card and opened the present. A keychain. The charm attached to it had been made out of an old nickel, stamped with the image of a longhorn and covered with glass resin. It was tiny in the palm of his strong hand. "It's just a little something," Celia said. A keychain had seemed appropriate, since he kept giving her "give peace a chance" keychains. Also, it had been affordable. Far more so than, say, a house and a car. "A token of our appreciation for everything you've done." He continued to look down at it. "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's nothing, really." He pushed the keyring into his pocket, and then his head came up, his eyes burning with emotion and heat. He came toward her, reaching for her hairnet. This wasn't the first time he tried to snag it from her head. It had become a game. She sidestepped quickly. He darted out a hand. She yelped, dodging. He anticipated her reaction, hooking a finger lightning fast under the net and pulling it free. She stilled as her curls fell to brush against the top of her shoulders. With a flick, he sent the hairnet sailing into the room's corner, where it splatted like a dead balloon. Again he moved toward her, intent in his eyes. Mercy! Their relationship had been on a plateau for weeks, but now one card and keyring had pushed him over the edge. Her rear came up against a corner where two counters met, trapping her. He stopped so close she could see the pulse in his neck. His expression informed her that he'd been patient as long as he could stand to be, that he was about to crush their truce, that the consequences could hang. "There might be customers out front," she said weakly. "There's no one there." "There's Addie." "She won't leave the cash register. She's like a soldier." He closed the space between them even more, until there was hardly a millimeter left. Goodness! Her will to resist him was disintegrating. She could not kiss him again. He presented a deadly danger to her well-being, and to Addie's, and— He lifted her hand and turned it palm up. "No touching." Her breath caught. "Remember?" "You might not have noticed, but I've never liked rules." Light as a whisper, he ran a fingertip from the pad of her thumb to her inner elbow. hate it. But she murmured it like a benediction, like a plea. He pressed a kiss to the inside of her wrist. Awful, she whispered. What about this? He kissed the side of her neck. In the tender hollow there she could feel the rasp of his stubble. Even worse. Her lids drifted closed. He pulled back, straightened. She opened her eyes to find him watching her with fierce concentration. His hand lifted and cupped the side of her face. The rough pad of a finger caressed the skin near her temple. Taut silence wound around them, Ty promising her things with his eyes that he had no right to promise and that Celia had no business believing. She almost couldn't bear the fire inside of her that was such acute ecstasy and need that it felt like pain. Wonderstruck, she ran her hands up to his shoulders, memorizing the feel of the ropes of muscle, then higher along the sides of his throat, until her fingers finally tunneled into the hair at the back of his neck. Never had she wanted anything as sharply as she wanted him to kiss her. And still he waited, staring at her with wolfish intensity. Celia teetered on the cusp of hyperventilating. "Kiss me," she wanted to scream. He kissed her, and not lightly. The feel of his lips, the taste of him, it all came back to her in a rush of memories, the breath-stealing power of it, the wildness of her own reaction. He deepened the kiss, leaning into her, one hand supporting her upper back, the other raking into her hair. She kissed him back, wishing he could be hers and hers alone. "Mommy?" Addie called from the front of the shop. Celia reared back. Ty's arms, like iron bands around her, didn't budge. He lifted his face just enough so she could see that his features were stark, his color high. "Yes?" Celia answered Addie with a voice embarrassingly high-pitched. "No one's coming in." "Okay. Thanks for letting us know." She should push him away. Instead, she rested her palms on either side of his ruggedly beautiful face, a face a million women loved. He gripped the fabric across the back of her shirt. She lifted up onto her tiptoes and kissed him. A string of light kisses, separated only by shimmering glimpses of space and time to drink in the sensations. "And I need to go to the bathroom," Addie yelled. With a groan, Celia angled toward the doorway that linked the front room to the kitchen. "Then come on back." Footsteps answered. This time Celia did push Ty away, even though he still seemed inclined to stay right where he was, as if he didn't care who saw him holding her. She extricated herself from him a bare second before Addie burst into the room. Their daughter shot them a look on her way past toward the bathroom. "If anyone comes in, don't use the cash register without me, please." The bathroom door closed behind her. In the abrupt quiet that followed, Celia could feel the weight of Ty's stare. They'd just been kissing each other as if this was their last hour on Earth. She couldn't think of anything pithy to say or do in the face of that. Gathering her courage, she looked into his pale blue eyes. The air thickened. Her temperature climbed. Addie returned from the bathroom. "Did anyone come in?" "Nope," Celia answered, and Addie rushed from the room. The pause between them lengthened, full of physical longing and the 1,000-pound realization of what they'd just done. She opened her lips to say something, then pursed them, knit her brow. Unlike after their last kiss, she would not be flying into an offended huff and insisting he could never kiss her again. A few hours from now she might regret what had just happened between them, but she didn't at the moment, nor could she see an ounce of regret on Ty's face. "Aren't you going to rip into me?" he asked. "To be honest, I'm having trouble thinking straight at the moment." She cleared her throat. "Once I can think straight, then I might rip into you. I usually have no trouble finding a reason." He chuckled. She faced her chopping board and, very inanely, resumed chopping walnuts. Even in her daze, she was aware that there were reasons not to launch herself back into his arms. Just because she didn't care about those reasons currently didn't mean they didn't exist. Celia heard Cream or Sugar's front door open, then the sound of voices. Customers had arrived, which meant Ty needed to go help Addie. "I'm glad you're taking this so well," Ty said, ignoring the customers. "Mm-hmm." "We're adults, after all, and married to each other. We're allowed to kiss." If the authorities knew how he kissed a woman, she was pretty sure they wouldn't allow it. "Right." "No harm done." She laughed out loud. Even to her own ears it sounded a little nutty. "Uh-oh. Now are you going to lose it and rip into me?" No, as you said, we're adults. We're allowed." He regarded her with confusion. "I'm not used to you acting so normal." "Daddy, come help me, please." He left. Celia continued to chop. Chop, chop, chop. She felt like a stranger in her own body. Her hands looked like they belonged to someone else. Chop, chop. As she relived every second of their exchange and the kiss that followed, warmth unrolled within her. She paused to fan herself, then went back to chopping. She had walnut dust now, and still she kept on. Ty's kiss had incinerated thought. It had stolen from her the responsible mother side of her personality and replaced it with, she didn't know what. The infatuated young woman she'd been in Vegas. Only, no, that was a cop-out. She hadn't reverted back to that girl just now. She'd kissed Ty as a grown woman, as herself. Not Celia, the high school freshman, or the besotted fool from Vegas, but the mom, the person who moved money around trying to pay the bills. She'd kissed him as an adult, who had a complete understanding of all his faults and all his strengths, and who had wanted him anyway. Did their kiss herald mass disaster? Or was it possible to kiss Ty Porter from time to time without her life falling down around her? Chapter 25. After Celia tucked Addie into bed that night, she walked around her house, unsure what to do with herself. She ended up on her living room sofa. She propped her feet on the coffee table and clicked on the TV to a cooking show. Her brain, however, was so full of Ty that she couldn't concentrate. She'd had enough time now since the kiss number 2 to remember the reasons why she shouldn't have done it. On the other hand, no man other than Ty had kissed her since Vegas. She'd forgotten how incredibly, wildly, gloriously heavenly it was. Her phone buzzed to alert her to an incoming text. "You're not second-guessing our kiss, are you?" Ty asked. "No." Then she added, "You big showboat." "I'm not second-guessing it either." She rested her phone against her abdomen and smiled. A moment later, another buzz. "I can't stop thinking about you," he wrote. "Good night," she typed. "Good night, sweet one." It gave her a trembly, fearful feeling inside to admit that she hoped he'd kiss her again. If he did, she had every intention of kissing him back. Kissing, she rationalized, was fairly harmless, right? She wouldn't place her heart in his hands this time around, and she'd make sure they were very, very careful not to let Addie see. If she went into it with those things in mind, then it ought to be fine to kiss Ty now and then. No strings attached, just the pleasure and none of the pain. Celia carried the paint and supplies she'd purchased into Cream or Sugar on Sunday. She stuck a Norah Jones CD into the boombox Donetta used to listen to baseball coverage, then helped Addie set up the jewelry-making kit she'd been given for her birthday. While Addie strung beads, Celia took down the cheap donut prints and moved furniture. It took a while to measure the walls and calculate the width of the wide toffee and white-colored stripes she envisioned. That done, she began the long job of taping. She'd chosen to skip church this morning for 2 reasons. 1, she'd only had today to paint, and would need every hour to get the job done. 2, she wasn't sure God would approve of the twist her relationship with Ty had taken. She didn't know what he would disapprove of exactly. She simply had the sense that she ought to feel badly about some aspect of it. She'd balanced herself on a step stool and was reaching up to press painter's tape against the wall when Ty walked in. He looked up at her, eyes sizzling. Oh, the male beauty of him in a baseball cap and his gray Under Armour t-shirt and jeans. A blush raced up her neck to her face. "Daddy!" He turned to Addie, and the two of them talked about her jewelry making. Celia returned to taping, her skin positively flaming. Suave, she thought. So subtle, Celia. After some self-debate, she'd decided to wear a loose navy top over a cami plus her jean shorts. She wouldn't dare get her new boots near paint, so she'd left them in the kitchen. The ridges of the stool step pressed against the soles of her bare feet. "Hey, Celia?" "Hmm?" A strangled sound. "Can I talk to you for a sec?" When she glanced over, he shifted his head toward the kitchen. "In there?" The wicked curl at the edge of his lips told her exactly what he had in mind. She poised on the edge of decision, then clambered down and followed him. "What have you been up to this morning, Ty? I made pancakes and then—" The second they were out of sight, he pulled her to him and kissed her. The pleasure of it slammed into her. He walked them both across the kitchen without letting up. He lifted his head just long enough to shove open the pantry door with his boot. "You're taking me into the pantry?" she stage-whispered, laughter in her voice. "I'm desperate." He drew her into a room twice the size of a coat closet and filled with the scent of flour. "My family might show up any minute. I want to get in my chance at this before they get here." He pulled the string attached to the overhead light, clicking it on. As if he'd been doing it all his life, he linked his hands behind the small of her back. The man really did have towering confidence. There wasn't a shred of awkwardness or hesitation in his manner. "You smell good," he said. "So do you." That woodsy aroma got her every time. He nuzzled his face into her hair, then pressed light kisses to her neck, jaw, and cheek before finally reaching her mouth. Celia arched into him, kissing him. She even stepped on top of his boots and her bare feet, then lifted to her tiptoes. She let the escalating joy of it continue for a couple of minutes. 5? Within his embrace, it was hard to have any sense of time. Who could care about the future when they had this between them? She finally did force herself to end it, because she hadn't forgotten that Addie sat in the next room, and that his family was due to arrive momentarily. She plunked her forehead against his chest, hardly able to believe the masterful way he had of turning her body into liquid heat. "So I guess this means that yesterday's kiss wasn't a one-time thing." "Not hardly." His voice sounded deep and sexy. "There's just one thing I ask." She looked him in the eyes. "So long as you're kissing me, I request that you not kiss anyone else." He quirked a brow. "I haven't kissed anyone since Las Vegas. I'm not going to start now." "Tawny likes you, Ty." "Tawny's dating a pediatrician." "Do we have a deal?" "We have a deal. Does the same go for you? You're not going to kiss that tool, Neil." "No." "Ty?" "Yes?" She sighed with regret. "I think we'd better leave the pantry." His fingertips grazed lightly up the back of her neck. "I don't want to." "Any longer and your parents might be standing in the kitchen when the two of us walk out of here together." He resettled his baseball cap, his expression ornery, humorous, disgruntled. "Who cares?" "I care. Listen, we've got to be very careful not to let Addie see us like this, or do anything at all that would make her suspect.
I know.
Then help me out. Be covert. As intent as a chess player, he ran a thumb down her neck, then her arm, all the way to her hand. He interlaced their fingers.
I'm not good at pretending.
Are you kidding me? I've seen you shovel more dung than the people walking behind the elephants at a circus. You pretend with every woman you meet. The heavy-handed compliments, the appreciative banter, the smile. You don't mean any of it. He appeared ready to break into laughter. I've got you figured out, she stated.
And you still like me?
Just this much. She held her thumb and pointer finger half an inch apart.
I think you like me more than that.
We need to leave the pantry now. She'd have gladly stayed in the pantry with him all day. It made her happy, foolishly, excitedly happy, just to have Ty look at her this way, talk to her this way, hold her hand this way. And yet, the real world waited. Channeling her inner Bond girl, Celia eased open the pantry door and peeked out. The coast was clear. Within minutes, the Porter family help squad began to arrive. First Jake, not a churchgoer apparently. He and Ty filled nail holes and groove marks with putty, then started painting. Nancy, John, Bo, and Meg came after church. Nancy brought lunch, and once they'd all taken a break to eat the picnic-style food, they worked side by side. For every second of the day, Celia's attention tracked Ty. She meditated over the timbre of his voice. She noticed the muscles running along his spine, the strength in his wrists. Her tummy lifted with delight each time their eyes locked. At one point he drew near to her with his paint roller.
You going to run off and hide behind Uncle Danny this afternoon?
Yes, she answered sincerely. He needs us.
I need you.
He needs us more. On Monday, Celia went to work at a freshly painted Cream or Sugar. The interior walls of the bakery fairly glistened with beautiful new stripes. Though Donetta felt honor-bound to grouse about the change, Celia could tell that she approved. After Donetta and Jerry left for the day, Ty arrived. While Celia baked, he found numerous reasons to lean against the wall and watch her make pecan pie. Twice he succeeded at whipping off her hairnet. Both times he proceeded to kiss her senseless. The next day, Celia transported her collection of teacups and saucers to the bakery. She'd purchased them one at a time over the years at flea markets. Not one cup and saucer matched any other, yet Celia had always found them charming. It pleased her to give her dine-in customers the option of not only calf or decaf, but also styrofoam or china.
Those cups, Ty drawled, are so girly that no man will ever drink coffee out of them.
Any man secure in his masculinity will be happy to drink from them.
How much coffee do they hold? A tablespoon?
In my opinion, they hold the perfect amount.
What do you know? You're tiny. You're so tiny you could take a bath in one of these.
He held up a white teacup painted with pink rosebuds.
Go on. Jump in.
He tilted it toward her.
Water's warm.
She laughed. You have an underdeveloped sense of class.
There's one classy thing I appreciate.
He met her gaze and held it until she looked away.
How about you let me buy you your own coffee shop? He asked. Instead of working for someone, you'll be the owner.
That's very sweet. But no, definitely no. You know how I feel about your compulsion to buy things for me. I want to make my own way and earn my own success.
Well, that's a bummer.
Secondly, I love Cream or Sugar. No other coffee shop would have a spot on the square, or these amazing hardwood floors, or this soda counter. Protectively, she settled her hand on the old-fashioned display case. You may not have noticed, but I like old and kitschy things.
I noticed.
This shop is one of a kind. As soon as I convince Donetta to buy an espresso machine, it'll have everything I could hope for. I couldn't duplicate it in a strip mall. during a quiet moment between customers, and right after she'd set a batch of macaroons out to cool, he convinced her to visit Cream or Sugar's second story. Donetta and Jerry used most of the upper square footage for storage, the rest for an office. Ty only needed the hallway. From there, they could hear if customers arrived, but could be seen by no one. More kissing senseless. When Holly's mayor interrupted them by stopping in for his daily chocolate glazed, Ty left to wait on him. Celia remained in the hallway, clinging to the wall because her legs had gone woozy. Mothering Addie had brought Celia enormous joy, but it had always been a joy closely accompanied by responsibilities. Was she doing this mothering thing right? Could she afford to keep a roof over Addie's head? Would Addie get sick this flu season? The sort of dizzy, soaring joy Ty brought into Celia's life was totally unfamiliar to her, which might be why she was having a hard time trusting it. It's fine, she kept telling herself. Your finances are under control. Addie is flourishing at school. So what if a bone-meltingly handsome man kisses you occasionally? It's fine. She'd been working hard, after all, to keep Ty in his proper place in her emotions. He was fun and thrilling, but he was not to be loved in that kind of way, the disastrous kind of way. Inside Cream or Sugar's pantry, she told him that while the two of them were kissing each other, she expected him to kiss her only. Then she'd stated the obvious, that Tawny liked him. He'd answered with, Tawny's dating a pediatrician. He hadn't said, I don't care about Tawny anymore, I only care about you. He'd said, Tawny's dating a pediatrician. Which somewhat implied, didn't it, that if Tawny ever stopped dating her pediatrician, then everything might change? Caution tugged at Celia's shirt tail. It's fine, she assured herself. Don't worry about it. It's all fine. Chapter 26. Teenaged kids ordinarily hid their boyfriends or girlfriends from their parents. In Ty and Celia's case, the reverse applied. They hid their boyfriend-girlfriend status from their child. The three of them sat around Celia's dining room table Thursday night, eating healthy organic pasta with lots of vegetables in it, laughing and talking. For Addie's sake, Ty did his best to pretend not to have a crush on her mother. As he looked across the table at Celia, her eyes sparkling, her hair held back by a headband, then looked to Addie, her small face smiling, her calm voice telling them stories about kindergarten, he couldn't remember a dinner he'd enjoyed more. His memory reached back over dinners with his bull riding buddies, celebration dinners after winning events, fancy romantic dinners with women, holiday dinners with his family. None held a candle to this. Once they'd cleaned up the meal, he sat next to Addie while she showed him how little she needed his help with her math homework. That done, she picked up a book her teacher had sent home to read aloud. The story, about a girl named Jane and her dog, struck him as really lame, but Addie read it perfectly. Celia took over for Addie's bath, then for the very first time gave him the honor of putting Addie to bed. And that, he said, closing the third of 3 books he'd read to her, is the last one you're allowed, right? Some kids might have tried to fib, but Addie just looked at him in her serious way and nodded. She wore a nightgown with an orange-haired mermaid on the front. Thanks to all the princess lessons he'd had, he recognized the mermaid as Ariel, wife of Eric. You're going to tell me a story, right? Addie asked. Is that what happens next with your mom? Celia had only told him about the books. Yes? Then I'll do my best. He adjusted the pillows behind his back and crossed his boots at the ankles. She handed him her glasses. He set them on the nightstand, switched off the lamp, then lifted the covers so that she could scoot underneath and lie with her head on her pillow. Didn't Mommy look pretty tonight?
She sure did.
She's really good at cooking, too.
Yep, she is.
Did you know that Mom took me over to Mr. Neal's house one time to play with Tanner and Tyson?
The news caused his breath to still in his lungs. No, I didn't know that.
And did you know that they came here one time?
No.
Well, they did.
Addie gave him a meaningful look.
She pulled a little white blanket close to her chest. You can start the story now.
He'd never been a jealous person, but a drought usually ends with a flood. And Addie's words had brought down the most powerful flood of possessiveness. It all but turned him mute.
Go on, Daddy.
He had to work to concentrate his thoughts. I could tell you the story of the Alamo.
She wrinkled her nose.
The story of the Texas Revolution. Jim Bowie? Davy Crockett?
That sounds nice, Daddy. She placed her hand on his elbow and patted. But would it be okay if you told me a princess story? I like princess stories at bedtime.
Oh, sure. He scratched the side of his head. There was this princess named...
Belle?
Belle, he agreed. And she liked being a princess because it was fun to be famous and rich. Addie looked up at him out of the corners of her eyes, doubtful. The prince was, nice, and they had fun doing stuff that was fun. What in the world was he supposed to say? He hadn't made up a story since high school English, and he'd been bad at it then.
You're supposed to tell me about all the princess's good works.
What kind of good works?
Feeding the poor, protecting the environment, helping orphans.
Celia. If he hadn't wanted to strangle her for toying with Neil, he'd have laughed out loud. How about saving an animal? Is that good with you?
Yes.
So, cowgirl Princess Belle had this ranch called the Lazy Bee. She realized that the armadillos that lived on the ranch kept getting eaten by mountain lions or run over by Ford trucks. Addie giggled.
You're not supposed to talk about animals getting run over.
Our secret?
Okay.
Close your eyes.
She did.
So Belle called the prince on her cell phone and told him to take care of the problem.
No! Her eyes flashed open. No, no, no. In the bedtime stories, the princesses always take care of their own problems.
They do they?
Telling. Yes.
Okay, then, Belle strapped on some six-shooters and saddled up her horse.
What was her horse's name?
Whitey? Addie gave a soft smile.
I love Whitey.
I love you, he said.
She studied him for a moment in the dimness. I love you too, Daddy.
His chest ached with emotion. Where were we?
She'd saddled up Whitey.
Right. And then she rode around her ranch until she found the mountain lion. She took out one of her six-shooters and...
Used it to scare him into a cage, she cut in. A safe one.
Oh.
So she could give him to a zoo.
If you say so. And then she put some signs next to the road outside her ranch. One had a picture of an armadillo on it and said, Armadillo Crossing. The other one told everybody they had to drive at just 10 miles an hour. This made the locals mad, but she was really pretty, so they put up with it. She saved the armadillos. The end. Quiet followed. How'd I do?
It was good for your first try. He stayed with her for the next 10 minutes, holding her hand and watching her fall asleep. He found Celia sitting at the kitchen table, peering at her laptop. He scooped her up with one arm. She screeched. He swung her legs up and hooked them over his other arm as he carried her into the living room. Your knee, Ty.
I'm carrying you with my arms, not my knee.
The extra weight.
What extra weight? You can't weigh more than 5 pounds.
People will see us.
Who? Neil? He jerked the curtains over her living room windows, then lowered onto the sofa with her in his arms. She climbed off his lap, but didn't go far. Tucking her feet beneath her, she leaned a shoulder into the sofa back and faced him. He extended an arm along the top of the sofa and toyed with the hem of her shirt sleeve. She wore the gold necklace with the dangling C that always made him want to kiss the spot beneath it. Had he only thought her pretty before? Now he couldn't take his eyes off of her when they were in a room together. She'd become gorgeous to him. Addie told me that you've gone over to Neil's house and that he's come here. She had the nerve to look amused. And? I'm jealous. Do you like him? As a neighbor and a friend, but who knows, I may come to feel more for him in time. Celia, he threatened. She grinned. The only person I want you to feel more for, he said, is me. She leaned forward and pressed a quick kiss to his lips. Their hands met between them, and he played with her fingers while he studied her clear green eyes. Her house made him dizzy with all its crazy colors. Tonight it smelled like tomato sauce, and he'd never felt more at home anywhere in the world. I could spend all the rest of my nights just like this. Looking deeply into my eyes? Looking deeply into your eyes, he confirmed. He was not a good man, not the man he wanted to be. He didn't view himself as what Celia deserved in a husband. None of that had changed. A better man wouldn't have kissed Celia that day in Cream or Sugar's kitchen. But a better man hadn't been there that day. He'd been there. And the power of that one kiss had all but changed the course of his life. Now that he'd kissed her, he planned to keep her, to play every advantage he had, use every ounce of skill with women he possessed, all of which proved his selfishness and, at times, weighed him with guilt. As a result, he was determined to make this relationship worth her while. He'd sacrifice much for her. He'd do anything she asked of him. He'd pay any price except one, the price of giving her up. Ty and Jake sat on Jake's sofa, an open bag of Fritos between them. Friday night football filled the jumbo TV screen in HD. Ty would much rather have spent the evening with Celia and Addie, but Celia only let him come over to her house at night occasionally. 2 nights in a row was a no-go. So here he sat next to Jake, which was a whole lot worse than sitting with Celia and a long shot better than sitting in his stupid house by himself. The Cowboys completed a long pass, and both of the brothers clapped. All of the Porter siblings had put in time watching football together over the years. Now Drew was overseas, and Bo spent most of his free time staring at his wife like she was made of gold. That left him and Jake. Since Jake never had much to say, watching football was pretty quiet. A person would never guess, looking at where Jake lived, that its owner had earned a small fortune training racehorses. Jake owned a unit in an industrial building that had been chopped into lofts and renovated a couple of years back. The TV was his only luxury. The rest of the loft reminded Ty of the Marine barracks he'd spent years living in, bare and plain. Ty extended his legs onto the leather ottoman, crossing the bad one over the good. "How's the knee?" Jake asked. "Getting better." "You ever figure out why you came off that bull?" "Nope, never could." A while back, Ty had asked Jake to take a look at one of the videos of his ride on Meteor. Jake had a good eye for the details of bull riding. He'd done a little rodeoing himself in high school, and he'd followed Ty's entire career. More than once, Jake had been able to tell Ty when bad habits were creeping into his form. The video, though, had stumped Jake just as it had Ty. That he hadn't discovered the reason for his fall still bothered Ty. He tried not to visit YouTube anymore, but a couple of nights a week he found himself at the site anyway, watching the clips. Commercials came on. Jake rattled Fritos in his hand, then tilted his head back to funnel them into his mouth. You ever think that sometimes there is no logical reason for something? Nope. Then why'd you come off that bull? Ty answered with silence. It's not always possible. Jake paused for a long moment, to make sense of things. Ty knew that Jake had plenty in his own life he'd probably like to make sense of. He'd lived through an explosion that had killed 3 of his men in front of his eyes. You're saying that my fall-off meteor was just random chance? Or karma? Or the universe kicking your butt? Who knows? The universe? I don't believe in the universe, do you? Jake shrugged, his jaw hard. I don't really believe in anything anymore. God? Ty asked. No. Ty drew his brows together. That was troubling. Jake turned back to the TV. The Porter kids had grown up in church. They'd racked up summers at VBS, gone to church camp. Jake had turned grim after his accident, but Ty hadn't realized he'd become so cynical that he no longer believed in God. Since the night Celia had flushed his Vicodin, Ty had been praying. What's more, it seemed to him that God had been listening and answering. Jake took up another handful of Fritos. I don't think we always get to understand the things that happen to us. That's all. Maybe not. But in his case, Ty refused to accept that the universe, or karma, had caused his fall. He could believe, maybe, that God had caused it. He scowled at the football game. Could he? Could he believe that God had caused his fall? The idea hadn't occurred to him until this minute. If he accepted that God might have had a hand in his accident, he'd have to accept that God didn't mind letting his knee get crushed, and that God didn't mind ending the career he'd lived for. Ty watched the rest of the game with Jake, then headed home to a house that welcomed him like a coffin. He sat down at his desk and woke his office computer. Something about one of the YouTube videos chewed at the back of his memory, unsettling him. He pulled up the clip. Right as he was coming off Meteor, he thought he saw something. He paused it and rewound it, watched it over and over again, 7 times in a row. Technically, there was nothing to see. And yet his subconscious kept picking up on something. A strange play of light, just enough to make him remember how, right when he'd become unseated, he'd felt as if he'd been pulled off by hands. God's hands? An angel's hands? Closing his eyes, he remembered back to the days before his fall. He'd been going through the motions, pushing through the feeling that he should quit. He concentrated, thinking backward through the calendar. He'd begun feeling like that after he'd found out about Addie. He'd had to say goodbye to her and Celia so that he could travel to his next event. Right afterward, his drive for bull riding had started to run out. Could it be that God had been telling him to retire, and he'd been too much of a knucklehead to listen? The idea was sort of Looney Tunes. Yet Ty knew instantly that it was right. God had been patient with him for a long time, a very long time, now that he thought about it. Longer than a human father would have been patient. But after Ty had been reunited with his wife, and then found out about his daughter, God's patience with his traveling and his leaving had ended. Ty hissed a breath between his teeth. After weeks of searching for an understanding of what had caused his injury, understanding was rolling over him fast. God wanted husbands to commit and be husbands, and fathers to commit and be fathers. So God had pulled him off a 21-point bull so there could be no blaming the bull. He'd ended Ty's career. Ty lifted his head and hit play, watching the video one last time with new eyes. His neck prickled as the images scrolled in front of him.
There was no earthly reason why he'd come off that bull. Bull riding fans could wonder. People could ask him about it. Jake could blame it on chance. But from now on, for the rest of his life, Ty and God would know exactly what had gone down. Ty lowered onto his good knee, bowed his head, and prayed for all he was worth. He'd been an idiot, blind, interested only in his own success. He'd gotten exactly what he deserved when God had taken his bull riding from him. A shattered knee, in all honesty, was less than he deserved. Forgive me, God. Please, forgive me. When Ty had asked if he could join Celia, Addie, Meg, and Bo at church on Sunday, Celia had been delighted. She'd immediately told him that he could. Things had been hunky-dory, in fact, right up until the instant when Celia had comprehended the topic of Doogie's sermon. Forgiveness. First, the pastor spoke about the unconditional forgiveness they'd received from God. Then he implored them to receive that forgiveness, turn, and forgive others. By degrees, Celia's body grew more and more rigid. Why couldn't he have preached on any other subject today? On tithing, even. Or all the reasons why it was wrong to dance. She found it discomfiting in the extreme to sit next to Ty through a sermon on forgiveness. It felt as though Doogie's words were directed specifically at the two of them. Ty crossed an alligator boot over a knee. His hand rested on his thigh, right next to her skirt. She'd been very aware of him ever since the quiet part of the service had started, especially that hand. But as the sermon progressed, she got to where she could practically count his breaths. She trained her gaze ahead with all the terror of a soldier on her first day of boot camp. She and Ty had come to a good place in their relationship, but full and complete forgiveness? The hurt Ty had caused her in Las Vegas was like a knot in a rope. She'd been pulling the two sides of the rope farther and farther apart for years, and the knot had grown tighter and smaller and more impossible to untie. She loved the thought that God stood ready to forgive her. But forgive Ty? Ty forgive her? As if their wedding and the years of keeping Addie from him had never happened? It didn't seem realistic, or fair, or smart. Her resentment over the way Ty had treated her in Vegas protected her from making herself vulnerable to him again. Wasn't it enough that they both knew they were sorry for the things that had happened in their past? It felt like enough. In the foyer after the service, Ty, the man who shied from nothing, made small talk with Bo and Meg. As Celia watched him throw back his head to laugh at something Bo had said, she realized that the pastor's words had troubled him, too. During the car ride home, Ty invited them both to his place so Addie could ride Whitey. Celia told him that Addie could go, but that she needed to bake petit fours for a custom baby shower order before heading to his parents' house to visit Danny. Unlike usual, Ty didn't try to sweet-talk her into changing her mind. Ty and Addie drove off together. Celia stood on the sidewalk outside her gingerbread house, watching his truck's taillights. "Neighbor." Celia turned to see Neil, with his glossy Clark Kent hair. "Hi, Neil." He finished moving his sprinkler to a new section of lawn, then made his way over to her. He wore the sort of thing she'd once fancied she liked on men: flat front shorts, a rumpled polo, and horn-rimmed glasses. The glasses made her remember the times she'd caught Ty wearing his reading glasses. "I haven't seen you in a few days," Neil said. "You faring okay?" "I am." "Things going well at Sugar and Cream?" "Not worth correcting. Yes, they are. Thanks." They stood with their arms crossed, watching his sprinkler shoot its spray of arcing water. Pleasantly cool breeze sifted through Celia's curls. After weeks of unrelenting heat, the late September weather had begun to turn. The air now held the promise of fall. of clear, crisp days. "It's nice out."
"It's better," Neil conceded, "but still too hot."
Neil had been raised in Washington State. They were Pacific Northwest soulmates, and so it made no sense, none at all, that his comment irked her. She curled her toes inside her cowgirl boots and bit back the urge to defend Holly, which was, by all accounts, unbearably hot in the summertime.
"Would you like to come inside?" he asked. "There's air conditioning."
"Actually, I have an order to fill for a client, so I'd better get busy baking." Once she'd begun offering her own baked goods in the shop, customers had begun asking if they could place special orders with her. Dawnette had given Celia her approval, so long as Celia filled her special orders on her own time. Word had quickly spread.
"Let's get the kids together soon."
"Let's." He tossed back the front of his inky hair.
"Whenever you have a spare moment or need anything, don't hesitate to knock on my door."
The thing was, she didn't want to knock on his door. He was a smart, nice, good-looking, divorced father of 2. But he did not have wicked blue eyes. He did not make her laugh. He did not have the ability to melt her into a puddle with a single look. Chapter 27. All the next week, Celia and Ty continued with their established routine. When he arrived at Cream or Sugar, she went to the kitchen and baked. Every chance they got, plus several chances they outright stole, they kissed each other in secret. This, despite the fact that an unspoken tension lived between them now. The sermon they'd sat through together had stirred up all their issues they couldn't discuss. They could not mention the M word, marriage, or the F word, forgiveness, or, heaven forbid, the L word, love. If they did, they'd risk breaking the fragile bond they had. Their romantic relationship was superficial. However, its superficiality was what guaranteed its existence. As long as it remained superficial, Celia deemed it harmless. The moment their romance became dangerous was the moment she'd have to walk away. Knowing this, Celia had decided not to rock the boat. In the end, it didn't matter what Celia had decided, because Ty rocked the boat.
"Hey,"
he said to her on Sunday, as they were letting themselves into the gingerbread house. "Want to sit for a minute?" He gestured toward the matched set of rocking chairs on her porch. Nancy had brought the rockers over earlier in the week. She'd been purging furniture from her garage and had insisted that Celia would be doing her a favor by accepting the chairs. "Sure." Celia lowered into a rocker as Ty took the other. Neither of them rocked. Ty had just driven them home from church, where, for the second week in a row, they'd endured sitting side by side for a sermon on forgiveness. Really, God? Really, Pastor Doogie? 2 weeks in a row? Addie had already voyaged deep into the house, which left Celia and Ty alone together facing a neighborhood of Victorians and a romance that could easily be shattered by a define the relationship talk. Celia began to push at her cuticles.
"Are we going to talk about this forgiveness thing or ignore it for another week?" Ty asked.
"Oh, I can probably ignore it for a lot longer than a week. I think I could go months."
"Huh."
He considered her, sympathy and chiding in his face. Blast him for bringing this up. The day's gentle sunshine and the autumn-tipped leaves on the trees painted a backdrop too serene for this conversation. And still, he waited. "I'm not even sure what forgiveness is," Celia confessed. "Is it a decision? A feeling? An act?"
"I think it's a decision. It could involve an act. I guess we can hope the feeling follows."
"I don't know. It gives me a headache when I think about it. It's so abstract."
"Here, I'll look up the definition."
He pulled out his smartphone, typed, waited, typed.
"Forgiveness," he read. "To give up resentment or a claim to a justly deserved penalty." Celia winced. That's hard for you to accept? My resentments are safe and familiar. I'm okay with them. Maybe it's warped, but I even sort of like them. They're not good for you. I wouldn't know how to let them go. His expression hardened. What was the second part again? He checked. Giving up a claim to a justly deserved penalty. I have trouble with that, too. If the penalty was deserved, then why shouldn't the person who's in the wrong pay it? That's justice, right? Maybe. But at what price? He leaned forward, setting his elbows on his knees. I ruined things between us all those years ago, Celia. She swallowed hard. Are you going to be able to forgive me? No, came the answer. Celia heard it deep within herself, quiet but adamant. I've paid for my stupid mistake, haven't I? She couldn't speak. The turmoil in his blue eyes was snarling her thoughts. Unbearable silence. For years after their breakup, she'd vengefully imagined this exact scenario. Ty telling her he'd been wrong and asking for her forgiveness. In a surreal twist, she found herself living the reality. It wasn't satisfying. Maybe because Ty wasn't just the man who'd wounded her anymore. He was also the man who worked the counter at a donut shop so she could bake. He was the one who gave Addie riding lessons and picked her up from school every day. He was the one who'd helped her paint cream or sugar, who'd carried Uncle Danny to her car. He was the one who didn't seem to hold a grudge for the wrong she'd done him. Have you forgiven me for not telling you about Addie? Yes. Maybe you shouldn't have. What I did was unforgivable. It wasn't. You're better at forgiveness than I am, then. I wish I could be like you. Her exhale ached. I admit that the difficulty I'm having with forgiving you is my fault. My problem. You've made it my problem, too. He gave her a long time to say something else, to apologize, or otherwise soften her stance. Her mind raced, trying to decide what to say that would A, put their relationship back on its former footing, and B, not be a lie. It took her too long. He stood, walked to his truck, and drove away. Pain turned within Celia, dull and smug. That night, Celia hosted Meg and Bo for dinner. They'd been kind enough to invite her and Addie to their lovely home at Whispering Creek Ranch a few times, and Celia had wanted to return the favor. She'd been looking forward to cooking for them for more than a week, right up until her dead-end conversation with Ty about forgiveness. All day since, her mood had been mired in a wretched shade of gray. During their meal, Celia pretended to be chatty and happy for Addie, Meg, and Bo's sake. Her false front made her feel all the more joyless on the inside. She'd put Addie to bed and was spooning homemade chocolate chip bread pudding into bowls for the adults when Meg joined her in the kitchen. "What can I do to help?" Meg asked. Celia knew, suddenly, exactly what Meg could do. She turned to face her friend. "I need to go visit Ty." Meg hesitated. "Ty?" "I acted like a jerk to him earlier today. I don't think I'll feel right about it until I talk to him." Meg recovered from her surprise quickly. "Go ahead and go." She waved a hand. "Bo and I will stay here with Addie." "Are you sure? I'll just run over to Ty's house and bring him some bread pudding as an apology, then run right back." "Take your time. Bo and I have each other and this dessert to keep us company. We'll be more than fine." Angel Meg. Celia hugged her and then drove through a darkened holly to Ty's house. A plastic container of bread pudding rode shotgun. Her dashboard clock read 8:41. She used her own key on Ty's front door, just as she had on her previous unannounced evening visit. Unlike the last time, she didn't find him sitting in his living room watching TV. Only a few lights had been left on in the front areas of the house.
Ty? Rustling sounds came from the vicinity of his bedroom. Hello? He sounded half asleep. Surely not. Before 9? I brought you baked goods. She waited in the foyer. More rustling. Then he pushed open his bedroom door and limped toward her down the hallway. His hair looked 1,000 ways toward rumpled. He wore a pair of cargo shorts, which revealed the brace on his left leg. Bare feet. He'd most likely shrugged into his long-sleeved denim shirt seconds ago, because it hung unbuttoned. Her grip on the bread pudding tightened at the sight of that long slice of bare chest and abs. His upper body was even more defined than her memory had recalled, and her memory had recalled much. Were you asleep? Sort of. He stopped a few feet from her. After weaving a little, he planted a shoulder against the wall. He smiled. A heartbreaking smile, full of affection for her and self-condemnation for himself. What have you been doing all day? Nothing. I've just been here. He said here like a bad kind of 4-letter word. What did you bring me? His words slurred ever so slightly. Bread pudding. Have you been drinking? No. I would have, except I didn't have any alcohol in the house. And then it hit her. Vicodin. Anger and worry sent her stomach plunging. Did you take Vicodin again? His eyes were vaguely unfocused. I didn't know you were planning to stop by. Ty. My leg hurts. I can't sleep. No, she accused. You took Vicodin because our conversation earlier today upset you. I know exactly why you took it. She set aside the bread pudding and charged into his bedroom. Depressing shadows filled the luxurious space. She flicked on his bathroom light. Sure enough, an open pill bottle sat on the counter. Tears stung her eyes. Ty, what had he done? How many had he taken? She'd demanded he stop taking Vicodin, but she'd failed to secure his promise, and he'd gotten his prescription refilled. Ty waited for her in his bedroom, standing near the bed, reminding her of the way he'd stood near their hotel room bed in Vegas that devastating morning. I'm glad you're here. His dimple tucked into his cheek. I miss you when you're not here. How many of these did you take? Celia brandished the bottle. He did not look sorry, just bemused by her anger, and very sleepy. 3, I think. Are you sure? It might have been 4. I'm fine. I've taken more than that before. Is this a brand new bottle, or have you continued taking Vicodin since I asked you not to? New bottle. He climbed onto his bed, turning when he reached his stack of pillows. He reclined against them. The shirt slid off one side of his chest. If you don't mind, I think I'll just rest here while you throw a fit, or whatever it is you're going to do. He bent his arm over his eyes, his lips hitched upward. Heartbeat knocking, Celia pulled her cell phone from the pocket of her shorts. Like every zealous mother, she had the number for the National Poison Hotline embedded in her list of contacts. She hit call. When a calm-voiced woman answered, Celia detailed the situation, the information listed on the medicine bottle, Ty's approximate weight. Even though she worked to sound competent, her voice trembled. In order to pinpoint how many pills he'd taken, the woman suggested Celia count the number of pills remaining in the bottle and compare that to the quantity noted on the outside. Celia counted. Ty had taken 3, 1 more than the prescribed dose. The woman told Celia that he should be fine. Hospital intervention wasn't necessary. Celia thanked the woman, buried the bottle of Vicodin in her pocket, and pulled a chair over to Ty's bedside. She wanted to pummel him with her fists for scaring her so badly, and she'd definitely be placing yet another call to Ty's doctor in the morning to reiterate her warnings about this particular man and this particular prescription.
Ty slid his arm downward, letting it rest on his stomach. Slowly he turned his head to look at her. "Did you put my bread pudding in the refrigerator?"
"No."
"Will you?"
She glared at him. "The bread pudding is the least of my worries right now."
"Did you come tonight to say you were sorry?"
"Yes."
He regarded her with heavy-lidded turquoise eyes. "You're sorry?"
"I was, but now I'm mad, really mad. You scared me to death."
"Even though you're mad, can you put my bread pudding in the refrigerator?"
"Fine, I'll do it in a minute."
His eyes sank closed. "You're making me lose my mind. You know that, right?"
"You're making me lose mine, too."
"Will you just shoot me, sweet one? It'd be easier than caring about you as much as I do."
"You're absolutely positive that you didn't take pills from any other bottle today?"
"Positive."
Time ticked. She ran her gaze over his face and form to reassure herself that he was well. Every inch of him looked like it had been created by a master Renaissance sculptor. He was beautiful. He always had been, and to her he always would be, until the end of time. Her call to the hotline hadn't comforted her completely. She couldn't know with 100% certainty that he hadn't polished off an old bottle first before starting in on the new. She looked up Vicodin on her phone and scrolled through information. Even a prescribed dose could come with scary side effects. What was she going to do? She didn't feel right about leaving him alone all night.
"Celia?"
"I'm still here."
"Will you stay longer?"
"I'll stay a little bit longer."
"Thank you. With you here, I can sleep."
For 15 straight minutes, she sat at his bedside and berated herself for getting involved with a man so stubbornly unpredictable, bull-headed, and reckless. How was she supposed to learn to trust him when he did things like this? He knew how she felt about Vicodin, and he'd gone and taken it anyway. He wasn't the only one at fault, though, was he? She'd all but told him earlier today that she'd never forgive him. Her words had sent him on a Vicodin bender. Why couldn't she forgive him? Why? He'd forgiven her. Silently, she put his bread pudding in his refrigerator, then slipped from his house. Even though she knew Ty wouldn't like it, she told Meg and Bo about the Vicodin the minute she returned home. Bo volunteered to stay with Ty and keep an eye on him until morning. Reliable Bo. Late that night, Celia stared at her bedroom ceiling, sleepless, and feeling like the wicked witch of unforgiveness. Her memory ran back over everything she could remember from her time with Ty in Las Vegas. Every look, laugh, compliment, kiss. She had not dated him long, but that didn't mean she hadn't loved him. How she'd loved him. With every molecule of her body, she'd loved him. She'd grown up dreaming of a white wedding. Of course she had. A dress and guests and a cake. But she'd loved Ty so much she'd sacrificed all that for the chance to marry him quickly. She'd have given up far more for him had he asked. As it was, she'd placed her hope, her future, and her body in his hands. And the next morning? "I'm in love with someone else," he'd said to her. "I have a girlfriend at home in Holly. We've been dating for 2 years. The old betrayal seeped through her like black liquid. See, she demanded of God. She had good, valid reasons not to forgive Ty. Ty had done that to her. She still hadn't fully recovered. He'd done that. But that wasn't, if she were being completely truthful with herself, why she couldn't forgive him. Underneath her resistance to forgive lay fear, cowering fear, of what might happen to her and Addie if she found a way to forgive Ty fully. She'd already allowed her heart and mind to open to him far more than she'd intended. It flat out panicked her to consider letting herself care for Ty even one single teardrop more than she already did. Chapter 28. Celia escorted Addie into her kindergarten class the next morning, then drove home, same as always, to get herself ready for work. As she pulled into her driveway, she spotted Ty sitting on her porch steps, waiting. Her heart wedged into her throat. She spent longer than necessary pretending to gather her purse, so that she could actually gather her composure. She wished she'd taken time to put on something more sightly than a 10-year-old navy sweatshirt and cutoffs. He tracked her progress as she approached. His hair was damp from a shower, and he wore an army green USMC t-shirt. Despite that she'd left him sleeping soundly, he appeared the opposite of well-rested. His face looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot. "Hello." She plopped down on the same step he occupied, leaving space between them. "You look like you had an early morning." "I've been up since 4. He took his time surveying her, quiet, elongated. "I'm sorry about last night." She nodded. "This time will you promise me that you won't take any more Vicodin?" "I promise." The magnetism between them pulled Celia in almost tangibly. What she really wanted was to snake her arms around him and hug him fiercely, and maybe cry a little with gratitude over the fact that he was fine. "And I promise that I'm going to work on the forgiveness thing," she said. "I'll spend time thinking about it, praying about it, and reading verses about it." She wedged off her flip-flops and rolled her toes underneath her bare feet. "To be honest, I'm not that great at praying and reading verses. But I'm going to give it my best shot. Faith is new and old for me. I'm trying to get used to it again." Her anklet undulated to a different position, glimmering. "What do you mean, new and old?" She explained her childhood of spotty church-going and her adulthood void of belief. "What about you?" He explained that his parents had taken them to church every Sunday when they were young. He'd been inconsistent about attending through his 20s, but had hung on to prayer. "Before you went to church with Addie and me, how long had it been since you'd gone?" Celia propped her elbow on her upraised knees and rested her head on her hand to study him. "Years." 5.5 years by any chance? He moved his attention to the street, frowning. "Ah, more penance." It made perfect sense. He was too blunt to suffer hypocrites. It would have chafed him to sit in a house of God while viewing himself as an irredeemable sinner. "I'll never get used to that," he said quietly. "How you know things about me that no one knows." "You know things about me, too. The Prius, this house, the tulips you brought me my first day of work. They're all what I'd have chosen for myself." He leaned over to pluck some blades of grass from her lawn. He twined them through his masculine fingers. "It seems like we've both spent a lot of time defining our identity the wrong way," she said. "I tried to view myself as a good person, to find my worth in Addie. It left me unsettled and empty. You've been viewing yourself as a bad person and trying to find your worth in sacrifice and bull riding and in who knows what else." The grass kept dipping and twisting between his fingers. "I think we were both wrong," Celia continued. "We were measuring our worth by our perceived goodness or sinfulness. But whether we're good or bad isn't really the main thing, is it? The thing that matters most is that we're loved." His bright gaze flicked to hers. "I personally might find forgiveness challenging, but I don't think God does. Whatever you've done in the past, I believe He's forgiven you, Ty. It's been paid for, and not by you." "If He's forgiven me, then He's forgiven you." A burning sensation pushed against her eyes. Unshed tears. "He's given us a second chance," he said. She deliberately shied away from framing that second chance in terms of their relationship. "True. I have a job in a bakery now. You'll soon have a career raising rodeo stock. His new direction meant a lot to him, she knew. It gave the retired bull rider in him purpose. We're going to do well with our second chances. I know it. He dropped the grass and took hold of her hand with his stronger one, lacing their fingers together. She scooted close to him and rested her head on the outside of his upper arm and shoulder. They stayed that way for lovely minutes, the simple comfort of his companionship staggering in its power. "I've got to get to work," she said at last, regretfully. "If you'd let me buy you your own bakery, then you could show up for work any time you wanted." "Yes, but any other bakery wouldn't be cream or sugar, so I couldn't love it half as much." She sat back enough to look at him. "Are we good?" he asked. "You and me?" "Last night you wanted me to shoot you, to put you out of your misery. And today I want to suffer through another day with you." She smiled. As respectful friends? The definition she'd touted for so long now seemed a paltry description of their status. "Fine. Respectful friends." He cupped the back of her neck and drew her to him. "Who kiss?" Their profiles hovered an inch apart, just long enough for her breath to quicken. Then he kissed her, tenderly and firmly, in front of God and Holly. She scrambled to her feet, scared that if she let it go on, she wouldn't want to end it. "We're respectful friends who, might I remind you, kiss in secret." "Must have slipped my mind." He stood to his full height, tall and imposing, and pushed his hands into his pockets. "How about I come inside so we can kiss in secret?" "Heart arrhythmia. Near death from heat combustion." "I have to go to work." "That must have slipped my mind, too." "Go home and get some sleep." She paused halfway inside her front door. "I mean it. I don't want to see your face at cream or sugar today. Take the day off. Well, until kindergarten gets out anyway." "You're bossy, sweet one." "You're maddening, showboat." When Celia walked through Cream or Sugar's back door, she found Donetta waiting for her. "Have you heard the news?" Donetta asked. "Good morning." Celia hung her purse on its hook in the hallway and looped her apron over her head. "Have I heard what news?" "That Tawny Bettenfield and Vance Armsteader broke up." Celia's spirits took a nosedive. Her motion stalled, and she had to remind herself to tie the apron around her waist. "Over the weekend," Donetta continued, "they broke up. You know what this means, don't you?" Celia pulled a hairnet out of the container. From the kitchen she could hear the rhythmic sound of a wooden spoon against a metal bowl. Jerry stirring cookie dough. "It means that she's coming after Ty next," Donetta stated. "That girl's been fishing for Ty harder than a bass fisherman in a televised competition." What could Celia say? The truth? That Ty might love Tawny back? That the possibility of that turned her blood to ice water? "Ty has a mighty big soft spot for you, Celia. You better believe that I've seen hundreds of girls throw themselves at him over the years, but I've never seen him take a shine to anyone the way he has to you. And I was around during the years he dated Tawny, remember." She paused meaningfully, her Texas Ranger earrings trembling with fervor. "I don't know what's going on inside that oddball marriage of yours, except that you and Ty live in different houses. My advice? Make your marriage into the real thing while you still have the chance." "It's more complicated than that," said the woman wearing the cowgirl boots Ty had given her. "That's what old Edna Sykes said about Wilbur Thompson when she was a young woman. He proposed to her, but she waited too long to sort out her feelings. He married someone else, and he and his new wife went to live the high life in a palace in Boca Raton. Poor Edna has spent every day since in that rickety old house on the hill, eating nothing but rhubarb pie and fried okra." "I don't want to end up like that." "Of course you don't. Go claim your man." Celia groaned with anguish. "Thanks for your advice, Donetta, but it's a delicate situation. Rhubarb pie and fried okra, honey. That's your other option." A few hours later, Tawny stopped by Cream or Sugar for her chocolate chip cookie. She looked impeccable in a charcoal suit and patent leather heels. She'd parted her dark hair on the side and caught it back in one of those stylishly messy buns, a hairstyle Celia would never be able to achieve with her layered curls, not for as long as she lived. When Celia informed Tawny that Ty wasn't in, Tawny did an admirable job of masking her disappointment. All day long after Tawny's visit, Celia felt sick to her stomach. For almost 8 years, since the time the two had begun dating, Ty had been planning to marry Tawny, and now Tawny was free. "Tawny and I are meant for each other, and she knows it," she remembered him saying. "The next time she kicks a boyfriend to the curb, I'm planning to make my move." The agonizing thing was, Ty and Tawny really might be meant for each other. On paper, they added up perfectly. It could be that God had intended them for each other all this time. Celia tried to wrap her mind around that idea while she finished her shift, while she drove home. Back at the gingerbread house, she exchanged the usual hug and chit-chat with Addie, then caught Ty's eye. "A word, please." "Sure." She led the way into her bedroom and closed the door. He glanced at the bed, then back at her, grinning. "Isn't this a little forward?" he asked, exactly imitating the line he'd given her months ago, when she'd issued him into her bedroom in Corvallis for a private conversation. So much had changed between then and now. "Very forward," she agreed. He looked far better rested than he had earlier. "Did I miss anything good at the shop today?" "Nope." Just the revelation of Tawny's availability. "We were all relieved to have you gone. We didn't have to beat off women with a stick." Laugh lines delved out from his eyes. She stepped close to him, looping her hands around his neck and tunneling a few fingers into the hair at his nape. She searched the nuances and masculine angles of his face, trying to fathom whether or not he would choose Tawny over her again. Part of her was positive that he would. Part of her dared hope that he wouldn't. In his eyes, she saw no guarantees either way. She rose up on her tiptoes and kissed him gently, then lowered back onto her heels and settled her cheek in the hollow beneath his chin. In answer, he enclosed her tightly in his arms. An overwhelming feeling of heat, of lightning, of crippling affection scorched through her. For right now he was hers. After today, unknowable. Closing her eyes, she tried to imprint the moment and tuck it away in her memory. "What's the matter?" he whispered. "Nothing." He closed a hand around the back of her head, protectively. "You said this morning that we were good. Are we good?" She could hear a thread of apprehension in his tone. "We're good." Near dusk the next day, Celia sat beside Addie at the kitchen table while Addie worked on homework. Refreshing October air slid through the window screens. Chicken and vegetables baked in the oven. Celia's Bible sat on the table in front of her, unopened. How was it possible that God had deemed her toddler faith strong enough to face the twin tests of forgiveness and Tawny? It wasn't strong enough. Yet Celia had told Ty she'd study verses and pray, and so she would. She flipped open her Bible to the concordance. There she found a tremendous number of scriptures that dealt with forgiveness. She paged to one of them. Peter came to Jesus and asked, "Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother or sister who sins against me? Up to 7 times?" Jesus answered, "I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times." She lifted her head and frowned at the view of her backyard. Seriously? In real life? God expected people to forgive like that? What about the victim? What about all the wrong done to the victim?
What about, she could almost hear God asking, the wrongs you did to me, Celia?
I know, but what about fairness, God? Instantly, she comprehended the answer. If God had been fair to her, he'd have consigned her to hell. Unrest stirred within Celia as his voice became louder and clearer. He was asking her to forgive Ty. She shut the Bible and dashed into the pantry to alphabetize her spices. She couldn't deal with forgiveness today. Maybe tomorrow. Turns out it took 6 tomorrows before Celia was ready to deal with forgiveness. Near midnight, a week after she and Ty had talked about second chances on her front porch step, Celia pulled the little chain on her bedside lamp. Golden light beamed from it, and through gritty eyes she regarded the swirl of sheets and blankets pooling around her waist. Ty had continued to show up for work all week, continued to kiss her each day, which seemed to indicate that he'd not yet eloped with Tawny. He was still, for the moment, Celia's secret boyfriend. Yet God was not satisfied, nor was he meek. She'd kind of been hoping that God would come into her life and fill her with nothing but the sappy pleasure of a Hallmark commercial. Instead, for the past days, he'd been rubbing against her the way a burr that stuck to your shirt rubs against skin. At this point, the burr had become so insistent that she couldn't sleep. He wanted her to forgive Ty. She'd spent time earlier today reading more forgiveness verses. "You wicked servant," she'd read. "I canceled all that debt of yours because you begged me to. Shouldn't you have had mercy on your fellow servant, just as I had on you?" Celia bowed her head and let her eyelids drift closed. The forgiveness God had given her had not come cheap. It had come at a great price, and still he'd had the courage to do it. In light of that, what right did she have to withhold forgiveness from Ty? She, who'd been so undeservedly forgiven. Couldn't she cobble together just enough bravery to try? "I forgive Ty," she said quietly, tentatively, testing the words. They felt rote, with no true feeling to back them up. Maybe, like Ty had suggested, forgiveness was a decision done out of obedience. Maybe later, the feeling would follow. "I forgive Ty." She said the words again and again. "I forgive Ty." She said them silently at times. At times she whispered them. She opened her hands palms up and did her best to let go. She wasn't very good at it. Helplessly, desiring to forgive yet lacking the ability, she invited God in. And God, whose character is love, who spoke the world into being, who rescues his people, came. He came. And in him, Celia began to feel her hard heart change. Chapter 29. Ty arrived at the shop the next day, right as Celia was pulling his favorite dessert out of the oven. "Do I smell coconut cream pie?" he called from the front room. "Nope, you must be imagining things." "I'd know that smell anywhere." He entered the kitchen, holding his motorcycle helmet in one hand. Celia set the first pie on the counter, then reached back for the other 2. "You must really be into me if you're making coconut cream pie." It was a slow morning. Not strictly true. She'd simply wanted to bake his favorite. They let the pie cool to just the right temp, then ate slices of the rich, sweet, milky dessert while standing behind the bakery's display case, as was their habit. Celia, who ditched her hairnet, but still had on her white apron and her boots, listened as Ty praised her pie, her skill with oven mitts, and her attractiveness to the sky and back. The shop's front door opened, admitting an older gentleman. Celia sensed Ty stiffen. Odd. Ty liked almost everyone, and almost everyone liked him. "Hello," Celia called to the gentleman. "Hello there." He stopped between two bar stools and extended a sun-darkened hand to her. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Howard Sanders." Ah, the wily neighbor that had fought Ty for ownership of Jim's land. She shook his hand. "I'm Celia." "A pleasure." He had a closely trimmed white beard and a head full of gorgeously thick snow-white hair. His similarities to Santa ended there, however. His face and body were as lean, brown, and gnarled as a strip of beef jerky. Typically, when she and Ty were behind the counter together, Ty took the lead with customers. This time, he did nothing but toss his empty plate and plastic fork in the trash. "What can I get you?" Celia asked Howard. "Is that coconut cream?" He lowered onto a bar stool and gestured toward the pie sitting nearby with 2 slices missing. "It is. Would you like some?" "Yes'm. That and a coffee, please." "In a styrofoam cup or china cup?" "Styrofoam." Tense quiet fell between the two men as Celia poured coffee and served up pie. Ty slid the caddy that contained cream and sugar near Howard, then crossed his arms over his chest. "What brings you here, Howard?" "Coffee and pie." "I've been coming to Cream or Sugar for a while now, and I haven't seen you in here even once before." "I wasn't hungry for coffee and pie until now." Howard took 2 sips from his cup, while he and Ty glared daggers at each other. Awkward. Celia was on the verge of charting an escape route into the kitchen when Howard moved his attention to her. "Where are you from, young lady?" "All over. My family moved around a lot. I lived in Texas during my high school years and attended Plano East." "Is that right?" He indicated Ty with his coffee. "Did you know Ty there?" "I did." A trio of businessmen stopped in for coffees. While Ty waited on them, Howard asked her about college, places she'd visited in the Pacific Northwest, and what she thought of Holly. As they spoke, he made steady progress on his pie. Once he'd polished it off, he dug some bills from his ancient billfold and placed them under the lip of his plate. "Nice meeting you." "You too." He nodded once to Ty, and Ty nodded once back. Then Howard let himself out, leaving Ty and Celia alone in the shop. Celia took in Ty's inscrutable expression. That was strange. "He's strange." She opened a new package of napkins and went around to the tables, replenishing the dispensers. She'd no idea how much Ty had spent in order to outbid Howard for Jim's land. She only knew that she didn't want his open wallet policy to end up bankrupting him. "What in the world are you worrying about now?" he asked, when she reached the table nearest his position behind the counter. "What makes you think I'm worrying?" "Seriously, Celia? It's easier than falling off a log to see when you're worrying. What's bothering you?" She pushed more napkins into a container. "You've had a string of major expenditures lately." "Yes, but remember, I'm a little bit lucky when it comes to the stock market." She straightened, her eyes narrowing. "Are you lucky or are you talented?" "Stupid lucky, that's all." "No, you're talented at it, aren't you? Really talented." He ignored her, looking away almost uncomfortably. Whenever he'd mentioned investing in the past, he'd done so with this same sweep-it-under-the-rug attitude. His success seemed to embarrass the man who was never embarrassed. "You don't like to talk about it because investing isn't the kind of thing a cowboy from Holly, Texas, should excel at." She came around the counter, set her bundle of napkins aside, and confronted him. "Drinking, women, and bull riding, fine. Making a fortune all by yourself off the stock market. Shameful.
As usual, you're not making a lick of sense.
Yes, I am, Ty Porter. He made a grab behind her and tugged one end of the bow holding her apron secure. She shrieked and ran. He chased. She put the kitchen stainless steel island between them, and they circled it a few times.
Will you bring Addie over to my house tonight? He asked. I'll buy dinner.
Maybe. She might have a play date at a friend's.
I want to kiss you.
His lips were smiling, but his eyes had gone smoky and determined.
Right now.
You have to catch me first, which might prove challenging with that bum leg.
I could catch you even if I only had one leg.
Isn't that somewhat the case? A rumbling sound filled his chest. He made a move. She pounded up the stairs to the second story, laughing. When he caught her in the hallway, he placed both of his hands on the wall above the sides of her head and took his time lowering his mouth to hers. So long, her heart was drumming by the time he did it. The moment his doorbell sounded, Ty's mood lifted by a mile. Celia had said she might bring Addie by tonight. He'd pretty much decided she wasn't coming, since she usually came earlier, while it was still light out. The sun had just set. He swung his door open.
I thought you weren't coming.
Tawny stood on his doorstep. And just like the other times she'd visited him at home since his return to Holly, she held food in her hands. She wore a pink and white Dallas Cowboys jersey, tight jeans, and high-heeled silver sandals that matched her big silver earrings. Have you had dinner? She lifted the 2 covered dishes she carried.
Not yet.
Me either. He took the dishes from her. She led the way toward his kitchen. She wanted to stay and eat with him? She hadn't stayed before, but he could guess why she'd decided to stay tonight. He set the containers on the granite island. She leaned over to peel back the lids. Chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes, gravy, and green beans. Your favorite.
Nice.
For the second time today, someone had made him his favorite. But only one woman had gotten it right. Chicken fried steak had been his favorite years ago. His tastes had changed.
I'm surprised you're still bringing me food, Tawny. I injured myself 2 months ago.
I guess I'm more doting than most.
Guess so. Thanks for this.
You're welcome. He leaned against his oven and watched her make herself at home in his kitchen. I'm wearing my jersey, she said as she worked, because I brought over the DVD of the '93 Super Bowl. Remember that time you hurt your shoulder and we stayed up all night watching one Cowboys Super Bowl after another, eating popcorn and red vines?
Yep.
They'd been dating then. Mostly he remembered that they'd made out from one end of the sofa to the other while football had played in the background. I thought a Super Bowl might be just what you needed to heal your knee. If so, she'd arrived too late. The knee had already done most of its healing. Tawny chatted about mutual friends while she set 2 places for them in front of the tall chairs at the island, poured drinks, warmed up the food. She'd never looked prettier. She was pretty enough to pose for a NASCAR or motorcycle poster, the kind of pretty that made men take a second look, then made them do and say stupid things. Ty found himself fascinated by her. For the first time in a long time, he was seeing Tawny with new eyes. Shall we? She waved to their filled plates. They sat. She grabbed his hand, lowered her head, and said grace over their meal. Before letting go, she gave his fingers a squeeze. As they started eating, she went back to talking, this time about Holly's upcoming fall parade. Ty watched her smooth a section of long dark hair over her shoulder. When she laughed, her blue eyes sparkled. They had a very long history, the 2 of them. Dozens of snapshots of her passed through his brain, the neat-as-a-pin elementary school girl, the homecoming queen who dated the richest kid at their high school. The first time he'd seen her after returning from the Marines, when she'd been wearing a sorority t-shirt and her hair in a ponytail. He didn't eat much, though the food tasted good. He talked some. Mostly he listened. The thoughts filling his head were a lot to wrestle with, to understand. "Did you hear that Vance and I broke up?" So, she was finally getting around to her reason for coming. "At least 10 people have told me about your breakup. Probably more like 20. He set down his fork and turned to face her, hooking one boot heel on his chair's rung, planting the other boot squarely against the floor. "I told you that Dr. Amateur's time was running out. He gave it an okay effort, but he didn't even make it as long as most." "No." "What happened between you two?" Actually, let me guess." He scratched his neck, his lips curving up. "He lost his medical license?" "No." "His Range Rover got a flat tire?" "No." "He announced he was gay?" She chuckled. "None of the above." "Did he tell you he wanted to marry you, and you told him you weren't ready?" Both of their smiles faded until only seriousness remained. Ty braced his hands on his thighs. "I realized," she said, "that I cared about someone else." "Who?" She shot him a flirtatious look and rose to clear the dishes. Once she had them all in the sink, she walked into his pantry and came out with a bag of red vines. He still ate them and still kept them stocked. She offered him 2. He took them but set them aside. She slid her chair out of the way with her hip and stood very close to his bent knee. She took a dainty bite of licorice. "We've never had very good timing, have we, Tawny?" "What do you mean?" "I wanted to marry you before the National Finals rodeo in Vegas that year, but you turned me down." "I just needed a little more time." "Then, for years afterward, I waited for you." Her face warmed with pleasure. He lowered his brows. She leaned into him and pressed her lips to his. She smelled like expensive perfume and lip gloss and his past. He pulled back, then gently but steadily set her away from him. He'd been right about Tawny all along. She was perfect. What he hadn't understood before, perfect was a bore. Perfect was like a red vine, tight and bright in color. Imperfect was like coconut cream pie, which ran across your plate and made a delicious mess when you ate it warm. He liked coconut cream pie way more than he liked red vines. Tawny was waiting for him to say something, looking at him with sleepy, hungry eyes. "I'm married," he said. "For how much longer?" "Well, that's what I was trying to say earlier about timing. I'm hoping to stay married to Celia for the rest of my life." Tawny stepped back, her expression sharpening with confusion. He gave her time to let his words sink in. "What about us?" she finally asked. "We'll live in Holly the rest of our lives, and I'll always like you, and I'll compliment you to other people, and we'll be friends." "I thought we'd end up together, Ty." "Up until a few months ago, so did I. But now everything's changed." She frowned down at her shoes, pushed the heel of one of them into his floor, then looked back up. "It doesn't have to be too late for us." "It doesn't have to be, but it is. Our timing is so bad that it almost makes me think we were never meant to marry each other. We had our chances. If we'd been meant for each other, we'd have taken them." Moisture filled her eyes. She blinked quickly and turned away. I guess I'll get my dishes and—" "Leave the dishes. I'll wash them and leave them on your doorstep tomorrow." He pushed to his feet and handed her a napkin. She took the napkin and pressed it against the inside corner of each eye. It had never been in him to feel comfortable about hurting a woman's feelings. He opened his arms. She hesitated, then moved forward to hug him. He hugged her back. It felt bittersweet to say goodbye to someone that, for a big part of your life, you thought you'd marry. They stepped apart. She straightened her pink jersey. Why don't you take more time to think about this? I could. He regarded her with kindness. But my decision won't change. Oh, Ty, just take a little more time. She found her purse and put it over her shoulder. He walked her out. When she glanced back at him on the way to her BMW, he lifted his hand. Tawny did not make his heart rip open. She didn't turn him on. She didn't frustrate him. She didn't make him the happiest man in the world. She didn't stir his anger to the point that he wanted to swallow Vicodin so he could get through the night. She didn't carry his whole life and future in her hands the way Celia did. God have mercy on him. He loved Celia. For him, Celia was perfectly imperfect. He shook his head. Of course he loved her. Of course he did. This is what love was. Until he'd found Celia again, he hadn't known that he'd spent his adulthood searching for her. But now he could see it plainly. God had been trying to lead him back to her because he'd been too stupid to recognize what she was to him the first time. He'd married the right woman in Vegas. It had just taken him years to realize it. Chapter 30. The next morning, Celia glanced up from the table she was wiping, spotted Tawny entering cream or sugar, and groaned inwardly. This she did not need. She'd surpassed her limit of pretend friendly interactions with Tawny Bettenfield. Hey, Celia. Hi, Tawny. Celia tucked part of her dish towel into her back pocket and approached. As usual, Tawny had dressed in a silky-looking top, high heels, and cute jewelry. Her hair tumbled down the front of one shoulder. Is Ty here? He's not coming in until later today. He's with his brothers this morning doing something called a rattlesnake roundup at Whispering Creek. Ah, Tawny gave a knowing nod. Sure. Tawny, the born-and-bred Holly girl, appeared to be fine with the idea of Ty riding around on horseback and searching out rattlesnakes. The Oregon girl was not fine with it. Any sensible person would agree that Ty should leave the rattlesnakes alone in their little hidey holes. The Oregon girl had spent the morning worrying about him. Most likely, if Celia hadn't been worried, and Tawny hadn't looked so absurdly beautiful, and hadn't broken up with a pediatrician, Celia would have said goodbye. Tawny would have gone about her business, and that would have been the end of the conversation. Instead, would you like a chocolate chip cookie? Celia asked. Orneriness had made her do it. No, thanks. What about a blueberry scone? I made them this morning. That's okay. She moved toward the door. I'm good. Thanks, though. Why won't Tawny eat my cooking? Tawny? Hmm? Can I ask you a question? Tawny paused. She raised a manicured eyebrow. Anything. Celia stared at her hard. Do you love Ty? Shock slowly separated Tawny's shiny coral lips. Because the rumor is that you've wanted to marry him since the first grade. Is that true? Tawny said nothing, apparently too polite or too stunned to dignify Celia's question with an answer. If Tawny had the bravery to admit that she loved Ty, then maybe Celia should have the grace to give Tawny's pursuit of Ty her blessing. A may the best woman win sort of agreement. Celia opened her mouth to say something along those lines, What came out was, "Ty is my husband." Tawny's posture stiffened. Her eyes began to narrow. Celia dropped her hands to her sides and felt her fingers curl in. Weeks of pent-up emotion and confusion over Ty mounted inside her like lava. She couldn't help this ridiculous compulsion she had to protect Ty. From himself, from Tawny. Ty's gorgeous, and he can make your tummy flip with a smile and give you goosebumps with a look. Yes, he can. And so while I understand very clearly why you'd love him, I feel compelled to tell you that you can't have him. Have you lost your mind? Have you? Why else would you chase after a married man? You two are barely married. But we are married. And for your information, I'm not the one chasing after him. Ty's been chasing me, for years. Well, not any longer. No? Then how come I was kissing him? Tawny spoke with slow and articulate venom. Just last night. A blistering, unbearably painful silence fell. Tawny's words, their meaning, the mental image of Ty and Tawny together, sliced through Celia's brain, her heart. She took 2 steps backward. Kissing. Last night. She set her palm against the cool glass of the bakery display case and groped for balance. Staring at the floor, she willed herself not to pass out or cry or say anything more in front of Tawny. "Celia?" Tawny asked, tentative. "I'm really sorry I said that." Celia couldn't respond. With everything she had, she willed Tawny to leave. Right when she sincerely thought she might lose it, she heard the clicking of Tawny's shoes as she walked away, the closing of the door. The forgiveness Celia had been working to extend to Ty reeled in on itself like a tape measure. And like a tape measure, it snapped closed. She'd known it. She'd known all along that he would do this to her, but like a fool, she'd lowered her defenses anyway, and now they were smashed and lying like broken sticks in a circle around her, worthless. Oh, Lord. Oh, God, again. You wanted me to forgive him, and now he's chosen Tawny over me. Again. By the time Ty arrived at cream or sugar, Celia's stomach had twisted into what felt like a pretzel. Her eyes had gone as moist as Death Valley. Her hands had turned cold and shaky. If she'd had her way, she'd have locked herself in the pantry and cried buckets after Tawny left. But she was an employee. The bakery's customers didn't know about the devastating information Tawny had handed her. They came in for baked goods and coffee, just like they always did. She was ringing up a line of customers 3 deep when she saw Ty park his Harley. He pulled off his helmet, exposing rumpled bronze hair, aviator sunglasses. When he entered, he greeted the people in line, and they all greeted him back warmly. She could feel his gaze seeking hers, but she studiously focused on counting out change. "Are you Ty Porter?" a child asked. The red-haired boy looked to be just shy of Addie's age. "Yeah," Ty answered. "I am." The boy's face went soft with awe. "He's a bull-riding fan," his mom said to Ty, settling a hand on the boy's head. "Good for you." Ty smiled down at the kid. "Who do you root for?" "You? I did. Is your leg hurt really bad?" "Not anymore." "You going to ride again?" "No, I'm not." The boy frowned, his eyes enormous with sadness. Ty clasped him on the shoulder. "I had a long career. I'm still going to go to some of the events and talk on TV about how other riders are doing." The kid nodded. "You were real good. The best I ever seen." "Thank you." "Can I have your autograph?" "If you want it." "He collects them," his mom added. Ty set aside his sunglasses and helmet. One customer left, and Celia served the other and then the boy's mom, while Ty handed over his signature and chatted with the boy. Celia couldn't believe she was about to break up with someone that young children idolized and asked for autographs. She wished Ty wasn't famous, wished he was one of those boring, dependable types who never gave their wives a moment's worry and weren't attractive enough to garner the attention of gorgeous brunettes. No, she didn't wish all that. She wished Ty was exactly who he was, only trustworthy. As soon as the mother and son left, Celia went to the front door and taped the handwritten "Be back in just a minute" sign she'd prepared to the inset window. Deftly, she turned the lock. "I'm liking the looks of this," Ty stated. "Mind coming with me for a minute?" "I never thought I'd see the day when the rule follower broke a rule and closed the shop during business hours." "Coming or not?" "Definitely coming." She led him up the stairs. "Now I'm really liking the looks of this." She continued along the hallway to Donetta and Jerry's office, the most private room in the place. With a flick, she turned on the lights. Two metal desks formed an L shape. The space would have been ugly, except for the incongruously exquisite old rectangular windows that framed views of the town square. Celia crossed her arms. The sight of Ty's lopsided smile, so full of tenderness, affected her like a dagger. "We can't kiss anymore," she said. He went still, concern etching a line between his brows. "And I don't think it's a good idea for you to work here anymore either." A few beats went by. "Excuse me?" His voice had gone raspy and dangerous. Her chest tightened. "Say whatever it is you need to say to me, Celia, plainly." "When we started kissing, I didn't ask where our relationship was going. I didn't ask for a future. I only asked for one thing. I asked you not to kiss anyone else while you were kissing me." "And?" "And Tawny came by earlier. She told me that the two of you kissed last night." Instant fury filled his face. "Is that all she said? That we kissed?" "Yes." "She didn't say that she was the one that kissed me?" She'd expected him to have a quick retort, would have been surprised if he hadn't. "I pulled away after 2 seconds," he said, "and told her that the chance for a relationship between us was over. Did she tell you that?" "No." "That's what happened." The room's stark fluorescent light hid nothing, not a single detail of him. She could see the faint scars on his face, the piercing blue of his eyes, the taut lines of his torso beneath his t-shirt. "Do you believe me?" Since her confrontation with Tawny, she'd had time to think everything through multiple times. If a friend of hers had come to her with this scenario, a boyfriend who'd kissed someone, then blamed it on the other woman, Celia would have advised her friend to treat the boyfriend with the highest level of distrust. Red flags cropped up during the beginnings of doomed relationships. Celia believed this, believed that women had to heed those flags if they wanted to escape intact. "Celia?" he asked, tense. "I need for you to believe me." "Trust is something that takes a long time to rebuild." "I would have given you all the time you needed. But this thing with Tawny has happened, and I need for you to believe me now." She still had a dash of intelligence left in her brain. She still had a desire to protect herself. Most important, she had a child. She couldn't afford to be gullible. "Look, I don't even want to know what happened between you and Tawny last night. It doesn't matter." "It matters a lot to me." "This fling between us—" "Fling?" "Has been fun, but I can't do it anymore. I'm going to end it before it goes any further or gets more confusing." "I am not confused." Fierce certainty radiated from him. "For Addie's sake, we'll return to being friends." He made a slashing motion with his hand.
I don't want to be your friend. I have plenty of friends. Everyone in this town is my friend. Visibly, he struggled hard to hang on to his composure. You can't tell me you want nothing more from me than friendship. I want nothing more from you. No, he answered immediately. That's not true. She refused to lose her cool, to let emotion overtake her. Even if it killed her, she could not show him how much she'd let herself care about him, and how much he'd hurt her, again. They looked at each other with raw and difficult honesty. I love you, he said. Her heartbeat thumped. He'd never said those words to her before. I love you. His eyes glittered blue. And I want our marriage to be a real marriage. I want to be married to you all my life. You. Only you. She considered running away, out of the building, as far and as fast as she could go, to flee from her razor-sharp longing for him. You can talk the talk, she said haltingly. You really can. He'd even talked her into marrying him once. She'd regretted it for years afterward. In her weakness, she'd wanted to let him persuade her then, just like she'd wanted to let him persuade her now. You say all the right things, and maybe you even mean most of what you say. But think about it. A real marriage between us? Husband and wife? You can't be faithful to me for a lifetime. I swear to you that I can. I don't... Her voice broke. She drew herself up. I don't trust you not to break my heart again, and I can't risk it. I can't risk Addie having to live through that. I'm not the one for you, Ty. It physically pained her to speak the words. There are so many women who jump at the chance to date you. How can you say that to me? Color rose on his cheekbones. Now she'd done it. She'd pushed him too far. I don't want to date other women. She tried to swallow. Couldn't. We can co-parent, Addie. I don't want to co-parent. I want to marry you. But I'm an idiot because you won't give me a chance. And you're a coward because you want some kind of guarantee when all I can give you is my word. Life doesn't come with guarantees, Celia. Neither do relationships or marriages. Bad things happen. I'd rather avoid the bad things that I can see coming. I'm standing right here in front of you, and you can't see anything at all. She felt frozen inside, stricken. Ty. Sometimes you just have to have faith, Celia. When Tawny kissed me, I stopped it immediately. She's not the one I want. I love you, and I want to be married to you. Trust me. I did, she said, once. And once was enough. He held her gaze for a searing second, then stalked from the room. Celia remained rooted to the spot, self-righteous in her certainty that she'd done the right thing. And so happy about it that she covered her eyes with her palms and wept. Ty was not a man given to anger, but Celia had made him angry, wildly angry. He drove his truck out of town in search of open space. One turn onto a remote country road that went nowhere led him to another road, to another. His pulse beat his veins. A headache pounded his skull. He couldn't believe that Tawny had screwed him over by telling Celia about that kiss. Why would she have done that? And why hadn't Celia believed him when he told her the truth? If Celia would have listened to him and trusted him, he could have rescued the situation. But no, she'd go to the grave before she'd trust him. She'd rather be unhappy. She'd rather he be unhappy. She'd rather do anything than take a chance on trusting him. He couldn't defend himself against the past because he had made a huge mistake in Vegas. He'd admitted it to her and apologized. He wasn't a perfect man, and he'd even agreed that she could do better than him. On the other hand, he wasn't the same man he'd been in Vegas. Whenever Celia started acting like he was, it made him crazy.
He had no way to prove her wrong. How could he prove her wrong unless she let him prove it? He raked his hair back with an unsteady hand. He couldn't have her. She told him so in every possible way since the day they'd had lunch in Oregon. His phone buzzed. A text. "Are you still able to pick up Addie from school today?" He almost threw the phone out the window. Should he curse her every which way to sundown for expecting him to pick Addie up today? Or should he curse her for expecting him not to, like some deadbeat dad, too selfish to remember his responsibilities to his child? He held his body rigid against the rage rising inside him, drove, checked the time, threw the truck into park and typed a message back to her. "I'll pick her up from school, like I always do. I'm trustworthy." Once Ty got Addie back to Celia's house and gave her the food Celia had set out. What kid wanted to eat an organic rice cake and a banana as an after-school snack? They went into her room, just like they always did, so she could give him princess lessons. She started in on a story about Rapunzel. It took him a while to register it when the room went silent. He'd been staring at the wall, stewing. He looked to Addie and took in the sight of her thin frame and sweet face. "What's the matter, Daddy?" "Nothing. I just zoned out for a second. Sorry about that. Go on." "I'm still hungry," she whined. "Okay, let's go get you something else to eat." They went to the kitchen, and he gave her at least 5 food options and 3 drink options. She kept wrinkling her nose and shaking her head and saying, "I don't want that. Is there anything else?" Addie usually behaved like a prize student for Ty. Today she complained non-stop. Nothing would please her. As time passed, Ty's patience stretched tighter and tighter. When he heard Celia let herself into the house, he pushed to his feet, hiding a wince when pain ran up his injured leg. "Addie, I have a lot of stuff I need to do today. Your mom's here, so I'm going to take off." "But—" "I'll see you tomorrow after school." He and Addie walked into the hallway and came face to face with Celia. She immediately turned her attention to Addie. "Hi," she said, pretending to be the most cheerful person alive. "Good day at work?" he asked, making a stab at friendliness in front of Addie. "Mm-hmm." She avoided looking at him. Blind, stubborn woman. She was so wrong, and also so beautiful it made his gut churn. He desperately wanted her, everything about her and everything she represented. "What have you all been up to?" Celia asked Addie. "I ate my snack, but it tasted yucky." Ty said nothing. An ice cream sundae would have tasted yucky to Addie today. "Then we played in my room," Addie said. "Great." Addie looked back and forth between the two of them. "Well, thanks for bringing Addie home." Celia's gaze stopped on his face for a moment, then crossed by. "I appreciate it." "Yep." He kissed Addie and left. "What's the matter with you and Daddy?" he heard Addie ask Celia as he walked away. He drove straight to a bar called Deep in the Heart. It smelled like beer, peanuts, and cigarettes. Most of the lighting came from the neon signs on the walls. He ordered a shot. After he'd thrown it back, he clunked down his glass. Despair shifted through him. He ordered another. Music filled the interior of Deep in the Heart, but it couldn't touch the darkness in his head. People spoke to him. The bartender, locals he knew, a stranger or two. He said the expected things, felt no better, ordered more shots. No telling how much time had passed when Beau sat on the bar stool next to him. "I heard you were here." Ty wanted to tell him off. His older brother. If he'd been more like Beau, Celia would have loved him back. Honorable Beau, who always said and did the right things. Always had, since they were kids. Beau'd been the one helping his father with the horses. Ty had been the one jumping off a cliff into shallow water. Now Beau had what he deserved, a wife he loved and a home and a career. And Ty had what he deserved, nothing. He wished Jake had come. Jake was at least as screwed up as he was. When the room started tilting, Ty swore viciously. Beau didn't lecture. He just waited until Ty was finally forced to make a choice between the lesser of two evils, leave the bar or vomit. Ty picked leave. Beau helped Ty into his truck, drove him home, and got him settled in his horrible, dark house. Ty lay alone on his bed with his wrist covering his eyes, feeling like he wanted to puke, his head spinning like he was on a carousel. He hated his house. Why was it so quiet? Why was it so brown? Why didn't Celia live here with him? Celia. He squeezed shut his eyes as bitter pain whipped him. Hours later, Ty slit his eyes open. The only light came from the open doorway to his master bathroom. His ears picked up no sound. He pushed to sitting and wheezed. It all came back to him, the physical misery of his hangover, plus all the things Celia had said to him. The fact that she couldn't trust him. He hissed every piece of profanity he knew as he limped into the bathroom. Beau had left a note for him on the counter, saying that he and Meg were staying the night in his guest bedroom, and to wake them if he needed anything, or if they could help him. No, they could not help him. Ty pushed the note into the trash and jerked open the drawers one by one, searching. Wait. He remembered now. It wasn't in the drawers. He'd tossed it into the cabinet. He opened the cabinet door. Over on the side, next to his spare change, rested a white paper sack with a receipt stapled to it. It had been there since before the first time Celia had dumped his pills. He tore away the sack and let it fall. A prescription bottle of Vicodin. He squinted down at it in his hand. His mouth watered, he wanted the pills so badly. 2 or 3 wouldn't hurt. They'd dull everything he was thinking and feeling. I don't trust you not to break my heart again. Celia's words swam through his brain. I can't risk it. I can't risk Addie having to live through that. Was she wrong? He wanted her to be wrong, wanted to be someone she and Addie could trust. Had he really changed? Or was he as weak and as faithless as she claimed him to be? Chapter 31. Celia woke before dawn the next morning, overcome with a need to bake something fattening. She did her best to squelch the urge and go back to sleep. Gloomy thoughts and depressing feelings prevented that from happening, so she forced herself from bed. Striving for a healthy emotional outlet that didn't involve sugar, she took herself to her front yard. She stood in the dewy grass in bare feet, watering her plants and pulling weeds while 5 a.m. darkness sank around her like an anchor. She noted with numb detachment that her caladiums were coming along nicely, flourishing. When she finally re-entered her house, she faced many productive options. She could catch up with things online, finalize ideas for an anniversary cake a local couple had ordered, do laundry, iron. She marched into her kitchen and stirred together the most wicked oatmeal walnut chocolate chunk cookies she could muster. As soon as she pulled them from the oven, she stood over the tray and scooped the most deformed one onto a napkin. Since nobody else would want this particular cookie, she'd do it a favor and eat it. Hot, nutty dough filled her mouth. She chewed. Stopped. It didn't taste right. In fact, it tasted wrong. She spit the bite back into her napkin, then tossed the napkin in the trash and contemplated her batch. What had she done? As she went back over the steps she'd taken when making her dough, it hit her. She'd left out eggs. Eggs! A bedrock ingredient. She'd been baking since middle school. Omitting eggs was a novice move, the sort of mistake a 10-year-old might make. Today was not her day. Disgusted and devoid of the mental relief she usually found through baking, she dumped all the cookies in the trash. After showering, she dressed in a peasant top and canary-yellow shorts. She bypassed her boots and donned her trusty leather sandals. Then she sat in her living room watching early morning news coverage of weather, traffic, and DFW homicides while fiercely trying to think of anything except him. She delivered Addie to kindergarten, then parked her Prius back at the gingerbread house and covered the short distance to the square on foot. American-made trucks passed by her, as did the cars the yuppies owned, SUVs, Volvos, a Lexus. Shade from wide-reaching pecan and elm trees graced both her and the stately Victorians. When she reached the now familiar square, her gaze took in the hodgepodge of establishments, each unique in color, brick or awning, all equally sure of themselves after having survived so long. The courthouse stood in its central location, like an elegantly dressed officer ready for duty. The light posts faithfully supported their baskets of blooms. The word home came over her like a twang on a guitar string, reverberating physically. The girl who'd moved from state to state all her life had finally found home in a most unusual place. Not in the lushly green Northwest, but here, in this funny little Texan town that didn't have a farmer's market and smelled like barbecued brisket. She made her way toward Cream or Sugar, uncertain whether Holly felt like home because of the place itself or because he lived here. If he lived in Thailand, she might, right at this moment, be strolling through downtown Bangkok, experiencing the very same mystifying sense of belonging. She skirted behind Cream or Sugar and let herself in the back. Within minutes, she'd dressed, washed up, and busied herself frosting sheet cake alongside Jerry. Celia studied him, the man with the Hulk exterior and the marshmallow interior. "What do you like best about being married to Donetta, Jerry?" He considered the answer for a while. "She's good in bed." On this particular day, Celia had not expected to smile, but she did smile at Jerry, and it felt like a sentimental gift. "I see." From the front room, Celia could hear Donetta calling out, "Y'all come back now," then launching into a tirade aimed at a customer who'd had the bad judgment to voice the word Yankees. "There's something else," Jerry said. "About Donetta." "Yes?" "She interrupts, and she tells tall tales more than her share. But I know her heart. It's a good heart. Donetta's my person. Do you know what I mean?" "I'm not sure." But deep down, she did know. "We've shared a life, Donetta and me. We've got kids and grandkids. She's the closest friend I have on this earth. I've been married to her for 2/3 of my life. And I only pray that the good Lord takes me first, because I don't want to live one day without her." "Oh, Jerry." Emotion lifted within Celia. It was the longest speech she'd ever heard him make. "I know what folks mean when they say their wife is their better half." "I think you're the better half." "No, Celia. It's Donetta. It's always been her." As she'd requested, Ty did not return to Cream or Sugar. When she arrived at the gingerbread house to relieve him late in the afternoon, he looked hungover and like he hadn't slept. However rotten he'd been feeling, though, he hadn't let it stop him from taking care of Addie. The same the next day, Friday. He looked like a wreck, but Addie had been able to count on him. Each evening Celia spent long periods of time in prayer. It hadn't occurred to her to distance herself from God or blame him the way she'd done in the past. Her decision to renew her relationship with God was the one thing she knew for sure she'd gotten right. Plus, she simply needed him too much. Her growing faith brought her the only sense of steadiness or peace she had left. Without God, her life would go back to tasting like the ill-fated oatmeal chocolate chunk cookies she'd made the other morning. She'd come to understand that God was the most integral ingredient to her life recipe. He was the egg. Meg began to call and come by to check on Celia more frequently than before. Celia didn't know what to tell her, so she told her nothing. Words seemed superfluous anyway. She could see in Meg's compassionate face that Meg knew exactly what was going on. Celia slid the give peace a chance charm off her keyring and let it fall from her fingers into the garbage for the final time. The weekend came. Ty made it easy for her to avoid him. He didn't text, didn't call. She kept checking her phone, half dreading and half desperate for contact from him. Her brain and her heart continued to face off like bitter enemies. Addie asked 100 times on Saturday when she'd next be able to see Daddy and ride Whitey. Celia knew that Ty would be glad to take Addie out riding. In order to set that up, though, Celia would have to communicate with him. The prospect made her turn chicken. On Sunday, Celia and Addie attended church, then spent the afternoon visiting Danny. He'd healed enough to return to his own home, but he still couldn't get around easily. Celia helped him maneuver from his walker to a dining room chair, then placed a slice of cinnamon swirl coffee cake and a mug of freshly made coffee in front of him. For you. He took a sip, his eyes rolling upward toward the ceiling. It's heaven, see? He tucked into the cake. And this? You have got to let me sell this online at my store. Like, seriously. He held a bite of coffee cake aloft on his fork. If I could feed this to an eligible woman, she'd be putty in my hands. The right woman for you will come along one day. I just know it. Celia squeezed his shoulder. Until then, and always, you'll have Addie and me. You're the two best girls in the world. Hardly, but at least we're yours, Uncle Danny. And no matter what, we have each other. The entire time Celia sat across from him, listening to him plan his next dating move, thoughts of Ty suffocated her. Did Ty truly love her, the way he said that he did? He'd certainly looked earnest when he told her he wanted to be her husband. Had he been telling the truth when he'd said that Tawny had been the one to kiss him and that he'd pulled away? Would he start dating Tawny now that Celia had rejected him? Addie asked Celia 100 more times when she'd be able to see Daddy and ride Whitey. That evening, after Celia had tucked Addie into bed, she walked the rooms of the house the same way she'd been walking them since the day she'd ended things with Ty, like a ghost, aimless and miserable, missing him. Before they'd started kissing, she'd at least had him in her life. He'd been her friend and her supporter. He'd believed in her. She dearly wished she could go back to that. That she couldn't left her with a nagging, unrelenting sense that she'd lost something irreplaceable. Before he'd stopped coming to cream or sugar, she thought that the baking had been the best part of the job. Now she realized that it had been him. He'd been the best part. Suddenly all of it was gone. Not just the kissing, but all of it. She was left with a man whose only role in her life was to collect her daughter from school. She regretted everything. Everything she'd lost, hurting him, breaking up with him. Yet she continued to stand by her reasons. As agonizing as it was, as much as she cried in the shower each morning and into her pillow each night, as much as she physically yearned for him, she still believed she'd made the right choice. In the end, even if Ty fancied himself in love with her, even if Tawny had been the one to kiss Ty, Celia couldn't make herself believe that he was capable of staying true to her for a lifetime. She pulled out a dining room chair and sat at the table where she and Ty had eaten dinner and laughed and given each other heated looks when Addie wasn't paying attention. God, I feel like the most untrusting, unforgiving woman alive. I broke up with Ty to protect Addie and myself. Do you understand? I think I did the right thing. I think. Did I? No sense of answer or direction. You're not really making yourself clear. She laid her hands in her lap and looked down at them, listening. The point, she supposed, wasn't whether God answered her question. The point was that He was the answer to every question. Hard circumstances taught a person valuable lessons. The current circumstance was teaching Celia that even in the center of grief and confusion, God was enough for her. The burr returned. The one that rubbed against her painfully, convicting. God wanted her to forgive Ty yet again. She scrunched shut her eyes. I forgive Ty. She concentrated on working through all the kinks and knots of her unforgiveness. Over and over she repeated it. I forgive Ty. The word forgiveness sounded gentle and round-edged. If it had been a drawing, it might have been a sunrise. In Celia's reality, though, achieving that sunrise required dark and dirty work. It meant removing an iron spike of bitterness that had lodged itself in the pit of her soul. The spike was sharp, painful, disinclined to move. With God's help, she'd managed to dislodge it once before. But it had come back, and may well continue to come back. One of the forgiveness verses twined through her memory. How many times shall I forgive my brother or sister who sins against me? Up to 7 times? Jesus answered, I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times. For her, forgiveness had not been an easy one-time thing. It was a decision she had to make repeatedly, a process. More dreary days slipped by. A new Give Peace a Chance keyring did not appear. Her exchange with Ty went even worse than usual when she arrived home from work on Thursday. She found him and Addie in the front room, playing checkers. He had on a baseball cap backwards, jeans, his sterling watch. The storm of resentments between them made it difficult to look him in the face. He said his goodbyes to Addie. Celia held the front door open for him. When he passed through, she stepped onto the porch after him. Ty? He stopped. The mask he wore around Addie had gone. He gazed at her with undiluted anger and pain. By the looks of it, he was still every bit as furious as he'd been the day she'd broken up with him. Why had she thought talking to him might be a good idea? How are you doing? She asked. Not well. She felt her heart fracturing. I love you, she wanted to say. The words filled her. They swirled, pushing against her from the inside, demanding that she give them voice. At the sound of children's voices, both Ty and Celia looked toward the noise. Neil and his 2 boys were walking toward the gingerbread house for a playdate. Ty stiffened at the sight of them, his back muscles tightening. Then he strode toward his truck. Neil lifted his hand to Celia as he approached. Hey there. Hey. She tried for a smile. Her attention cut back to Ty. He swung his head around and gave Neil a look so terrifying that it would have sent Neil into a dead faint if he'd seen it. He climbed into his truck and started the engine. She invited Neil and his boys into the house. The kids dove into a new game of checkers. She and Neil watched their antics while Neil told her a story about one of the partners in his law firm. She loved Ty. I love him, she kept thinking. She'd been circumventing it and trying to talk herself out of it in every possible way. All her efforts had done no good. She'd fallen in love with the same man
3 times in one lifetime. Maybe she hadn't. Maybe she'd only truly fallen in love with Ty Porter 1 time. The day he'd strolled into ceramics class, sat down beside her, and smiled at her for the very first time. When he'd left Texas after graduation, and when he hadn't loved her back in Vegas, she'd done her best to pound her love for him into oblivion. But it had proven stronger than the strongest metal ever created. Neil kept talking. Celia's gaze rested fondly on Addie's dark blonde bob. Her life had been full of her daughter for so long that she hadn't known whether she could love a man again. It came as something of a surprise to her, not just that she could love a man again, but how very, very much she could. When Neil and the boys left, Celia got down on her knees in Addie's room to help her pick up the toys. "Mommy?" "Yes?" "Daddy's sad." Celia pushed a curl behind her ear. "I know. I gave him some chamomile tea today." She straightened the dress of the Cinderella doll she held. "It didn't make him feel better." "It didn't?" She shook her head. "I think he's sad because you're not wearing the boots he gave you anymore." Addie's feet were still loyally encased by her pink boots, just as they had been since the day Ty had given them to her. "He's nice and funny, Mom. I really like Daddy's house. Whitey's there." Her small fingers smoothed Cinderella's hair. "He has a motorcycle. His bedtime stories are good." Celia nodded. "Cinderella's happy now that she married Prince Charming. Daddy will be happy when you put on a white dress and a long—" she indicated a veil with her hands— "sheet on your head and marry him." Celia didn't have the heart to launch into a talk about how much she and Ty respected each other, or the vagaries of adult decisions, or why mommies and daddies sometimes chose to live apart. "I love you, Addie," she said simply and truthfully. "Ty loves you too." "Oh, Mom, you really need to start wearing his boots." "Jerry and I have something we'd like to discuss with you," Dawnetta said to Celia the next day. "Oh?" Celia continued sweeping the front room of the bakery. "It's the kind of talk, Celia, that you're going to want to sit down for." She glanced at Dawnetta, worry immediately rising. "What's the matter?" Dawnetta took the broom from her and indicated the table at the rear of the bakery. "Jerry?" she hollered. Celia sank into a chair, uneasy. Jerry emerged from the kitchen, and the two of them took the seats across from her. "You know that Jerry and I have been wanting to retire for a while now." "Yes." "We were planning to work a few more years, then put the place on the market." Jerry regarded Celia steadily. The sympathy in his face sent a chill of foreboding through her. "More than a week ago," Dawnetta continued, "we got a call from a long-time friend, out of the blue. He told us he wanted to buy cream or sugar." No, Celia thought. Please, God, no. "It took us by surprise," Dawnetta shrugged. "We didn't know he had an interest in owning a donut shop. But then you never can tell about people. He offered us a pretty penny for this place." A sliding sensation of fear moved through Celia's abdomen. They were going to sell cream or sugar to a stranger. "Our friend offered above what we would have asked for the shop if we'd put it on the market," Dawnetta said. "The two of us have spent a lot of time talking about it," Jerry put in. "We know you depend on this job, and we don't take that lightly. But we also have to think about our retirement." Dawnetta moved some of the frosted feathers back from her face. "We told our friend that we'd take his offer. Signed the paperwork last night." "No!" Celia wanted to wail. Why hadn't they told her about this sooner? She'd have offered to buy the shop. She adored this place. She'd painted the walls, baked pastries for it, and cleaned every surface as lovingly as if cream or sugar already belonged to her. Looking into Dawnetta and Jerry's faces, she could see that they knew all that. They also knew what she didn't want to admit to herself.
she'd never be able to get a loan for an amount that would enable her to buy creamer sugar. No. Panic began to tighten around her throat. What does the new owner plan to do with creamer sugar? We're not really sure, Dawnetta answered. Will he keep it a coffee shop? We just don't know, Jerry said. We care about you, honey. We'll help you. You're smart, and you're going to be just fine. She didn't want to be just fine. She wanted to go on working here. It was her dream, this shop. The loss of creamer sugar on top of the loss of Ty felt like a staggering weight stacked onto a load already too heavy to bear. No, she thought again, uselessly. She hovered on the verge of tears as her gaze traveled over the interior of her beloved bakery. No. Ty had propped his boots on his living room coffee table. He had the Wall Street Journal open and had been trying and retrying to read an article about a hedge fund manager. His concentration was shot. His brain only wanted to think about one destructive thing. Celia. He thought about her last thing at night, first thing in the morning, while he showered, as he was getting dressed, driving. She'd made his life not worth a nickel to him. She'd made him furious. She'd made him doubt his sanity. His cell phone rang. He checked caller ID. Hi, Meg. Hi, Ty. What's up? I'm just leaving Celia's. The concerned tone of her voice had him setting aside the newspaper. And? She's really upset. The people that own Cream or Sugar. Dawnetta and Jerry? Right. They told her today that they sold the shop. Ty froze, his brain struggling to comprehend. They'd sold Cream or Sugar? Dawnetta and Jerry had owned it for as long as he could remember. As far as he knew, it wasn't even for sale. Ty? I'm here. He rose to his feet in one angry motion, yanked his reading glasses from his face. Who did they sell it to? Celia doesn't know who. What do you think we can do to help her through this? She absolutely loves that shop. Meg, I'll have to call you back later. Sure. He disconnected and scrolled through his contacts. He hit Daunetta's name and paced while the phone rang. Hello? Dawnetta, it's Ty Porter. I heard that you sold Cream or Sugar. A pause. It's not common knowledge around town yet, but yes, we did. His grip on the phone tightened. At this point, it wouldn't do any good to rail at her for not telling him about her plans. To whom? Now, you know I have a deep fondness for you, Ty. But I can't see as how that's any of your business. Dawnetta, God love you, I'm about to have a stroke. Please tell me right this minute who you sold the shop to. An old friend of Jerry's and mine. He's lived in Holly forever. His name? Howard Sanders. When Howard Sanders answered his front door in response to Ty's knock, he did nothing but study Ty for a good long while. Gloating lit his old eyes. Ty? Howard. Like he had all the time in the world, Howard brought a pipe to his mouth and took a long draw. Do you know why I'm here? Ty asked. I believe I do. Can I come in? Surely. Ty followed Howard into a dim room that smelled like leather and tobacco. Both men sat. Howard reclined to puff on his pipe. Ty sat upright, intently focused on Howard. You bought Cream or Sugar. I did. And not because you want to go into the donut business. No. Ty remembered the day Howard had come into the bakery. The older man had watched him and Celia together. Then and there, Howard must have discovered Ty's weakness. You have something I want, Howard said. You have Jim's land. And now you have something I want. Yes. Howard extended the hand with the pipe to rest along the arm of his chair. What should we do about this dilemma? Make me an offer.
Howard's face had so many lines it looked like tree bark. The lines deepened as one edge of his mouth tipped into a smile. An even trade. Jim's land was worth far more than the value of cream or sugar. Not only that, but Ty needed that land to raise rodeo stock. Without his bull riding, without Celia, his plan to enlarge his farm was all he had left. All's fair in love and war. Howard's smile grew. Ty wanted to snap the older man's neck. Pain flicked along a muscle in his jaw. The donut shop or the land, Howard said. That's my offer. A sudden chill ran along the back of Ty's neck, his shoulders, and down his upper arms. He sensed God strongly, just like he did every night when he pulled out the bottle of Vicodin. Every night so far, God had stopped him from taking any. Maybe God was using this situation to test his commitment to Celia. No, he realized, God already knew the depth of his commitment to Celia. God was using this situation to prove the depth of his commitment to Celia to him. He could remember asking God, "Show me who I am." His heart drummed as understanding dawned. God was answering his prayer. All this time, he doubted whether he was good enough or trustworthy enough for Celia. His track record stunk. His past actions betrayed him. Celia might never give him another chance to do the right thing, but God was offering him that chance now. Almost 6 years after his greatest regret, God had presented him with a miracle opportunity to do what he should have done in Vegas. To love her. Well, Howard demanded, what's your answer? Chapter 32. Celia! Celia lifted her head. Donetta? She was in her bedroom at the gingerbread house, in the process of changing out of her church clothes. I'm coming up your front walk. The older woman's voice sailed in through the open windows. Donetta had never once paid Celia a visit at home. Frankly, after the terrible news about cream or sugar, Celia didn't know if she could take another meeting with Donetta. Be right there. She pulled on a pair of skinny jeans, because for the first time since she'd moved to Holly, the day's temperature merited jeans. Waiting at your door, Donetta called. Just a sec. She selected a white tank, and over that a tunic-style purple top. She peeked in on Addie. After church, Meg and Bo had taken them to lunch before returning them home just 10 minutes ago. Addie lay tummy down on the carpet of her room, engrossed by a game on her tablet computer. Celia opened her front door. Hi. Donetta bustled in wearing her navy keds, high-waisted pants, and a Rangers t-shirt. The Rangers had made it into the postseason, so Donetta now dressed in Ranger wear every day of the week. I have news. She waved Celia into the living room. They settled in front of the picture window in the chairs that faced one another. Drizzle fell over the view of the front lawn, quieting everything, causing Celia's plants to nod beneath the weight of the water. News? Celia asked. 2 important pieces of news. The first one I promised him I wouldn't tell. At the mention of the word him, Celia's heart jolted. She knew exactly who Donetta meant. Donetta blew out a breath. After we met the first time, remember how I called you back about the job at Cream or Sugar? I told you that Jerry and I had reconsidered and that we'd decided to pay you double? Celia nodded. Well, I sort of lied about that last part. She tipped her head to the side. Not sort of. I did lie. Jerry and I didn't increase your salary. Ty did. Wait. What? He's been paying half your salary since the day you came to work at Cream or Sugar. He wanted to make sure you could afford to take the job there. She'd run into Ty right after her initial interview with Donetta. He'd taken her to get snow cones.
Her mind raced back in time. She hadn't spoken to him or anyone, however, about her desire to work at the bakery. I never told him about the job offer at Cream or Sugar. He came into the shop the same day you did, asking whether you'd been in about the position. He figured it out, honey. In that mysterious way Ty had of understanding her, he'd found out about the interview and he'd offered to pay half her salary? That amounted to a great deal of money. Money he'd never mentioned to her. Even when she'd been breaking up with him, he hadn't said a word about it. Why hadn't he thrown it in her face? It would have made her feel 2 inches tall. Instead, even over the past days when he'd been so angry, he'd continued to pay half her income. She shook her head slowly, dizzily. She'd received the call from Dawnetta telling her they'd decided to increase her hourly wage the day after she'd first attended church. I thought— You thought what? It seems silly now. I thought at the time, the day you called me, that God had done it, that he'd made it possible for me to work at Cream or Sugar. God did do it, Celia. He just didn't use Jerry and me. He used Ty. Celia lifted her hands to her cheeks. She peered at Dawnetta with round eyes. I told Ty I wouldn't tell you. I'm breaking my promise to him because I think it's for the greater good. Celia couldn't find words. Don't go getting faint on me now, Dawnetta ordered. There's more, so take your hands off your face. Celia dropped her arms. Now you're gaping like a catfish. Celia clicked her lips together. That was only the first piece of news. Here's the second. I got a call from Howard Sanders a few minutes ago. It took Celia a moment to pull up the name. The man who competed with Ty for Jim's land? Apparently so. I didn't know anything about the land until today. Celia couldn't fathom what Howard Sanders had to do with anything. Howard is the person who bought Cream or Sugar, Celia, and I just learned why he bought it. He bought it because he still wants the land. Celia's ribs constricted around her racing heart. I don't understand what the bakery has to do with the land. The land is Ty's now, and he'll never sell it. Ever since his bull riding ended, he's been planning to raise rodeo stock. The way he explained it to me, he needs both his land and the new piece of land to do that. Howard told me that he visited you and Ty at Cream or Sugar one day. Yes? Howard must have heard the rumors about the two of you. He came to the shop to see for himself. Howard's observant, honey. He must have recognized that Ty loved you. Dawnetta's expression gentled. Howard saw that the person Ty loved, in turn, loved the bakery. A tremor dashed down Celia's spine. Howard bought Cream or Sugar so that he could use it as a bargaining chip, Celia. He met with Ty last night and offered him an even exchange. The bakery for the land. Celia rushed to her feet. No. Dawnetta regarded her levelly. And Ty? Her voice shook. Ty turned down Howard's offer, right? No, honey, he didn't. He traded his land for the bakery. For you. He couldn't have. He did. That's why Howard called me to explain that the bakery had already changed ownership. Celia took off, frantically searching for her purse and her car keys. She dashed through all the rooms once and had to go back through them a second time before locating her purse and keys where they always sat, on the entry table. Dawnetta stood in the foyer. I'll stay here and watch Addie. Thank you. Celia ducked into Addie's room. I have to leave for a bit, but Dawnetta's here. Uh-huh. Addie hardly even lifted her head. Halfway across the front porch, Celia realized she wore no shoes. She detoured to her closet, pushed her feet into her cowgirl boots, then rushed past Dawnetta to her Prius. Go get your man, honey, Dawnetta called after her, one fist in the air. Go get your man. As she drove to Ty's, the shaking in Celia's hands pervaded to the deepest regions of her. What had Ty done? He'd called her a coward the day of their fight. She'd thought him wrong at the time. She'd viewed her actions as smart, but the brutal truth, loving him did terrify her. Being hurt by him again terrified her. Forgiving him terrified her. She'd been using her inability to trust him like a breastplate to protect her heart. She had been a coward, but Ty was not. In this part of Texas, he was famously brave for his willingness to climb onto the backs of wild bulls, but that didn't cover the half of it. He'd put himself out there that day in the upstairs office by telling her plainly how he felt about her. And now, if Dawnetta could be believed, he'd gone and proved it by sacrificing his future for her sake. He needed that land for his own dream. What had he done? Halfway up the long private drive that led to Ty's house, she met a truck coming the other way. Jake. They stopped, both rolling down their windows. He looked at her with his black Stetson low and his scar painfully obvious. She was so addled she had no faculty for small talk. After a tense moment of quiet, his expression relaxed a degree. "He's not in the house. He's repairing a broken section of fence. You'll have to walk to get there." "I don't mind." He explained where to find Ty. "Thank you, Jake." He tipped his hat to her, and she continued on. The Porter Family Help Squad. To the rescue with her house renovations, bakery renovations, Uncle Danny. To the rescue even now. She parked and headed into the fields. She had no umbrella. The light rain seeped into her hair and steadily wet her top, heavying it. Tromping over grass dried by summer's heat, she cut diagonally toward the faraway fence line. The ground eventually leveled into a wide upper pasture. She could no longer see Ty's house or barn. Trees speckled the land. A cool breeze swept against her, pushed by the low and scudding pewter clouds. From a distance, she saw him. He lifted a fallen plank into place, then went to work with a hammer. He was soaked. His jeans had gone dark with water, and his gray T-shirt had plastered to his body, revealing every tendon and muscle beneath. Her mouth went dry with trepidation, but she did not slow. She kept on, accompanied by the sound of raindrops pattering against the earth. When she'd neared to within 10 paces, Ty's face jerked up. They both paused, gazes locking. Gradually, Ty straightened to face her, his features hardening with defensiveness. My God, she called out within her mind. She loved Ty, and she'd injured him. He was mad at her, and what's worse, she deserved his anger. Why? She asked him. He said nothing. Rain trickled down him in rivulets. Did you trade your land for the bakery? He tossed the hammer aside. I did. Ty, she choked. Why? With both hands he raked his hair back from a face that had been weathered by grief since their breakup. His water-darkened hair only made the brilliant blue of his eyes more pronounced. Maybe it's not too late to get the land back. She planted her boots. If you go to Howard or the title company right now and say you've changed your mind, maybe— I haven't changed my mind. I want you to go right now, and I want you to do whatever you have to do to stop the deal. You can't always get what you want, Celia. She flinched. I know you care about that land. I don't. Yes, you do. I don't, he growled. Not if having it means you can't have the bakery. Tears gathered on her lashes. Truly, she couldn't stand that he'd done this for her. And I don't want the bakery if it means you can't have the land. Too bad, because you're going to keep it. He advanced toward her, predatory. In fact, you're going to run the place because you own it now. You mean you own it now? You, he insisted, coming even closer. Dictator? Forest fairy? Showboat? I hate that nickname. Showboat? Sweet one, he murmured roughly. He stopped only a foot away. What are you going to do now, Ty? Without the land?
I don't know.
Why did you make the trade?
You know why. Why did you come all the way out here in this weather to find me?
You know why, she said faintly.
I'd like you to spell it out.
Her courage faltered. Did she dare trust him with it all? Was she really going to put her life and Addie's life in this man's hands? All at once and very clearly, she understood that yes. Yes, she was. I love you, Ty. Moments passed, excruciating, while he stared at her, doing and saying nothing. Perhaps she needed to try again, louder. I love you. He swept her into his arms and kissed her with fiery possession. One of his hands clasped the back of her head, his other bound her against him. Water, the smell of a storm, spiraling pleasure. He pulled back just enough to look down into her face. I love you, he said. Then they were kissing again, laughing breathlessly, kissing, gasping for air. Just like when Jerry had told her that Donetta was his person. Ty was hers. Her person. He was too handsome, too strong-willed, too wealthy, too daring, and otherwise not ideal. But he was most definitely her person. He lowered her feet fully to the ground. I'm sorry about the things I said to you when we fought. She rested her palms against his chest. It's no excuse, but I was scared.
I won't let you down.
If you ever do, I'll hurt you, Ty. I mean, really hurt you. Kill you dead, physically.
I might be wrong, but weren't you just in the middle of apologizing to me?
Yes, I was. After having been so pious about withholding forgiveness, it was humbling to be the one in need of it. Will you forgive me? His half-smile revealed his dimple. Oh, that smile. She hadn't seen it in days and days. It seemed as though she'd had to swim across a hostile ocean to see it again. She'd swim countless more oceans for the glory of that smile.
I forgive you, Celia.
See how easy that was? Try. I forgive you, Ty. And all through her, like the clear chime of a bell, the truth of it reverberated. She'd forgiven him, and it felt like freedom.
I forgive you, Ty said.
I forgive you.
Good, 'cause I forgive you.
They said it back and forth, grinning, emphasizing different words in the sentence.
Not too painful, huh?
He pressed a featherweight kiss against her forehead. Oh, it's painful, all right. But it's probably good for me to keep on practicing forgiveness if we're going to be a couple.
Oh, we're going to be a couple.
Addie will be thrilled.
She'll say she told us so.
He took hold of her hands, his fingers strong and warm, then brought their joined hands up behind his neck. She saw them then the way that God did. Though neither she nor Ty had viewed their first wedding as something to be valued, God had. He respected marriages, even ones entered into rashly in Las Vegas wedding chapels. She could suddenly grasp that he'd had a plan for rescuing and repairing their marriage all along. When they hadn't cared, he had. When they'd given up, he hadn't. The bracelet she'd dropped back at that restaurant in Corvallis had seemed at the time like an unlucky coincidence. Now that left-behind bracelet didn't seem like a coincidence at all. It seemed like divine intervention. Donetta told me that you've been paying half my salary. What?
She promised not to tell.
Even though you know how I feel about you buying things for me. You've been paying half my salary, and now you've bought me a bakery without my permission.
Sue me.
You're incorrigible.
If I knew what that meant, I'd probably agree.
She gave him a light as gossamer kiss. You're all so kind, and you're generous.
In that case, will you marry me?
Are you certain you don't want to marry Tawny instead?
100% certain.
You're choosing me this time.
I'm trying to choose you, but first you need to say you'll marry me.
I'll marry you. When?
Tonight?
She laughed. I'm not going to be talked into that again.
Will you spend the night with me?
When?
Tonight.
She wanted to say yes more than she wanted a heartbeat.
Technically, he reminded her, we're already married.
Technically, before I spend the night with you, we're going to need to get married again. This time in a church with Addie and a wedding dress and flowers.
Will you have a baby with me?
I already did.
I want more babies.
We'll have to debate that. What do you think about moving your office to the rooms on Cream or Sugar's second story? You could help other people invest their money.
It's not a bad idea.
You'd be close to donuts.
I'd be close to you.
What do you think about us all living here at my house together after the wedding? Also up for debate. Your house is going to require a lot of redecorating. Why are you smiling?
Because you make me smile.
Joy soared through her. Ty loved her. He loved her, and he wanted to marry her. You make me smile.
My sweet one.
His face lowered toward hers.
My calm. My only love.
Yes? His lips hovered a breath above hers.
You were meant to be mine.
The end.